Hey. That's weird. Yang Haoming raised his eyebrows in confusion. There's something wrong with this kid today. If he had been retorted by me before, this kid would never have given up. But now, he seems to be very magnanimous? Is it my own illusion? Just now he said he was here on behalf of the entirely family alliance. He is here on behalf of the Yang family alliance. Although he was a little surprised, Yang Haoming didn't pay much attention to it. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Yang again, he chose a seat, sat down, and prepared for the auction. It's interesting. Yes, the attitudes of the Yang family and the Li family towards this young man are completely different. I have a feeling there will be something good tonight. Haha, not bad. Do you want to place a bet? You want to open a casino in the auction? Forget it. Haha. All the guests were also talking a lot. Obviously they got unusual signals from the different attitudes of Li Changji and Yang Haoming towards Yi Yang. Many discerning people are beginning to look forward to what will happen soon. With their shrewdness and sophistication, they can clearly understand with a little thought that the upcoming auction will be a fierce battle and it will be very exciting. Whenever these three companies raise prices in a while, please be careful. Don't raise the price, don't talk nonsense, and act based on my eyes. Some elders have even begun to warn some juniors within their own companies or families. Remember. Don't worry, boss. As time passed, the guests were all seated. The entire venue was very lively and peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there was a turbulent undercurrent. As soon as the lights flashed, the hot host wearing a hip-hugging red dress walked onto the hosting stage in a flash. Not to mention what his face looks like, his figure alone is enough to make most men present drool. Yi Yang felt that he was not too cold about this type, but he just looked at it a million times more. A beautiful auctioneer can increase the transaction price of an auction in which most of the participants are men by 10%. This is a rule summarized from previous auctions. Especially the auctioneer with a hot body can better stimulate the competitive genes in men and burst out blind hormones. Welcome to our auction. Xingxing Auction House welcomes you. As we all know, this is the first public auction of overstandard high-end villas in Spring City and even Jilin Province. Each one represents unparalleled status and identity. It can be said that each one is very rare and precious. The construction period of super luxury houses is very long. If you miss this one, it may be a long time before the next wave of luxury homes of this level is sold. After saying a few words casually, I aroused everyone's desire to buy. The beautiful auctioneer, Tang Tang, smiled slightly, waved her hand, and the big screen behind slowly lit up. This is the first super standard villa we are going to auction. These are the photos we took on the spot. Yi Yang glanced casually. The villa in the picture is built near the water. It is indeed not comparable to those ordinary shabby villas worth millions. Whether it is the design beauty or the internal space, it is not on the same level. This villa has 3 floors, with an indoor area of 1,200 square meters, and comes with a private garden and parking garage. Of course, it is a 5-story parking garage. After introducing the parameters of the villa, Tang Tang directly revealed the starting price. The starting price is 80 million, and each increase must not be less than 1 million. As soon as he heard the price, Yi Yang felt a little boring. This kind of villa was obviously not what he wanted to buy. Too cheap. 85 million. 93 million. 100 million. Soon, this villa was auctioned for 135 million. This is our second villa for public auction. Please take a look at its actual pictures. Its area. The starting price is 120 million, and each increase in price will not be less than 2 million. The bidding starts now. Next, villas were auctioned one after another, but the starting prices did not meet Yi Yang's expectations, so he did not participate. All the guests who originally paid attention to Yi Yang also lost interest in him at this time. It seemed that they were just impressed. The rich second generation who came to watch the show. Otherwise, why wouldn't I be able to afford 100 million? The auction has reached the final part, yet there is still no word. This peach blossom garden is characterized by the attached peach blossom forest. As for its interior furnishings, I don't need to tell you, right? These photos taken on site alone illustrate its unique design ideas. The starting price is 300 million, and each increase in price will be no less than 5 million. The bidding starts now. Tang Tang said with a smile. The starting price is 300 million. Hey! It seems that it has entered the final and intense stage. Only the most powerful people can compete for this kind of luxury property. The starting price was 300 million. And the final transaction price was probably not less than 500 million. Super mansions of this level are also out of reach for ordinary wealthy people. It's the same as the difference between a $5 million finely decorated house and a $1 million commercial building. Behu Games offered 330 million. Capability Finance, 350 million. I tell you guys, stop being hypocritical and raising prices slowly. It's really boring. A discordant voice came, causing everyone who had just called out the price to frown. When he saw that the strange person was actually Li Changji, he immediately didn't dare to say anything. After all, Li Changji came today on behalf of the Li family alliance. He holds at least 1 billion in active funds and is fully qualified and competent to say such things. The Li family offered 500 million. Li Changji looked directly at the audience and sneered with great confidence. I've suffered so much at Yi Yang's house in the past 2 days. I've been so shocked that my whole psychology is almost distorted. Now that I've finally found an opportunity to show off, I'm going to feel proud when I say 500 million. The whole body became smooth. Hey! As expected of the Li family, they actually directly increased the price by 150 million. Not everyone has this kind of courage. I can only say that although they lost the autumn hunt a few days ago and suffered a lot of losses, the Li family still has a strong foundation. Good. Although everyone present was dissatisfied with Li Changji's frivolity and pretentiousness, they were still in awe of the Li family. The Yang family offered 520 million. Yang Haoming said lightly. No matter what the Li family wants, the Yang family has the obligation to raise the price and disgust the other party. Hypocritical. Li Changji sneered, the Yang family thinks they are awesome? I will give you 600 million. The two families are really at odds. Only the Yang family dares to die with the Li family. Alas, these two families are powerful and really rich and willful. Just when everyone was sighing and envious. 800 million. A strange and understated voice floated out, causing the whole place to burst into uproar. First update, welcome. To join the readers group to discuss with the author, 1054/117/329, take a look at the free gifts. What? Did I hear it right? 800 million. Is there anyone here who is so rich? In theory, the value of this Taohua garden is about 500 million. Li Changji called out 600 million in order to suppress the Yang family. This is already a serious premium. This 800 million is simply unbelievable. Could it be that some big boss likes this Taohua garden so much? Everyone looked over, only to see that the person who made the bid was actually a young man. It turned out to be him. Seeing that it was Yi Yang, everyone was a little confused. Originally, they didn't care about Yi Yang at all. After all, he didn't say a word during the whole process before. It was obvious that he didn't have much funds and just came to have fun. As a result, now it seems that this is not a lack of funds, this is clearly a blockbuster. Gurgle. This. Yi Yang's expression was also extremely calm, without any fluctuations at all, as if he had not called out 800 million. Just now, but 8 yuan. At such a young age, he doesn't show his emotions. He is not shocked even when he shouts out such a huge sum of money. It seems that I really underestimated him before. Seeing that it was Yi Yang who was bidding, Li Changji almost fainted on the spot. Why do you slap me in the face when I try to show off? Can you give me some living space? He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, but in a moment he took a deep breath and began to think, I am now representing the Li family. The entire Li family. There is no need to be afraid of him. Confidence returned, and he began to think. Yi Yang, this kid, humiliated him several times. Since he wanted this peach blossom garden so much this time, how could he let Yi Yang get what he wanted? Haha, if you don't bleed this time, you can't get what you want. Thinking of this, he sneered and shouted confidently, 1 billion. The whole audience was in an uproar. This price was already doubled. It was too crazy. Everyone then looked at Yi Yang again, expecting that Yi Yang, who had made a big splash, could create another miracle. But Yi Yang smiled faintly, put down the sign in his hand, and gave up bidding. Everyone was confused. The script is wrong. Shouldn't he make a big splash and constantly slap his face with his huge money? Especially Li Changji, his whole face turned green, and his enthusiasm just came up directly subsided, and his hands and feet were cold. Originally wanted to raise Yi Yang's price, but ended up being played by Yi Yang? You don't bid anymore? Li Changji asked unwillingly. Why should I bid? I'm a rich man, not an idiot. It's only worth 500 million, why would I bid more than 1 billion to auction it? Alas, I really can't understand it. Yi Yang spread his hands, looked at Li Changji's face that was white with green, and green with black, and sneered a few times. How dare you scold me? Li Changji was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Mr. Yi didn't mention any names. Whoever spends more than 1 billion to buy it is an idiot. Yang Haoming gloated beside him. You two snakes and rats are cheating me. Li Changji completely understood that these two people had planned to raise the price for him in unison, to cheat him. The total activity funds given to him by his family were 2 billion, most of which were prepared for the last building king, but in the end, he squandered half of it. If the head of the family knew about this, he would be furious with him and completely disappointed. These few incidents have greatly threatened his position in the Li family. He also worked hard to get this Last chance to atone for his crime, but he was cheated by others with just a few words. With only 1 billion left, the remaining goals had to be abandoned. After all, the most important thing was the building king. Haha, I figured it out. This Yishenhao is on the 5th floor. Not just the 5th floor, it's almost the 7th floor. Li Changji was fooled and was completely stunned. 500 million wasted. Now, everyone understood. The Yang family saw that the Li family was interested in Taoyuan, so they first raised the price and then gave up, making Li Changji complacent and confident. Then Yi Yang saw this opportunity and raised the price again. Li Changji had a grudge against him, and he had reached the peak of his self-confidence, so he naturally didn't let Yi Yang get his wish easily, and calculated that he would raise the price again. Yi Yang took advantage of the situation and stopped, and severely cheated Li Changji. After this, all the guests who thought that Yi Yang was going to waste their money and show off were ashamed. This is what they think carefully. I am ashamed of myself. If Yi Yang knew what these people were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. He didn't think so much. He just wanted to make a price to make himself feel important. Why did he have so many intentions? Looking at Yang Haoming, who was looking at him like an idol, he shrugged his shoulders in confusion. The starting price of the next villas was 300 million yuan at the lowest, and gradually, 400 million and 500 million yuan began to appear. In a city like Chengqing, where land is not expensive, the starting price of a super villa can reach 500 million yuan, and the internal facilities are so luxurious that it is incredible. It attracted a lot of rich people. The penultimate villa, Binwang Pavilion Villa, was finally sold for 880 million Chinese yuan. Next, it is the last villa of this trip. I believe that those who are interested have already heard about this super villa known as the King of Buildings. Yes, it is the perfect mansion of the Chinese style, ancient style, and modern technology. It is the only super villa king in the whole of China, Xinghuang Mansion. This time it is no longer a photo, but a carefully shot video. I invited the big up master AI Gu, who specializes in introducing luxury houses to make it. Hello everyone, I am AI Gu, who can afford luxury houses. This cabinet is made of 1,000-year-old red sandalwood and combined with the most cutting-edge perception technology. You can feel the 1,000-year-old ancient charm and experience the crystallization of thousands of years of technology. The value is not high, it is probably worth a few hundred Teslas. This set of tables and chairs is also made of precious wood, carved by Master Lu himself, and the cost is only 10 million. Listening to the introduction of this up master, everyone present had hot eyes. Some small rich people gave up directly. Let alone the villa itself, the money spent on decoration is almost as much as their own net worth. What can they buy it with? Second update, thanks to Book Friends 1143/1213 for the Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to Book Friends Sua, the warm and light turtle foot giant armor, Sun Yang who likes beans, and Tang Hongliang who loves cold clams for their praise. Thanks to Book Friends Missing is the most tender waiting, Z. I love meat, 1931/1297 for a love letter. Thanks to Book Friends Li Xiaonan, Wu Xia, and Nanchuan who love to eat pig's trotters for their praise. Yang Haoming and Li Changji were breathing heavily at this time, and the managers of some large consortiums who came from Ji province also sat upright. Most of them came here for the Star Emperor's Palace. It can be said that the Star Emperor's Palace will be a landmark building for a long time to come. The significance of winning. It is indescribable. and the bonus to the business status of the company and family is also extremely high. Therefore, they are all prepared with enough value. Its added value, coupled with its actual value, is destined to make the transaction price of Star Emperor Palace reach an outrageously high price. Before the auction started, professionals had analyzed that the final transaction price of the Star Emperor's Palace was likely to be more than 1.2 billion. The land and buildings it occupies are worth 3 to 5 billion, and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. A rough estimate is that it is worth about 500 million. Including its added value, it is simply normal to sell it for 12 to 3 billion. This is not bad. Yi Yang nodded slightly, obviously taking a fancy to it. If nothing else, the name Star Emperor's Palace is really nice. Yi Shaozi also liked it very much. Then this is it. Yi Yang smiled and determined the target. He was not in a hurry, he just waited for the final increase in price and took it away. Tang Tang smiled and said, "The entire situation of the Star Emperor's Palace has been explained very clearly in the video just now. Everyone's enthusiasm for buying must have been unprecedentedly expanded. So, without further ado, the King of Spring City Tower, Star Emperor, the house's auction begins now. The auction base price is 1 billion. And each bid increase must not be less than 10 million. As soon as the auction reserve price came out, all the middle-class wealthy businessmen present who had some ideas gave up. Their family property is only over 1 billion. How about buying it with the first share? After buying this house, I have to drink the northwest wind tomorrow." Li Changji's originally enthusiastic eyes immediately dimmed. The whole person felt worse than eating shit. I was cheated by Yi Yang just now, and now I only have less than 1 billion in funds left in my hand. I can't even reach the lowest price, so what's the point of grabbing it? What? Don't the Li family want this king of the building? When Yang Haoming saw Li Changji's face, he immediately understood what was going on and mocked without giving up the opportunity. It's up to you. When Li Changji saw that Yang Haoming was mocking him knowingly, his mentality collapsed. 1 billion and 50 million. 1 billion and 80 million. 1 billion. When the two sides bickered, the price was soon shouted to 1.2 billion. Prices will soon stop going up. After all, the business types in G province are basically basic industries and real grain industries. They are doing practical things, and the profits are not much. The group company may have a market value of tens of billions, but the actual cash on hand is very little. Looking at the entire Jilin province, there are only a handful of people who can spare more than $1 billion to buy a villa. 1.2 billion is basically close to the limit of tolerance of everyone present. 230 million. Yang Haoming clenched his fists and shouted out this number that doubled his pressure. Having just slaughtered the Li family, the Yang family is now very rich in funds. The family has given this building king a budget of 1.5 billion. 130,000,000,000. A faint voice sounded. 70 million was added at once, and everyone looked over in surprise. It turned out to be a mysterious woman who had been completely silent before. 1.4 billion. Now, the price will be increased by 100 million. The whole place was in an uproar. They all looked around the corner and saw another man in a trench coat who had been silent before. Before, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but now everyone is showing their fangs. We are starting to exert our strength, and all we have Left is to watch the show. It's so dreamy. My family's total accounts don't even have this amount. It's so cruel. I really feel deeply poor. These are all big guys who came out of nowhere. I don't know if we can keep them. Yes, after all, it is Jiangjing's villa. I still hope it will end up in the hands of Jiangjing's own people. The local wealthy businessmen in Spring City who were present were all talking about it. And finally looked at Yang Haoming with deep eyes. After much deliberation, Yang Haoming was the only one present who could possibly achieve this with the support of the Yang family alliance. Yang Haoming was nervous inside, but he could only pretend to be indifferent and shouted, 1.5 billion. I'll go. As expected of the Yang family. Haha, just add another 100 million. It's really strong. It's to me to scare them now, right? 1.5 billion is almost the ultimate value of this building, king. Any more will be a bit of a loss. Not bad, I feel stable. Just when everyone felt stable. 1,550 million. 1,580 million. The mysterious woman and the man in the trench coat showed their last trump cards one after another, determined to win. This everyone present did not expect that these two people would be so determined, and couldn't help but look at Yang Haoming again. Yang Haoming sighed. The maximum license granted to him by his family was 1.5 billion. Any more would exceed the maximum budget. I originally planned to win it for 1.3 billion. Now that I think about it, I can only give up. He felt a little aggrieved, and the hand he tried to hold up the sign finally fell down. Well, it still doesn't work. No other capital crocodile is as powerful as others. It's a pity. It seems I can only give it away. It's a pity that they can't even compete with the Yang family alliance. The local wealthy businessmen all shook their heads. Although they were a little disappointed, they had expected it. 2 billion. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, Tang Tang began to knock the auction hammer, preparing to finalize the price. A young and powerful voice sounded in the venue, making everyone's hair stand on end. Am I hallucinating? No, I heard it. 2 billion. Fuck. Even the mysterious woman and the man in the windbreaker changed their faces and looked over directly. It was none other than Yi Yang. It's him. Oh my god, no wonder young Master Yang respected him so much before. He raised the price by more than 400 million in one go, and he can buy another super villa. When did Chunchun produce such a super rich man? The wealthy businessmen from other places were all amazed. As expected of Mr. Yi, Yang Haoming was very excited. Now the Yang family could be regarded as clinging to the big tree of Yi Yang. Xinghuang Mansion belonged to Yi Yang, and the Yang family would also benefit from it. Damn, too strong. As expected of a super boss who fishes in a battleship. Many wealthy businessmen in the Yang family alliance were also shocked. A man who can casually throw out 500 million in rewards is really extraordinary. The local rich man who went to the concert that day wiped his cold sweat, feeling proud and in awe. Anyone else wants to bid? Yi Yang smiled faintly and looked around the scene. No one dared to look at him. First update. Why don't you drop the hammer? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Tang. Tang Tang was stunned by the bid. After being reminded by Yi Yang, he came back to his senses and dropped the hammer. We congratulate Mr. Yi for winning the Jilin Province Building King, Xinhuang Mansion with a super sky-high price of 2 billion. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then burst into thunderous applause. Not for anything else, just for this jaw-dropping, super-huge sum. It is enough to be respected. Even the two mysterious women and the windbreaker man who were determined to win the Building King before applauded sincerely at this time. If they lost by only tens of millions in the end, they would definitely not be reconciled. But this kind of completely hopeless crushing made them have no reason to be jealous. There was only one word in their hearts: surrender. Gaining the respect of opponents is the greatest victory. A group of wealthy businessmen also applauded with great emotion. Many of them felt that they were rich enough in their lives, but there are always people who are better than you. Mr. Yi spent 2 billion to buy a property for himself at a young age. Compared with such a person, he was still too narrow-minded and too poor. Yang Haoming looked at Yi Yang. Although they were about the same age, he was completely fascinated by what Yi Yang did in the past few days. In the future, he would be Yi Yang's most loyal little fan. Yi Yang had no feelings about this result and just thought it was natural. After all, there were hundreds of billions on the books. Why not spend them? Ding! It was detected that the host spent 2 billion to buy a house. The reward was 100% ownership of the Nebula Private Observatory, and it came with the modern level of the Earth, proficiency in astronomical knowledge. The system sounded. Huh. Yi Yang was confused. What did buying a house have to do with the observatory? Could it be because there was a word Xing in the name of his villa? Although he was a little surprised, he was still very much looking forward to it. Humans always have expectations and curiosity about the starry sky, and he is no exception. When he was a child, he even wanted to be a scientist and study the starry sky and aliens. But later, the subject of mathematics made him give up this idea. When I have time, I can go to the observatory to satisfy my childhood curiosity. Yi Yang smiled slightly in his heart. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. The wealthy businessmen sitting around all stood up and congratulated Yi Yang. Ah. Yi Yang came back to his senses and nodded with a faint smile. Although for him, it was just buying a house casually, I really didn't know what to congratulate. But since others expressed goodwill, he was not a big villain, and he would not hit a smiling person. The Building King was auctioned off, the auction ended, and the guests also left one after another. Li Changji naturally ran back to the Li family in shame. The main hall of the Li family. The head of the family, Li Zihuai, had a dark face. It was obvious that he had heard about the auction a long time ago and lost all the face of the Li family in the fishing ground. This time, the competition for the Building King was also a secret contest. He was defeated again. This series of failures made him a little difficult to accept. The head of the family had a gloomy face, and the Li family members in the audience did not dare to say much. The atmosphere in the main hall was very heavy. As soon as Li Changji walked into the main hall, he felt his shoulders sink, and the atmosphere around him made it difficult for him to breathe. Grandpa! Kneel down! Li Zihuai shouted angrily. Li Changji was frightened and his legs softened, and he knelt on the spot. Originally, I had high hopes for you and was ready to let you take on the responsibility of the Li family in the future. In the end, you repeatedly disappointed me. Li Zihuai slammed the table. From now on, all affairs of the Li family have Nothing to do with you, and you don't have to live in the villa area of the Li family group. In the future, go out and start your own business. The Li family will not give you a penny. I want to know who secretly helped him, and I will kill him. Yes, yes. The members present were all trembling. Li Changji's face was pale, and he collapsed on the ground. This was considered as expelling him from the core of the Li family and exiling him. He knew his own ability too well. Without the support of the Li family, he would start his own business from scratch? Go to hell. From now on, he suddenly turned from a nobleman into a poor and second-rate young man. Get out. Li Zihui was so angry that he slapped the table again. Li Changji walked out in despair. If he dared to talk back at this time, it would not be as simple as being expelled from the core of the Li family. Ahem, calm down, patriarch. In fact, it's not all Changji's fault. These few times, the bad things were all caused by that guy named Jiang. If he hadn't suddenly come out to mess things up, these few times, they should have been done. Li Changji's father said repeatedly. Don't cover up for your son. Li Zihui angrily slapped the table 3 times. After calming down, his eyes became deep. But, you are right about this matter. This kid has disrupted things again and again, causing us heavy losses. It's time to deal with him officially. He tapped his fingers on the chair and muttered. It has only been a few days since Jiang appeared. The Li family lost tens of billions because of him. If this continues, what will happen? It's time to deal with him. We must not indulge him in his wrongdoings. We must warn him who is the largest power group in Chengqing, so that he will be cautious in his future actions. That's right, we should show our strength, otherwise this kid might not know what kind of existence he has. Provoked. The core members of the Li family were all indignant. The money lost involved them. It hurt to lose so much money. They hated Yi Yang so much that they wanted to beat him up to vent their anger. In that case, Li Zihui sneered, send him an invitation and tell him to come to the Li family tomorrow to have a chat. Just say that I, the head of the Li family, Li Zihui, want to invite him to a banquet. Okay, I will prepare the invitation letter below. Many core members of the Li family knew that the banquet was a cover, and it was actually just a hongmen banquet. But what if he doesn't come? Someone asked worriedly. Not coming? If he doesn't eat soft food, he can only eat hard food. Li Zihui sneered. The head of the family has a good idea. The eyes of these members lit up, and they all flattered him. Li Zihui nodded with satisfaction. I hope this Shi Yang is a reasonable person. Second update, thanks to the book friend GCZY successors Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to the book friend Duo for a love letter and Bobo Milk Tea. And Blade. Thanks to the book friend Snow Eagle Lord for the likes, thanks to the book friend Zay. 4. A love letter, thanks to the book friend Guan Miyuan's Long Lao for the likes, thanks to the book friend Happy Fatty. For a love letter, thanks to the book friend Chincher for the likes, thanks to the book friend Sabului. Peepo for the urging talisman. Thanks to the book friends 9286/8244 and Tequila for the likes. Invitation to dinner? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the delicate black card in his hand. Yes, we, the head of the Li family, are hosting a banquet at the Li family tonight. We specially invite you to the banquet. We attach great importance to you. The housekeeper of the Li family, who came to deliver the letter, smiled and bowed slightly, looking quite respectful. Well, just say I'll come over. Yi Yang nodded casually and waved his hand. You can go back. There was a flash of shock in Li's housekeeper's eyes. He thought he would have to spend a lot of words, but Yi Yang actually agreed directly? Could it be that he really couldn't notice that this was a hongmen banquet? In other words, he realized that this was a hongmen banquet, but he didn't care at all. Is it because I think too highly of him, or because I think too low of him? Although he was shocked, since the other party had already seen him off, he couldn't stay any longer, so he had to leave with a smile. Yi Yang played with the black invitation and handed it to Yumomo casually. Boss. Yumomo was a little worried and wanted to remind him. No matter what the other party wants to do, it has nothing to do with me going to make a living. Yi Yang smiled and said, haha, he really didn't care. In modern society, what can the other party do? Are you really ambushing a bunch of swordsmen, throwing cups as a signal to rush in and chop yourself? After all, the other party is a big family, and it is impossible to do such things on their own territory, unless the other party does not want to mix in society. Since there is no murderous intention, the most he can do is rely on his identity and verbal intimidation to threaten him. But when the time comes, it's still unclear who is threatening whom. With their identity and words, we will definitely go with him this time. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both had firm eyes and said repeatedly, Yi Yang nodded slightly, and asked a few more people to join in and destroy the Li family. As for Yi Xiaozi, this banquet was a bit dangerous after all, and Yi Yang had no intention of letting her go with him. In the Li family, Li Zihuai looked gloomy and uncertain. Did he really agree directly? Yes. The housekeeper scratched his head, obviously a little confused. Li Zihuai frowned and said, this is a bit strange. Maybe he gave in. He knows that when we invite him to dinner, we treat him with courtesy first and then fight with him. If he doesn't agree, he will be hard-pressed later, and he's afraid. Haha, second. Uncle is right. He doesn't have the ability to refuse. After so many years, few people have been able to refuse the Li family's invitation. Good. All core members are very optimistic. Li Zihuai nodded slightly and regained his confidence. Yes, that must be the case. The housekeeper sighed. He was the only one among these people who had real contact with Yi Yang. Whenever he met him in person, this inexplicable self-confidence would not arise. The calmness and indifference in the other person came from the bottom of his heart. He had an intuition that Yi Yang's identity was extremely unusual, and he was probably not someone of the Li family's level who could afford to offend him. But he is just a housekeeper who gets paid to do things, so there is no need to say such things to embarrass the master's family. If Li Zihuai were to be the emperor, he would be the kind of fatuous and ignorant person who would only listen to words that please his ears, but not the advice that offends his ears. He knew this very well after being his old butler for so long. If you are surrounded by people who say good things about you, you should be wary. Over time, it will become a path of self-destruction. In the past, the Li and Yan families had almost the same power, and their arbitrary actions would have little impact. At most, they would suffer a small loss. And Mr. Yi has only been back for a few days? How many big losses did the Li family suffer in succession? Direct and indirect losses of billions. This is The total net loss caused by fighting with the Yang family for 20 or 30 years. How terrible is this? Data? But these people only dare to brag about flattery, and only dare to follow what the master says. They are immersed in their own world, but cannot see this objectively bloody fact. It was obvious to onlookers that the housekeeper felt a chill behind his back. Haha, just a young man, how can he be more calculating than the old man? If you want to kill such an ignorant little guy, why don't you already have it at your fingertips? As long as he dares to come tonight, he will be finished. Ha ha ha. Li Zihui burst out laughing after hearing these words. The more he listened to these arrogant arguments, the more uneasy the housekeeper felt. Li Zihui's laughter became very harsh in his ears. The intuition he had developed over the years made him a little frightened, and he was even ready to take leave and go home to visit relatives, to avoid the limelight. I'm out, Mom and Dad. Yi Yang tossed the car keys casually and smiled. Where to go? Sue Shirley quickly stuck her head out. This child, after finally coming back, he can't stay at home all day. Ahem, someone asked me to go to his house to have a meal. If I don't do it, it will be in vain. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and said repeatedly, making friends outside is mutual. If someone invites you to dinner, you must invite them back. In the future. Sue Shirley asked again and again. Our son is the big boss now. Why don't you understand? You old woman, stop saying a few words. Yi Xianting put down the newspaper and cursed with a smile. You damn old man. You're the only one who knows. Sue Shirley rolled her eyes. Be safe. You don't have to. Come back if it's too late at night. Okay. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. The Xinhuang mansion had just been photographed and had not yet been delivered. It was estimated that it would take a few days for him to move in. For the next few days, his parents could only make do with this small villa. Soon, the extended Maybach stopped at the door of the Li family. Yi Yang took Yu Momo and two beautiful bodyguard sisters out of the car. More than a dozen bodyguards in black clothes and sunglasses appeared at the door of the Li family, arranged in 2 rows, and stood on both sides. Full of momentum. It's really luxurious to directly book a small villa area. Yi Yang glanced at it and said lightly. Who can be as extravagant as you, boss? I'm afraid that all these villas are not half as expensive as your new villa. Yumomo couldn't help but complain. Ah? Really? Haha. Yi Yang scratched his head and laughed. It seems that Mr. Yi is in a very elegant mood tonight. The door opened, and Li Zihui, the head of the Li family, walked out surrounded by a group of core members of the Li family. Yi Yang nodded at him. Good evening. The head of my Li family came out to greet you personally. How dare you be so disrespectful? Some people shouted angrily. Hey! Mr. Yi is a young man after all, a junior. It's normal for him not to know the rules, don't worry about it. Li Zihui waved his hand, pretending to be generous, with a fake smile on his face, and waved his hand. Mr. Yi, please come in? Yi Yang casually glanced at the member of the Li family who just yelled at him, raised an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth, and stepped in. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Li Shenyuan, who was scared by the look, muttered. First update. Mr. Yi, please sit down. The new housekeeper waved his hand and smiled with a hidden meaning. Isn't the person who sent me the letter your housekeeper? Yi Yang asked in confusion. He said he had something to do in the afternoon, so he went home first and asked for leave. Li Zihui was a little surprised that a big shot like Yi Yang would ask about such a small matter as the housekeeper. Oh. Yi Yang nodded slightly, and then put it behind his mind, sat down directly, and glanced at the table. It's okay. What's okay? Li Zihui suddenly became nervous. The entire Li family's senior management also looked over instantly. This kind of big shot, in this kind of occasion, I'm afraid he won't say anything meaningless, and there must be something hidden in his words. The food is okay. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What else could it be? Li Zihui was speechless. That's it? That's it. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Since everyone is seated, let's eat. Who are you waiting for? While everyone was looking at each other, Yi Yang had already started to eat. Shou on the side silently put the drug detector back into her sleeve and nodded with relief. The boss can do whatever she wants, but she has to be responsible for Yi Yang's safety. Seeing that Yi Yang actually started to eat and drink, everyone was dumbfounded. Do you really not know that this is a hongmen banquet, or are you pretending to be confused? Just eat with peace of mind. Li Zihui was also confused, coughed, and then said, Mr. Yi, don't you have anything to say? You called me here to ask me what I want to say? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and replied lightly. Li Zihui was so angry that he wanted to curse, but what the other person said made sense. How dare you be so disrespectful to the head of my Li family? Li Shenyuan shouted again. Is there any place for you to speak? Yumomo frowned and said, the boss is talking to your head, can a junior like you interfere? I really can't praise the aristocratic family education. Okay, leave. Li Zihui waved his hand. This female assistant is really good at talking. It's not that he didn't check Yi Yang's information, but the information on the surface was not enough to scare him, and the deep information had been hidden by the system and Jincheng law firm and could not be found at all. At least it was not accessible to the Li family at this level. Since Mr. Yi doesn't want to say more, then I will help you think about it, Li Zihui said lightly. Yi Yang ignored him. Obviously, filling his stomach was more important to him than listening to these useless words. But Li Zihui didn't mind, just talking to himself. During the autumn fishing in Songhua Lake, you forcibly intervened halfway and used the Taichu number 1 that you had planned for a long time, causing the Li family alliance to lose the game. The Li family directly lost nearly 2.5 billion in property. Then, at the concert of the popular star Han Jingjing, you and your lover. Huh? What lover? Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu reacted instantly and asked repeatedly. Of course it's Han Jingjing. Li Zihui snorted coldly, she's just a little celebrity. Why didn't she have dinner with my Li family's direct descendants and chose you? Li Changji, that junior, couldn't figure it out, but I figured it out for him. It's obvious that you know her. You're setting a trap to cheat him out of his money. Although tens of millions are not much, it's obvious that since you returned to Chunqing, you have been targeting my Li family everywhere and everything. What? It's not good to be so narcissistic, isn't it? Yi Yang had 1,000 question marks running in his heart. It was obviously the Li family's own fault. They always wanted to show off to him, but ended up hitting the stone with an egg. Now that they have provoked others and failed to accomplish things, they blame others in return. This brain circuit is quite strange. Wait till I finish. Li Zihui Paused, then continued, also, at the real estate auction last night, you teamed up with Yang Mingho, a member of the Yang family, the old enemy of the Li family, and cheated us out of 1 billion yuan, so that in the final competition for the Villa King, the Li family directly lost the qualification to compete. Are what I said true? Before Yi Yang could speak, Li Zihuai continued to speak like a barrage of cannons. If you don't say anything, you will agree. Just admit it. Yi Yang looked at Li Zihuai helplessly. This old guy must have some mental illness, right? Why is he talking to himself every day? He looked at the other Li family members beside him with sympathy. Your family head is mentally ill. Change a family head quickly. He has started to talk nonsense. How dare you? Li Shenyuan jumped out again. However, this time, before he could say anything else, he lost his voice directly, just because his whole body was lifted up by Shou King Xuanho appeared in front of him. What do you want to do? Many members of the Li family stood up in horror. We didn't beat you the first time because we are kind people. We didn't beat you the second time because we are guests. But 3 times is the limit. You insulted my boss several times, you. Xiao Qingshuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. And she directly swung Li Shuani up, like a torn cloak, and threw him straight to the ground. Bang! The floor was cracked by the smash. Bleeding red, he was obviously knocked unconscious. This strange power frightened many members of the Li family so much that they lost their voices and became mute. Is this man still a human being? My boss is not someone you can insult at will. If you say another word of disrespect, as his bodyguard, I promise, this person will be your fate. Xiao Qingxian stepped on the head of the unconscious Li Shenyuan with a grim tone. Gurgle. The dozen or so men of the Li family present were so frightened by this momentum that they dared not say a word for a while. Yi Yang waved his hand. We are just here to have a meal. Fighting and killing is not good. It's enough. Vigorous exercise during a meal will hurt your stomach. That's right. Xiao Qingxian kicked Li Shenyuan away and sat back next to Yi Yang. Li Zihuai's face was gloomy. It's not simple. Fortunately, the arrangements were made in advance. Thinking of his own arrangements, his face was slightly relieved, and he smiled faintly. Mr. Ye's bodyguard is beautiful, but his temper is hard enough. Second update, thanks to the book friend missing is the most tender waiting for the praise, thanks to the book friend Qinshi for the Bobo milk tea. Thanks to the book friend Lu Yifeng for the summoning talisman. Thank you very much. Thanks to the book friends 1931/1297, Weijiu Bailiang for a love letter. Thanks to the book friends 2528/4944, the ancestor of Luanmen. For the praise. The Yang family's general office. What did you say? Yang Delin stood up with a bang, glaring and shouting. Yi. Mr. Yi was invited to dinner by the Li family. The secretary was startled and said repeatedly. Did Mr. Yi agree? Yang Delin was a little surprised. He should have gone by now. We just got the news from the Li family. The secretary said. Damn it. Yang Delin knocked on the table angrily, with a gloomy expression on his face. This Li family must have bad intentions. Their two families are rivals, and they know each other's tempers very well. He knows who the Li family is. In the early years, the Li family made their fortune by gray business. They are gangsters themselves, and they have a tendency to solve problems violently. Now that they suddenly invite their Rivals to dinner, it must be a hangmen banquet. If it was a few years ago, maybe they couldn't reach an agreement on this meal, and they would directly find a gunman to kill the rivals and forcibly merge resources. Although the Li family certainly wouldn't dare to go so far now, it's definitely not a good thing to invite Mr. Yi over. Yang Delin was very worried. He remembered the real identity of Yi Yang recorded in the blue book given to him by Jincheng law firm, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The blue book not only recorded Yi Yang's identity, but also a warning. It clearly stated that if anything happened to Yi Yang in Chengcheng, the law firm would put the responsibility on him, Yang Delin. That was simply not something he could bear. What happened, Chairman? It's probably just a normal meal. Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The secretary was about to comfort him. Yang Delin waved his hand. What do you know? Then, what should we do now? The secretary asked repeatedly. Gather all the people that the Yang family can gather, now, immediately. Gather here for me, and come to the Li family with me to visit old friends. Yang Delin's face showed a majestic look, and he shouted in a deep voice. Okay. The secretary looked at Yang Delin's face and knew the urgency of the matter. He hurried down to inform the Yang family members below. Li family, banquet scene. You are not qualified to comment on my bodyguard. Yi Yang glanced at Li Zihuai and said lightly. Li Zihuai sneered. Okay, in this case, boss, Yi pretends to be confused, so I will not play dumb with you anymore. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Today, the purpose of my calling you here is to make up for the loss of my Li family. Li Zihuai stood up and raised his glass with extraordinary momentum. No one can eat the benefits of my Li family for nothing and not spit it out. Yi Yang laughed, thinking it was some conspiracy. The result is just this? What are you laughing at? Li Zihuai frowned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart, but thinking that this is his territory, he didn't care. I'm just laughing at your stupidity. Yi Yang glanced around. You want to ask others for money just by talking? You are taking it for granted, aren't you? Yi Yang. Who do you think you are? Li Zihuai shouted angrily. You are too arrogant. You are a kid from an ordinary family with no background at all, and you dare to be so disrespectful to my Li family. I have seen countless young people like you who are arrogant after making some achievements at a young age. In the early years, if these young people were if I had encountered this, I would have gone to hell long ago. I advise you not to be too arrogant. I'm inviting you to dinner as a gift. If you don't agree to my Li family's proposal, you may not be able to bear the consequences later. Yi Yang sneered. Really? If this is what you want today, then I have only one thing to tell you. Looking around, looking at the serious-looking Li family members, he smiled faintly. Old man, take care of yourself. After this sentence came out, all the members of the Li family stood up angrily. What do you mean? Too arrogant. You must be taught a lesson. It's simply too outrageous. How dare you do this to old Master Li? These Li family members were so angry that their faces turned red. Huh? Shou Qingxian frowned and looked around again. Thinking of the scene where Li Shenyuan was beaten just now, these Li family members were instantly scared. Li Zihuai laughed. Do you really think you are invincible? This is my territory. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Hua la la. A crowd of people rushed in. The leader was a strong man. weighing more than 200 pounds. He looked very strong and should be a sumo wrestler from Japan. Look at you. This is the work of the head of my family. If you don't sign it today, you can't leave the Li family intact. The man spoke stiffly in an awkward Japanese-accented Chinese. Yi Yang shook his head, very disappointed. I thought that as the patriarch of a big family that dominates Chongqing, your methods would be more sophisticated. Now this performance is no different from street hooligans. Oh? Li Zihui raised his eyebrows and laughed. Violence is the foundation of my fortune. It may seem low-end, but it is the most effective. If you don't want to suffer this physical pain today, I advise you to sign this agreement. Yi Yang glanced at the agreement casually and couldn't help laughing. You old thing, you have a big appetite. What do you mean? Li Zihuai's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. My tolerance has a limit. If you make such a joke again, I won't guarantee your safety. Yi Yang shook the agreement casually. You want half of my property? The Li family, which is as small as a sesame seed, is not afraid of bursting itself. You. Li Zihui was about to say something, but he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next moment, Yi Yang's sandbag-sized fist was handed to him. A feeling of weightlessness surged into his heart, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground. You. What are you doing? Let go of our old man. Hurry up. The core members of the Li family were stunned when they saw Yi Yang stepping on Li Zihui. Li Zihui had never expected that things would turn out like this. Shou Qingxian had shown her bodyguard strength before, so the thugs who rushed in were all on guard against the two beautiful bodyguards. No one expected that as a boss, Yi Yang, who looked like an ordinary young man, would be so strong. Obviously, the top sumo wrestler, Ichiro Furuta, who had a great reaction speed, was standing in front of him. How did he bypass the opponent in an instant and subdue the old manly? Could it be that he has an inhuman speed? First update. Since you think violence is so effective, then I have no choice but to treat others in their own way. Yi Yang exerted force with his foot and broke Li Zihui's shoulder blade, and sneered. The other party has become so insane that he has no reason to worry anymore. Even the thugs have entered the scene, which means that the opponent has indeed made up his mind to fight. In this case, of course it is better to strike first. Even if they go head-to-head, together with the Shou sisters, they can completely sweep this area. However, it is better to be cautious. After all, Yumomo does not know martial arts. If the other party takes Yumomo hostage, it will be very difficult to handle. It is better to control Li Zihui directly so that the other party does not dare to do anything excessive. You're the only one called a sumo wrestler. Shou Qingxian slapped Ichiro Furuta on the face, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. These guys actually dare to do such a thing to the boss. It is simply an unforgivable sin. Li Zihui's shoulders were crushed and he started to cry. Next, his whole body was lifted up by Yi Yang and hung in midair. You said that if I strangle you to death now, does that count as self-defense? There was a hint of coldness in Yi Yang's eyes. You, don't be impulsive. Li Zihui was so frightened that his body trembled violently. He could feel the cold chill in Yi Yang's words. He was really not kidding. Want to survive? Yes, you can draw up a contract and transfer all the property of the Li family directly to my name. Yi Yang said lightly. You are dreaming. Li Zihui gritted his teeth, Do you think you really dare to kill someone if I believe you? At most, you will suffer a little physical pain. If you want the Li family's property, there is no way. Some people value money more than life. It is impossible for him to trade all his property, including buying your own life. At this time, there was also a noise outside. What happened? The core members of the Li family were all panicking. At this time, they were usually flatterers, but now the backbone of the family, the old man, was in someone's hands. Another unexpected situation occurred outside, which can be said to be a sudden chaos. No, the Yang family rushed to the door with their people, asking to see Mr. Li by name. You won't stop him. This is the Li family. Did he just come in if he wanted to? We stopped it, but the other party was led by Mr. Yang himself, so there was no way he could stop it. Mr. Yang is here in person. The core members of the Li family were stunned. However, before they could react, a group of fierce people have already entered outside. Soon, the spacious hall of the Li family was filled with people. The thugs on both sides looked at each other fiercely, and the atmosphere was extremely serious. The Yang family members were separated from each other. Yang Delin stood behind a person and walked out slowly. What? The people of the Li family present were a little horrified when they saw this scene. What kind of background could a big shot like Yang Delin have behind him? After looking closely at the other person's appearance and identity, everyone turned pale. Governor of Spring City. The general manager in charge of all aspects of affairs in Spring City has great power. Yang Delin actually invited the governor of Spring City to come with him. What a grand display. No wonder those people outside didn't dare to stop me. Mr. Yi, are you okay? The governor of Chunqing City walked into the hall. He was not as majestic as everyone imagined. Instead, he ran directly towards Yi Yang and asked with concern. I'm fine. Yi Yang casually threw Li Zihuai to the ground, but this. The governor of Chunqing was a little surprised. After hearing what Yang Delin said, he rushed over immediately. Mr. Yi had such a strong background that even he couldn't afford to deal with it if anything went wrong in Chunqing. But until he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes at all. It was clearly a hongmen banquet hosted by the Li family. Why did Mr. Yi, who was supposed to be at a disadvantage, beat the old man of the Li family to a near-death state? Is it possible that these thugs from the Li family are all undercover? It's simply unbelievable. That's outrageous. Fortunately, Mr. Yi seems to be fine. Li Zihuai struggled to catch his breath and said with a smile, Governor Zhang, why are you here? The visitor was none other than Zhang Yifeng, the current city governor of Spring City. No matter how powerful he is still within the scope of Spring City and must be under the jurisdiction of others and depends on their faces. When the big shot comes, how dare he neglect him? You are so brave. Do you know what kind of person this Mr. Yi is? You. Zhang Yifeng pointed at Li Zihuai angrily, you don't have to call me city governor. I'm here today to mediate in a private capacity. Otherwise, you should be in jail now. Who is he? Isn't he just a young man with some assets? How can he afford to be the city governor? Li Zihuai was a little confused. Has your brain been damaged? Zhang Yifeng sneered, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. I only give you one way. For tonight's matter, you must pay 2/3 of your Li family's property to Mr. Yi. Otherwise, the relationship between you will be ruined. Jiang will no longer have any involvement in the matter, and neither will the city government. However, I don't think your Li family needs to exist anymore if you offend Mr. Yi. Li Zihui was sweating profusely and understood the meaning of the words. This forces him to give the Li family's assets to this kid. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of the entire city government. If it were anyone else talking to him like this, he wouldn't be able to agree. However, the other party is someone he must not provoke, the governor of Spring City. How's it going? Have you thought about it carefully? Zhang Yifeng asked in a deep voice. Li Zihuai's face was dark, his whole body was suppressing trembling, and he nodded in humiliation. The Li family is willing. Master! Old master! Everyone in the Li family shouted, enough! Li Zihui waved his hand, saying that he could risk his life for the Li family's assets, but if he offended the city governor, it would be a loss of both people and money, and it would be completely meaningless. Moreover, the other party also left 1/3 of his assets to himself. As long as he did not die, he would always make a comeback. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this treatment? Zhang Yifeng looked at Yi Yang with a smile and asked what he meant. Second update, thanks to book friend 7635/5010, Mo Shou who loves to eat crispy dried tofu thanks to book friend 1472/9586 for the bobo milk tea. Thank you book friend for the indescribable reminder. Thanks to book friends for peace of mind in my hometown. 1931/1297, Yi Shouzan, thanks to book friend Killing Blood * Killing God for a love letter thanks to book friend Wang Kwai, who loves to eat meat and stir-fried green garlic, for the thumbs up thanks to book friends 4344/8802 and 2119/4607 for their love letters thanks to Min Xian, a book friend who loves spicy and sour rice noodles, for posting the blade. I wish you all a happy new year, all the best, pass your exams, and go well in your work. Tomorrow, New Year's Day 2021, updates will officially resume. This year, the author has only taken 1 day off, which can be regarded as a very conscientious work. Haha, there have been a lot of things in the past few days and I am quite tired. I just want to take a rest tonight. I'm about to board the train home tomorrow. I guess I'll have to work hard during the day, but I'll try my best to restore the updated _intersection. Oh haha. Thanks for yesterday's reward, thanks to book friend Wuliang for the 2 likes thanks to book friend 3306/9343 for sending me the blade. Thanks to book friend Zhang Jojo for the like and a love letter, thanks to book friend 4476/8252 for a love letter but it takes 1,000 words to post the chapter, so here's the word shui, hee. Is this good? This is not good. Yi Yang shook his head, this does not calm my anger. Don't go too far. Li Zihui frowned, even if you have some relationship with Governor Chencheng, the Li family is not without background. 2/3 of the Li family's assets are close to 10 billion. 10 billion still can't calm your anger? Why are you so angry? Zhang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, but nodded slightly, then please make your own decision, Mr. Yi. No matter what decision you make, I will fully support it. Governor, you. Li Zihuai's face turned completely dark. Even if you are the governor, you can't bully my Li family arbitrarily. Times are no longer what they used to be. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you have to ask the law. Zhang Yifeng was happy. Sooner or later you will understand that I am actually protecting you tonight. Protect me? Divide my Li family's property to protect me? Li Zihuai's angry veins popped out. Good. To Li Zihuai's surprise, Zhang Yifeng nodded and admitted without hesitation. He laughed completely angrily. Haha, Zhang Yifeng, don't be too strict in doing things. I said that I am here to mediate on my own behalf tonight. You don't have to agree to the proposal I mentioned, but if you don't agree, I cannot guarantee the consequences. This consequence is not brought to you by me, but by me. Mr. Yi brought it to you. Zhang Yifeng said calmly. Just him? Li Zihuai sneered and looked at Yi Yang. Now, I really want to hear how big your appetite is. I want 90% of your Li family's assets. Yi Yang said calmly. 90% of the assets is considered a very serious punishment. Although you can live on the remaining 10th, it must be extremely miserable compared with before. He didn't bother to say 100%. Because that was impossible. With the way Li Zihuai was risking his life for money just now, this proposal was in vain. Ha 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 ha. Li Zihuai laughed crazily. This appetite is really big enough. Forgive me, the Li family, for refusing. Li Zihuai rolled his sleeves. Besides, I will not apologize for what happened tonight. If it happens again, the Li family will make the same choice. Yi Yang's eyes flashed with a subtle coldness. This is your own choice, remember your choice. After that, he waved his hand and took the 3 Shaoqingxian girls out of the door without any regrets. Yang Delin looked at Li Zihuai sympathetically. He knew that his old rival had really missed a glance and might be gone tomorrow. Li Zihuai looked at Yang Delin's eyes before leaving, and felt a little awe-inspiring in his heart. If he didn't understand Yi Yang, it didn't mean that he didn't understand this old rival. What exactly does that mean? Before he could figure it out, Zhang Yifeng sighed and patted his shoulder. Helplessly, take care of yourself and wish for more happiness. After that, he stepped out of the hall and left. Directly. Li Zihuai watched calmly as these people walked away completely, and his mood slowly returned to a calm level. What should I do? Old man? Master, these members of the Li family asked again and again. What happened? Tonight was clearly beyond their expectations. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Zihuai's eyes. No matter what the facts are, whether the city governor's purpose is to protect me or harm me. At this time it is meaningless. Old Master, what do you say? Yes, Master, what should we do now? The Li family were all confused by Li Zihuai at this time. Call. Li Zihuai let out a long breath and slowly sat on the seat. If the other party is really a big shot as the city governor said, then do you really think he will be so kind that he will let us go as long as he only needs 90% of our assets? What do you mean? Old man. The real purpose of asking for 90% of our assets is to completely eliminate our power. It is not difficult to think clearly. As the backbone of the alliance, we have been fighting with the Yang family for so many years and have made too many enemies. Once 90% of our assets are really eliminated, then our former enemies will directly devour us without mercy. He doesn't even need to take action at all. Do you understand? All family members suddenly realized. That's it. What a vicious plan. I'm so stupid that I didn't even see the sinister intentions behind this proposal. It's really scary. If we really agree to the other party tonight, then we're Probably going to be doomed. Old master, you are really far-sighted and thoughtful. Li Zihui nodded slightly. Actually, from the moment the city governor showed up, I already knew that this son's identity is not simple. Although he is an ordinary family, I am afraid that he has developed very powerfully in the Magic City, so that the city governor had to step in to protect him. If you have this status, if the Li family fights against it, the hope of winning is very slim. However, after having done this to him, such a big man will never let it go. Therefore, our only choice is to fight. Li Zihui stood up again. Even if the fish is dead and the net is broken, this is the only way we have left. Many members of the Li family looked pale. They thought the head of the family was angry just now, but they did not expect the stakes that followed. They only thought that Yi Yang might be very powerful, but they did not think of the 2 layers behind him. It turns out that the old man had already thought of so much at that moment. So, what should we do now? Yes, since we have to fight, we will go all out. Old master, please give us a way, and we will do it immediately. Everyone in the Li family knows that it is now a matter of life and death. This is related to the core interests of everyone present, and they are all worthy of death. A person who can make even the city governor fear him must have a very high status, and the resources he can mobilize are beyond our imagination. Li Zihui pondered, whether it's a business war or any other way of fighting back, we are bound to lose. Seeing the gloomy faces of everyone in the field, a cold and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, it is not impossible for us. You mean? Everyone in the Li family was shocked as if they thought of something. You guys go down first. After the irrelevant people were screened out, only the core members of the Li family were left. Li Zihui rubbed his neck with a sinister expression. Our only chance of winning is to kill Yi Yang directly. First update. Just kill him. All the senior executives of the Li family swallowed secretly and were completely confused. This suggestion made them tremble inwardly. Although the Li family has done a lot of bad things over the years, there are almost no people who are really capable of such extreme things, and even if they are, they don't know about it. Li Zihui looked at the faces of the people in the field, and a trace of scorn flashed across his face. You juniors, this thing scares you so much. In the early years when the Li family was making a fortune, you were still wearing crotchless pants. At that time, it was really fought with blood. Killing someone is nothing. Li Zihui's words made everyone in the Li family shudder. It turned out that the old man actually had such a past. However, if such a big shot is assassinated, the government will spare no effort to investigate, and the truth will be easily exposed. People in the Li family were all worried. Oh, of course I have already considered what you said. Li Zihui sneered, but, since I proposed this plan, I must be absolutely sure. Absolutely sure? The Li family members all expressed doubts. Well, as of now, I won't hide it from you anymore. Li Zihui let out a long sigh. The reason why the Li family was able to develop and grow back then was that there was a major crisis. It was during that crisis that I met a noble man, and from that noble man I obtained the greatest assassination in the world. Organization's contact details. The largest assassination organization? Could it be the famous one? Everyone in the Li family looked over. Yes, it's the Hurricane Company. Li Zihui's eyes suddenly burst into sharp light, and his whole body erupted with a huge glow of confidence. Hiss. Upon hearing this name, all the Li family couldn't help but take a breath. Hurricane Company. That is the largest organization in the world. It does not belong to any country, but its business has expanded to every corner of the world. Even the life and death of the head of a small country can be controlled. The old man actually has such a super existence's contact information. It's simply beyond imagination. No wonder the old man dared to be so brave. Just now. It turns out that we already have a complete countermeasure. I admire you. You are worthy of being the head of the family. The Li family members relaxed at this time and returned to the familiar route of boasting. Naturally, Li Zihuai raised the corners of his mouth high in the praise, and his eyes returned to coldness. He looked outside the hall, in the direction Yi Yang was leaving, and sneered, "Boy, fight with me, you are still too young, knight." Li Zihuai dialed the sacred phone carefully and solemnly. "This is the hurricane line." A cold voice sounded without any emotion. It reminded Li Zihuai of the fear he felt when he first dialed this number. When he was young. I want to buy a life," Li Zihuai said nervously. "Place. There is no nonsense, just open your mouth and ask for the most concise information." Chinese Spring City. It was obviously not the first time that Li Zihuai had done this, and he reported back again and again. "China needs to pay more." There was a trace of hesitation there, and it was obvious that business in China was difficult. "Easy to say, easy to say," Li Zihuai said repeatedly. "Time." The other party continued to ask. "The sooner the better," Li Zihuai said repeatedly. "Expediting it requires extra money." There was another reminder, to add money identity. The identity can only be confirmed as the owner of Songhua Fishing Ground for the time being. Oh, by the way, the other party should have some hidden identity, and it may be quite a lot. Unless you're in the upper echelons of our hurricane, anyone else on the planet can try it, it's just a different price. A cold voice replied. Good. Li Zihuai's eyes lit up. The last item, name. Name, Yi Yang. For some reason, Li Zihuai felt that after he said this, the other party fell silent. This was something that had never happened in all these years of contacting the other party. The rare silence there made Li Zihuai feel even more uneasy. Please confirm your name again. Finally, the other party responded. Yi Yang. Li Zihuai said repeatedly. This person is not found in the database. The hurricane cannot accept this order. Can. Li Zihuai wanted to say something else, but found that the other party hung up very simply. Holy shit. Li Zihuai was completely panicked now. Hurricane refused to accept. Is this person missing from the database, or is there something else hidden? China has always been a black hole in the entire international killer world. It is normal for some data to be inconsistent. But if there is another hidden secret, then things will become scary. This matter was stuck in his throat, making Li Zihuai feel uneasy. The last trump card was immediately discarded before it could be played. He clenched his fists. It seems that the only option is to post hunting posts on the international dark web. After that, he also stood up. The shock Yi Yang brought to him became stronger and stronger. Before Yi Yang died, he could no longer feel at ease. Offending such a super big shot, the Li family is in danger of being completely overturned at any time. In Jingyue Villa, Yi Yang tasted red wine. This dinner really made him angry. He rarely got really angry, but every time he got angry, it represented a real disaster. He had asked Momo to prepare a plan. This business war would destroy the Li family. In all aspects. Threatening his personal safety was his bottom line. Since he dared to do something to me, let him realize what true despair is. Boss. Momo walked in with his mobile phone. Is it ready so quickly? Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. It's a call from Hurricane Security. Momo explained repeatedly. Hurricane Security? Yang raised his eyebrows. This was the first time that the other party took the initiative to call him. In addition to contacting him, Hurricane has always been regarded as one of his biggest trump cards. Since he took the initiative to call me, something extraordinary must have happened. Second update, thanks to book friend 3773/1231 for Bobo Milk. T. Thanks to the book friend origin creator, Ka, a love letter from those who provoke me must die, thanks. To the book friend 1931/1297 for the likes and love letter, thanks to the book friend Jishan Yuanyang for the likes and love letter, thanks to the book friend chicken dinner teammates all go s, Jiatian Gang Yulong Elder, diving. 6268/0023, 3443/3227, for the likes, thanks to the book friends 2581/2627, 1098/8698 for Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to the book friend Morong Zhaoling, who likes Spotted Stone Turtle, for the 7 love letters. Thanks to the book friend 1112/3583 for the urging talisman. Thanks to the book friend TM Gu for the likes. Boss, we received an assassination order today. It was for you. We rejected it. The specific information has been passed to the Shou sisters. What should we do next? The voice on the other side was full of awe. Yi Yang's eyes suddenly became silent, and an uncontrollable murderous intention surged in his heart. He originally thought that times were different now, and he would never encounter such a thing again, but he didn't expect this happened just like that. Fortunately, the person he looked for first turned out to be his own assassination company. Now that his life has been threatened, he will never be soft again. Since he wants to die, let him be satisfied. Yi Yang replied calmly. This was the first time he had made the decision to kill, but there was no hesitation or strangeness in his heart. Clear. There was a concise and powerful reply. Yi Yang hung up the phone and his face was a little gloomy. The world was still the same. If people were pushed into a hurry, there would always be people who would fight to the death and directly plot the lives of others. What's wrong? Umo asked in confusion. Yi Yang told the story roughly. Umomo was also very angry. This old guy has gone too far. And he deserves to die. Yi Yang nodded slightly. I was frightened tonight. Give my boss a shoulder massage. Yu silently knelt down behind Yi Yang and kneaded it carefully. It was obvious that Umomo had a lot of research in this area. The strength and position of his techniques were very good, making Yi Yang relax instantly and feel a lot relieved. Your massage is very comfortable. Yi Yang squinted his eyes, enjoying it very much. Hee. Momo lets his master enjoy it. Master, when will Momo let his master enjoy it? Umomo leaned against Yi Yang's ear and said softly. If you want, you can, now. Yi Yang turned around and laid her down on the quilt, looking at Umomo with bright eyes. I'm ready. Yu silently exhaled, eyes firm. Then I'll start. Yi Yang smiled lightly and closed the quilt directly. Amidst the ups and downs, all the previous unhappiness and vague worries were forgotten. The next day, Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu walked into the bedroom. You came quite early. Has the matter come to an end? Yi Yang asked. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both nodded slightly and handed over a report. Yi Yang opened the report and raised his eyebrows slightly. In this report, there is the record of the entire phone call last night after Li Zihuai found the hurricane, as well as relevant intelligence. The reward on the dark web was also forcibly erased by the hurricane. Li Zihuai himself was also made without a trace last night. He lost his footing and fell from upstairs to his death. Relevant news reports have been on the hot list of online news sections today. Shocked. Li Zihuai, the old man of the Li family alliance in Spring City, accidentally slipped and fell into the Li family villa late last night. He died at the age of 70. His life was filled with mixed success. It is reported that Li Zihuai, the head of the Li family and chairman of Spring City Tiantong Group, died mysteriously last night. According to preliminary investigation, it is determined that he died from a fall from a high altitude. So fast? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. When Huan sent him a message last night, it was already late at night, which meant that he had just given the order to counterattack, and Li Zihuai died within a short period of time. This execution efficiency is terrifying enough. It also made him feel that the so-called world's #1 underground organization did not live up to its name. In a hurricane, senior executives have different levels. The orders issued by executives at different levels have different priorities. You are the chairman, so orders are naturally the highest priority. Use all the highest resources to deliver the most effective, optimal, and fastest method to kill the target. There was also a hint of chill in Shou Qingshuan's tone. It's a pity that in order to avoid suspicion and possible risks, I was not allowed to carry out this task in person. Otherwise, I would never have let him die so happily. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth twitched. He fell from the tall building and his brain was cracked. In Shou Qingshuan's words, it was actually a happy way to die. How dare you threaten the boss? After Shou Qingxian learned the news, she was very angry. After all, Yi Yang is the man she cares about most now. Shou Xiaozhu squeezed her shoulder to tell her not to get too excited, and then smiled at Yi Yang. Boss, for the sake of safety and confidentiality, this report material needs to be burned after reading. Yi Yang nodded slightly and returned the report to Shou Xiaozhu. After processing the report, this matter has turned a chapter. Hurricane's work is very reliable and guaranteed. Especially when a small matter like last night was treated as top secret, it was carried out even more carefully and rigorously, leaving no trace of evidence. After investigation, it can only be determined that Li Zihuai lost his footing and fell from a height. As soon as the news came out, the entire Li family was in chaos. After all, everything at the core of the Li family can be controlled by Li Zihuai. The entire family relies on him to run, and others have no access to the core. Now that Li Zihuai has stopped cooking, the entire Li family is in chaos. They don't have time to grieve. External forces have already started mergers and acquisitions, and started to acquire the assets of the Li family. Without Li Zihuai as their backbone, they would not be able to defeat Yongdelin in a business war in just 1 or 2 days. A huge family that originally dominated half of the sky in Spring City and was extremely powerful quickly showed signs of decay and was on the verge of collapse. Who knows when it will truly collapse? Relevant news and reports dominate the headlines every day. People who don't know the inside story are confused that such a behemoth collapsed so quickly. Just like a dream. Those who could roughly guess the inside story were trembling and lamenting Yi Yang's thunderous methods. The entire Spring City business community has been immersed in a wave of turmoil and shock these past 2 days. However, the next day, a piece of news came out, which quickly put an end to all the controversy and turmoil. The waves caused by Li Zihuai's death seemed to be insignificant in the face of the big waves caused by this incident, and were quickly submerged. Jingyue Villa. Spring City. Dinner? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the golden invitation in his hand. Yes, this is a super gathering held once a year in Spring City. Celebrities from all walks of life in Spring City will gather together. But this time it is completely different from previous years, so it has caused an unprecedented response. Yang Mingho kept saying. Completely different? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What's the difference? This time a super big man is coming to the Spring City dinner party. The entire Spring City has been secretly preparing for his arrival for a long time. Yang Mingho said repeatedly, among them, the Li family has invested the most, but, obviously they are completely useless this time. Super big shot? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, who is it? First update. With my level, I naturally don't know who is coming. Yang Haoming scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Well, it's okay, you'll know when the time comes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He was still very keen on eating for free. As for the existence that makes the whole Chongqing extremely important, even the Yang family regards him as a super big figure. He should not be an unknown person in China, and maybe he has some intersection with me. It's not too late to recognize each other then. After sending the invitation, Yang Haoming left. Brother, you have to take me with you this time, right? Yi Xiaozi laughed. Yi Yang didn't let Yi Xiaozi know the details of the Li family's Hongmen banquet. Otherwise, according to the girl's nature of telling everything to her parents, I'm afraid her parents will worry about him again. Okay, I'll take you this time. Yi Yang smiled lightly and nodded. Humph, the damned stinky old man finally remembered your poor sister. Yi Xiaozi cheered and went into her bedroom to prepare dinner clothes. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly, looking at the Shou sisters who were trying not to laugh, and rolled his eyes. Why don't you get ready quickly? Okay, boss. Xiao Qingxian stuck out her tongue and retreated in a flash. Yi Yang came to the garage and nodded his chin in distress. Because of his parents' driving habits, he didn't let you Momo buy a supercar. If it wasn't a supercar, the price was generally not high. The most expensive thing in the garage was just a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce 5-seater SUV Cullinan worth more than 30 million. If it was to attend such a formal dinner, wouldn't it be a bit uncool? Boss, what are you thinking about? Yumomo blinked and asked. Yi Yang told Yumomo about his worries, and Yumomo laughed out loud. I can only say, you are worthy of being the boss. This kind of dinner party focuses more on commerciality. This kind of grand and solemn SUV model is actually more eye-catching. This Cullinan is customized. There should be no better car than this in Chongqing. The owner can drive with confidence. Yumomo laughed. Is that so? Yi Yang was relieved. Then let's take this 1. After choosing the car and putting on the dress, the four beauties and Yi Yang got in the car. Yumomo and Yi Xiaozi sat in the front. The Shou sisters sat on Yi Yang's left and right, rubbing against Yi Yang from time to time to take advantage of him. For this, Yi Yang could only turn a blind eye, resisting in his heart, but his body was extremely honest. It's really troublesome to be handsome. The girls all want to take advantage of me. For such a big event as the Chunqing dinner party, it is natural to choose a signature location like the Yingbin restaurant. For this reason, the Yingbin restaurant was booked by all the big families tonight, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Mr. Yi Yang Haoming had been waiting in the parking lot for a long time, waiting for Yi Yang to drive for him. This card also made the bigwigs in the business circle stunned. After all, Yang Haoming's status in the Yang family is obvious to all, and he actually came here to be a car boy for a person of the same age. But when they saw the face of the young man who got out of the car, they were all surprised. This Mr. Yi has been very popular in Chunqing recently. In just 3 or 5 days, one after another anecdotes about him have spread throughout Chunqing. The owner of the super fishing boat Taichu worth more than 400 million yuan. He spent 500 million yuan at the concert of the popular star Han Jingjing to reward him. At the Jiangjing Real Estate auction, he pushed 2 billion Chinese yuan and strongly won the Spring City Villa King, Xinhuang Mansion. There have been rumors in the past few days that the head of the Li family offended him and fell from a high place, which directly led to the decline of the Li family. However, no one can confirm the last point, and it is not public, and many people do not believe it. Mr. Yi, please. Yang Haoming bowed. The Yang family and the Li family have roughly the same power and have been mortal enemies for decades. But this pattern was completely broken by the young man in front of him in just a few days. In order to please Yi Yang, the Yang family swallowed up most of the assets of the Li family in a few days and prospered. And the Li family, because of angering the other party, directly fell. This fact is cruel and true, which makes Yang Haoming understand that this person in front of him must be served with all his strength. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly and walked into the Binyue restaurant with several women. Gulu. Really awesome, with 4 super beauties around, can you stand it at night? Haha, young man, are you healthy? Some big bosses obviously saw this scene, shook their heads in self-mockery, and followed him in. In the super large banquet hall on the first floor, there were bright lights and wine, and a luxurious atmosphere. Every one of them came from a well-known force in Chunqing. Seeing Yi Yang enter, the atmosphere suddenly became more heated. Countless big guys stood up and greeted him. This scene made Yi Yang quite emotional. In just a few days, his reputation in Chunqing has been turned upside down. The waiter was also very sensible and directly led Yi Yang to the most core seat. This table was obviously distinguished from other tables. Sitting on it were all important figures in Chunqing. Each of them was a big shot who could make Chunqing tremble with a stomp of his feet. Seeing Yi Yang coming, the governor of Chunqing stood up directly. Seeing that the governor had stood up, other big men who didn't know Yi Yang well didn't want to show off. They all stood up, one after another, to welcome Yi Yang's arrival. Mr. Yi is here as expected. Zhang Yifeng smiled and gave up the stool beside him. Please sit down. Even the governor stood up and gave up his seat. It's a big show. Beside the governor, a middle-aged man with long eyebrows smiled lightly and said in a yin-yang tone. Zhang Yifeng frowned. This Zhu Ziqi has someone above him. He doesn't get along with him in Chuncheon, but he is the boss after all. The other party dare not go against him openly, so he can only be young and disgusting. This is the character of President Shou. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't mind. Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. I never get angry with young people. You. Zhu Ziqi suffered a loss and became depressed. Second update, thanks to book friends Lu Shui Guanfeng, 3333/3460, for the likes. Thanks to book friends Leabakio Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to book friends 3040/8638, Su Xian who loves to eat clay pot grouper, and a love letter from Yi Shou. Thanks to book friends 180/6102 for the likes. Thanks to book friends Honghiren for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to book friends 2101/8645. The military advisor of the Jiangjing Zhuge Qing for sending a blade. Thanks to book friends 2049/1367 a love letter. Some young people, who have achieved success at a young age, forget who they are after being praised for a few words. Zhu Ziqi felt uncomfortable being criticized by Yi Yang and could only complain angrily. Ahem. Most of the people present were centrists who did not want to offend either side, and they all laughed and said nothing at this time. Zhang Yifeng didn't bother to talk to Zhu Ziqi and just talked and laughed with Yi Yang. As for the Li family's affairs, he also kept silent. Some things, if brought up without evidence, would appear to have low IQ and EQ. Next to Yi Yang is Yang Delin. As a representative of the business community, the Yang family and Li family take turns sitting at the core table at the annual meeting. Originally, Li Zihuai was supposed to take this position this year, but obviously, the other party was not so lucky. Yang Delin was naturally very respectful to Yi Yang. This atmosphere was clearly felt by the dignitaries around him, and they couldn't help but look at Yi Yang a few more times. After all, the person who can make both the city governor and the Yang family so respectful must have something special about him. This atmosphere made Zhu Ziqi feel even more uncomfortable. He was used to being the center of attention, but now the spotlight was being stolen by Yi Yang, a young man who ran out of nowhere. How could he not be jealous? He couldn't help but miss Li Zihuai. The old man was nice. He licked him comfortably every time at the annual meeting, which made him very satisfied. When he thought of Li Zihuai, he felt a little clogged in his heart. The only one who licked the dog died. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Is this young man's name Yi Yang? There have been a lot of rumors about you recently." Upon hearing that Zhu Ziqi's words were wrong, the eyes of all the big guys at the table flickered. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yifeng frowned and had a rough idea of what Zhu Ziqi was going to say. He shouted, "There are some things that you can just talk about on weekdays. It's the annual meeting now and everyone is here to celebrate. It's better to think more carefully before speaking. TSK. When will it be your turn to take care of me?" Zhu Ziqi sneered, "If you don't let me say it, then I will say it anyway. Otherwise, wouldn't my job as president of the Spring City Chamber of Commerce be in vain?" Zhang Yifeng frowned, and then sneered, "You bear the consequences at your own risk." The other big guys also looked left and right, knowing in their hearts that a storm was coming. 2 days ago, one of our Chamber of Commerce's most capable men died under mysterious circumstances. There are rumors that this man's death is closely related to this little brother. Is this news reliable? Zhu Ziqi looked at Yi Yang with a sneer. As expected, all the big guys present laughed inwardly, but did not dare to show it. Rumors are destined to be useless. Taking it out and using it in this situation would only serve to disgust people. You know it's just a rumor, and you still ask? Are you an idiot? Yi Yang glared and sneered back unceremoniously. He was never polite to and Yang weird people, and he didn't bother to fight with wits and courage. Such people were not worthy of him. Using his brain, and he could do whatever he liked. You. Zhu Ziqi slapped the table directly. What did you say? I told you, you act like an idiot. Yi Yang crossed his legs and looked at Zhu Ziqi with a sneer. You are pouring so much dirty water on others out of thin air, and there is no evidence. I scold you lightly. If today is not a happy day, you have already been beaten. Zhu Ziqi was stunned. The other big guys were also completely stunned, so violent. When they get to this point, even if they don't have a good relationship, they won't quarrel with each other. Most of the time, they just use yin and yang to make each other disgusted. This was the first time they had seen such a direct and exciting solution like Yi Yang's. Although it's a bit rough, it's really fun. What are you? You look like a 250-year-old. You look like a pig, and you hum and growl every day. Yi Yang said coldly, I am not someone else who spoils you. If you act weird in front of me again, your mouth will be smashed. Assassination of people is just a joke among the rumors. But once it is confirmed, it is a death sentence. This kind of joke would be punishable if it were brought up in public. He has been completely offended to death. Seeing the cold and fierce look in Yi Yang's eyes, Zhu Ziqi felt like his breathing was stagnant. He was just a mediocre person who got into a high position by relying on his connections. His legs were weak from fear under such substantive anger. When the other bosses saw this scene, they also suppressed their laughter. Comparing the momentum of the two sides, Zhu Ziqi was simply crushed into scum. There was such a difference in level, and he continued to provoke Mr. Yi like a retarded person. Who? Seeing the expressions of the big bosses, Zhu Ziqi also reacted. And was filled with embarrassment and anger. Who do you think you are? My uncle is the provincial commercial supervisor. If you jump again, I will ask my uncle to investigate your company. Let's do it directly, damn your company. Inventory my company? Yi Yang sneered, then your uncle's level is probably completely insufficient, or rather, he is completely unqualified. Haha. What a loud tone. No matter how awesome you are, aren't you still a businessman doing business in Ji province? You have a lot of money, but you don't know your identity. My uncle can make you collapse with just one word. Zhu Ziqi was so angry that this was the first time someone dared to be so arrogant after he moved out of his uncle's support. You didn't take his backer seriously at all. Yi Yang shrugged. His assets were spread all over the country. The total amount of assets in Jilin province was only a few hundred billion. The provincial commercial supervision had the right to investigate only these few hundred billion assets. As for the largest assets under his control, Yida, Tingshuan, Empire Financial Building, etc., were all in Shenzhen, Kyoto, and Magic City. The Jilin Provincial Commercial Supervision Bureau really had no right to extend its hands so far. He was just telling the truth, just now. Ahem. The big guys watching the show around saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and wanted to come up and make a few words to smooth things over, but they were retorted by the ignorant Zhu Ziqi. Don't even think about protecting this kid. I'm fighting him today. Even if you are Zhang Yifeng, don't think about protecting him. Zhang Yifeng spread his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, how could he protect Mr. Yi? He still had to ask Mr. Yi to invest in some projects in Chengcheng. This kid still hasn't figured out the situation. If there is a problem later, it can't be blamed on him. He sneered. In his heart, maybe now is a good opportunity to bring down Zhu Ziqi, the thorn in his side. Seeing this, the other big guys were silent, each with their own calculations in mind. The venue gradually quieted down, and it was obvious that the movement at the core table attracted their attention. Isn't that Zhu Ziqi? The only big tiger in the whole Chengcheng who dares to challenge the governor. Who let him have someone above him, huh? This Mr. Yi is awesome. Even the governor of Chengcheng doesn't want to provoke him, but he directly scolds him. Haha. He's just jumping around now, but I have a little news. This time, the uncle above him seems to be coming with that big shot in a while. When that happens, I'm afraid Yi Yang will be dumbfounded. First update. And there's this kind of inside story? That's awesome. I guess Mr. Boy is going to kneel down. Yes, that's the provincial business supervisor. He has a very high status. After being arrogant for so long, it's time for him to fall down. Let him know, young man, don't be too arrogant. Not necessarily. Although Mr. Ye's behavior is a bit out of common sense, he is still a superhero after all. He should have his own considerations and confidence. Maybe, he really has his own trump card. Maybe, I'm looking forward to it. Core table. The atmosphere was tense. Don't be crazy. I'll let my uncle check you out. I have to find out something wrong with you. Zhu Ziqi was so frightened by Yi Yang's look that he slapped the table, to give himself more confidence to speak. Yi Yang looked Zhu Ziqi up and down, and there were bursts of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Zhu Mingda, chairman of Jilin Provincial Commercial Supervision Bureau. The registration sound at the door attracted everyone's attention again. I'm going, and the chairman of the Commercial Supervision Bureau is really here. This Yi Yang is in a terrible situation now. Who knows, let's see. Everyone present was whispering and muttering constantly. The white-haired man with Chinese character face walked in and went directly to the core table. He quickly noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere. But at this time, he obviously didn't have the time to think about these details, so he went straight to the point. Mr. Ma will be here soon. I'm just here to stand in front of him. Everything is ready. Don't let it slip for a while. Do not worry. Zhang Yifeng nodded slightly, and the bosses from all walks of life around him also expressed that they were ready. Uncle, you are finally here. Only Zhu Ziqi couldn't see the atmosphere and shouted excitedly. What's the matter with you? Just hold it in for me and let's talk about it after. Tonight in peace. Zhu Mingda frowned. Why does this nephew find trouble for him every day? What is going on? Today? He actually found trouble for him. It's really mud that can't be lifted up. No. You don't know how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't take me seriously at all, and he even says you can't even control him. Zhu Ziqi really had no idea about the priorities of things. Everything was centered on himself and he didn't take the uncle's warning to heart at all. Zhu Mingda glanced at Yi Yang and saw that he didn't look nervous at all, and his aura was very casual and aloof. At first glance, he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, to be able to sit at the core table of the Spring City dinner party at such a young age and so unfamiliar, he is obviously a new face. Such an extraordinary young man happened to appear at this dinner hosted by Mr. Ma. He had to suspect that this person might be related to Mr. Ma. Before we understand the situation, we must not offend this person easily. We must even find a way to make friends with him first. The emotional intelligence and scheming of Zhu Mingda, who can be the chairman of the Provincial Commercial Supervision Committee, are obviously not comparable to rubbish like Zhu Ziqi, who relies on others to get to the position. In one thought, I figured out the joints and determined the general response method. This gentleman, does he look a little unfamiliar? Zhu Mingda asked Zhang Yifeng with a smile. This is Mr. Yi. He has become very famous in Spring City recently. I am able to invite Mr. Yi to this dinner. It is really Mr. Yi who gives me face, Zhang Yifeng said with a slight smile. Yang Delin had already revealed Ji Yang's identity to him, but he didn't want to explain it. He was still hoping that Zhu Mingda would make a mistake in judgment and offend Mr. Yi, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of all the uncles and nephews. So that's it. Zhu Mingda also nodded and smiled. Uncle, did you hear what I said? This man is too arrogant. I just said that you have no right to control him. If I were you, I would kick him out of the venue right now. Zhu Ziqi jumped to his feet and said, Shut up. Zhu Mingda shouted angrily, Do you still think you have caused me little trouble over the years? Zhu Ziqi didn't expect that the uncle would actually help an outsider. He scolded him in turn, and he was a little confused. Shut up and don't mention this matter again for a while, otherwise Mr. Ma's business will collapse in a while. You, the president of the Spring City Chamber of Commerce, I think you have done your job. Zhu Mingda scolded. Hearing the terrible consequences, Zhu Ziqi was so frightened that he shut up and did not dare to speak. But he was still unhappy inside. After holding it in for a long time, he still couldn't help but said cruelly to Yi Yang, Don't be too arrogant, kid. When this dinner is over, you will still be finished, but it will be one day earlier. And one day later. He wanted to say something else, but was completely frightened by Zhu Mingda's eyes, so he shut up angrily. Celebrities from all walks of life at other tables around him were a little surprised when they saw this result. As expected of a big boss who can sit in a provincial position, he is still careful and rigorous in his words and actions. Yes, it's much better than Peppa Pig. Zhu Ziqi, Peppa Pig is so vivid. Some wealthy daughters who were interested in Yi Yang spoke for Yi Yang. The turmoil was completely calmed down by Zhu Mingda for the time being. After all, receiving Mr. Ma is the real highlight of this dinner and cannot be delayed. Chairman of Tingshuan, Mark Jinma is here. A shout came from the door. The discussion in the field suddenly fell silent. Many people only know that a big shot is coming tonight, but there is no specific information, and they don't know who is coming. They didn't expect that this mysterious big man who had been rumored for a long time was actually Mark King. Tingshuan's market value in Hong Kong stocks is close to 4 trillion Hong Kong dollars, which can be said to be a supergiant among Chinese companies. He himself has also won the title of China's richest man several times. It can be said that he is one of the most dazzling people in China's business world. Such a big man is about to appear in front of him. In the venue, especially the celebrities in the business world, all have eager eyes and their breathing becomes heavy unconsciously. Second update, thanks to the book friend Tactical Amnesia. For 2 love letters thanks to the book friendly GG for the likes thanks to the book friend Lopcam for Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to the book friends 9290/8985 for the likes thanks to the book friend Jun Zhao and for a love letter thanks to the book friend for the likes thanks to the book friend AI Kan Xiaoshua for the likes and a love letter thanks to the book friends 4305/2801 for sending razor blades. Thanks to book friends 1058/2191 for the likes. Thanks to book friends 5649/6628 for the reminder. Mark King. All the big guys are looking forward to it, and they are also looking forward to this shining big figure in the Chinese business world. Click. The door was pushed open, and a group of people surrounded Mark Jean and entered. Wearing elegant little glasses and a decent suit, he looks very elegant. The surrounding wealthy businessmen in Spring City couldn't help but get up. A billionaire and an ordinary businessman are no longer the same concept. Mark Jean was surrounded by many government personnel. As the main receptionist tonight, Zhu Mingda also walked up at this time and said with a smile, "It is an honor for Chairman Ma to be invited here, and it is an honor for the business community in Chengqing and even Ji Province. Tonight will definitely be a very meaningful night." Everyone applauded to welcome Chairman Ma. Pa bang bang. There was also intensive clapping around, expressing their enthusiasm. Mark Jean himself was quite modest. He just smiled and then came to the course seat accompanied by a group of big shots. At the course seats, everyone in Chengqing stood up to greet him. Even Zhang Yifeng is no exception. Even Zhu Ziqi, whose nostrils were turned upward, noticed the atmosphere and did not dare to neglect. He stood up and smiled flatteringly. Only Yi Yang, who was sitting next to Zhang Yifeng, did not react much. He just looked at everything with a faint smile, as if he had no intention of getting up to greet him. This kid is crazy. Zhu Mingda glanced at Yi Yang and felt a hint of unhappiness in his heart. Originally, he was worried that this Yi Yang might be the person sent by Mark Jean to test him first, but now it seems that it is impossible. After all, this kid seems to have too low emotional intelligence. His immediate boss came and he actually, how dare you sit there and giggle? If it weren't for the men sent by Mark Jean, he would be a little less fearful. Instead, I regret not kicking him out just now. After all, everyone present now gave Mark Jean a grand welcome. Just someone who couldn't see the situation clearly and had no intention of standing up to welcome him suddenly made the atmosphere freeze, and the good atmosphere of the venue was ruined by him. Got it. Thinking of this, Zhu Mingda also felt countless anger rising in his heart. But now that Mark Jean was by his side, it was not easy to get angry on the spot, so he just winked at Yi Yang repeatedly. Only Yang Delin and Zhang Yifeng on the side smiled lightly, as if they knew what was going on and were not panicked at all. What do these two people know? Zhu Mingda also felt a little strange again, and his whole heart became entangled. Now I can only hope that this moment will pass quickly, and Mark Jean try not to notice Yi Yang. Smart people know how to make decisions before taking action. They generally don't say much until they have a thorough understanding of the situation. But Zhu Ziqi is obviously not this kind of person. Seeing that Yi Yang dared not to stand up to welcome him, he became excited again. Yi Yang, what do you mean? Are you too proud? You don't stand up to welcome the richest man in China. Do you expect others to salute you? This voice instantly attracted Markin, who was originally focused on talking and laughing. Zhu Mingda felt a chill in his heart. It was over. This idiot nephew, he doesn't pick up any pot, why is he causing trouble for himself? Go back and beat him up to relieve his anger. He looked at Mark Jean very uneasily. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. When he saw it, his heart suddenly trembled. Mark Jin's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened, and his originally calm expression became no longer calm. Director Ma has always been calm in dealing with things. It seems that he is very angry this time. Zhu Mingda smiled bitterly in his heart, and stepped forward to persuade him, Dong Ma, don't be angry. He is our new young boss in Spring City. He is young, energetic, and ignorant. I will drive him away right now. Shut up. Do you know what you are talking about? Mark Jean also recovered from the shock and astonishment at this time, waved his hand repeatedly to tell Zhu Mingda to stop talking, and then quickly walked toward Ji Yang amidst the surprised eyes of everyone. Zhu Ziqi looked at this scene triumphantly, thinking that Yi Yang had now offended the boss and was really finished. Even if the uncle didn't kick him out just now, because of some scruples, he had to do so now. My trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone is so smart, ha ha ha. My uncle always said I was stupid, so he will probably praise me severely when I go back this time. Zhu Ziqi even thought that he had played a set of high-end operations that Zhuge Kongming could not perform even in his lifetime, and he was very proud of himself. The other celebrities and nobles present also looked at each other in confusion at this time, a little unsure of what was going on. After all, Mark King is a super boss with a net worth of trillions. How could he be so angry that he can't control his emotions just because others don't stand up to welcome him? This is not common sense. But if this scene of rushing up is not because Yi Yang neglected him, then what else could it be? It can't really be like what Zhu Ziqi said. Yi Yang is waiting for Mark Jean to take the initiative to say hello to him. This is simply more outrageous than the previous inference. No one can believe this inference. Mark King, who is that? One of the most awesome people in the Chinese business world. Even with the provincial governor, he communicates harmoniously and treats him as an equal. How could he take the initiative to show friendship to a young boy just when their doubts reached their peak? Mark Jean finally walked in front of Yi Yang and bowed slightly. Mr. Yi, Kujin really didn't know that you would also attend this banquet tonight, otherwise he would not dare to delay coming so late. I made you wait here. I was negligent. I apologize to you. Everyone's eyes were straight, and their mouths were wide open so that an apple could be stuffed in. The whole venue fell silent instantly. Occasionally, you could hear the crackling sound of cups falling off hands and breaking into pieces on the ground. No one dared to believe what was happening before. The most absurd inference before was actually true. The reason why Mark Jean rushed up was actually to show goodwill to this young man. No, Mr. Yi. It was too outrageous. Countless question marks appeared in Zhu Mingda's wise eyes. Why is this the case? Why is it completely different from what he thought? Zhu Ziqi suddenly collapsed in his chair, feeling that his worldview was shattered. This scene was really too shocking to his twisted and inverted worldview. It's okay. You've worked hard to run the company for me. I won't mind these trivial matters. Yi Yang smiled faintly and pointed to the seat next to him. Sit down. Thank you, boss. Mark King was relieved and sat next to Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked up at the provincial bosses who were standing there in a days, and smiled faintly. Don't be stunned, sit down. First update. Ahem, sit, 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 sit. Zhu Mingda smiled awkwardly, and at this time he also recovered. No matter how ridiculous. The fact was, it had already happened after all. With his state of mind and scheming, he quickly accepted this fact. Ah, yes, let's sit down first, haha. The other leaders also smiled dryly to relieve the shock and astonishment in their hearts. Although Yang Delin and Zhang Yifeng had known Yi Yang's identity for a long time, they still felt that it was a bit unrealistic. It wasn't until I saw all this with my own eyes that the unrealistic feeling in my heart was completely eliminated. At this time, when looking at Yi Yang, there was no trace of pretentious awe, but a kind of admiration from the heart. This is such a big shot that Mark King has to call him boss. No matter how stupid Zhu Ziqi is at this time, he still knows what kind of scary big shot he just provoked and what kind of mentally retarded behavior he did. He was trembling all over, sandwiched between the bosses, and he couldn't even hold the glass of wine. Ahem, Director Ma, we really don't know what's going on. To be honest, we are still a little confused until now. I wonder if you can tell me what is going on. Zhu Mingda was afraid that Mark Jin would blame him for not notifying Yi Yang of the news in advance, so he kept asking questions to show that he was completely unaware. Yes. We don't know at all. Several big guys on the side also expressed their opinions, one after another. The ordinary celebrities and noble families present all looked over at this time, with doubts in their eyes, and they obviously wanted to know the inside story. Mark Jin sighed, you don't know, and it's not surprising that my boss always likes to keep a low profile. Even I don't know his true whereabouts and purpose. He's a real supermaster. He looked at Yi Yang and asked. When Yi Yang said that there was no harm in talking, Mark Jin was relieved and continued, in fact, Tingshuan has been acquired by my boss a long time ago. Now, Mr. Yi is the owner of Tingshuan Company. The real big boss. The absolute controlling person. I just work for the boss. What? Everyone present was confused again. Absolutely control Tingshuan. Doesn't that mean that the young man in front of me, who I thought was a little too arrogant before, is worth hundreds of millions? Richer than Mark Gold, he is truly the richest man in China. At this time, they finally figured out why Yi Yang didn't take nephew Zhu Mingda seriously before. Because his influence has already radiated throughout China, and the mere chairman of the Jilin Provincial Commercial Supervision Bureau is indeed not qualified to threaten him. I used to think that young man Yi Yang was too frivolous, but now, everyone feels that he is simply too low-key and too humble. Although he is so awesome, he keeps a low profile. Ordinary people have no idea that he is the big boss behind Tingshuan and the actual richest man in China. But after thinking about it, it's not difficult to think clearly. Wealth is not revealed. If someone can shield oneself from the arrow, who would be willing to take on the title of the richest man? Once you sit in that position, you will gather the envy and jealousy of hundreds of millions of people in China. Every word and action will be infinitely magnified, making life extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, many wealthy people deliberately hide their wealth. Even if it is notarized by the state, he will not participate in the evaluation of various private organizations. Even the chairman of his own company will find a puppet to sit in. There are not a few such people. After thinking about this, everyone was impressed by Yi Yang's grand structure and high realm. They were all in awe at this time. I underestimated Mr. Yi. That's right, but just now I laughed at his youth and arrogance. Now that I think about it, I am too small. I feel ashamed of myself. If you give me another chance, I will definitely defend Mr. Yi just now. Okay, you're just a hindsight, get as far away as you can. Ahem, how can we call it an afterthought when it comes to hugging someone's thigh? The wind in the field completely changed direction, and the sound of praise spread to every corner. Yi, Mr. Yi, it was me who spoke nonsense just now. You must not take it to heart. I was wrong. Shou. Jiqi finally couldn't bear the fear in his heart, screamed, knelt on the ground and slapped himself in the mouth. Mark Jean frowned, he was completely unaware of what happened before. It's completely over. Zhu Mingda sighed deeply, couldn't this pig do the same thing? Whatever is wrong, he will do it. Originally, what happened tonight, after Mark Jean arrived, the atmosphere changed. As long as he didn't mention what happened just now, could Mr. Yi, with his status, still embarrass a little shrimp like his nephew in public? Afterwards, if he brought his nephew to the Husito plead guilty, maybe the matter could be turned into a minor matter. As a result, the nephew was so desperate that he actually blew himself up, insisting on reversing the direction of the wind that had changed. It sounds like you can't eat in peace until you kill me. At this moment, he completely gave up the idea of saving his nephew, as long as he could save himself. If this kind of pig is eliminated early, he can also save himself a little life. What just happened? Mark Jean wondered about the situation with Zhang Yifeng next to him. Since they were enemies, Zhang Yifeng naturally exaggerated what happened just now. Mark King's face darkened after hearing this. What kind of status does my boss have? He still needs to plot to kill a head of the Li family? If he wants to bring down the Li family, he can crush them with just a flick of his finger. He needs such a boring method. Your brain is on your butt. Even though he has a good temper, he couldn't hold it back at this time. According to what Zhu Jiqi said just now about throwing dirty water on Yi Yang, it was simply an insult to him. Super bosses of their level, to kill a small billionaire family, they actually had to be forced to do dirty work? It's a fucking joke. I'm ignorant. I really didn't know that Mr. Ye's status was so high just now. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to throw dirty water on him even if I had 100 guts. Zhu Jiqi's mentality completely collapsed at this time, and there were two big words in his heart: regret, very regretful. Second update, thanks to the book friend Bang Ingdi for the praise. And the blade. Thanks to the book friend Bang Wuming for sending the blade. Thanks to book friends XCM and Lung D for the update reminder. Thanks to book friends 1098/8698 for sending razor blades. Thanks to book friends 1574/1082 for the likes. Thanks to book friend Yu Qing for the update reminder. Thanks to book friend Qing Daddy, the new richest man in the world, for sending razor blades and bobo milk tea. Thanks to my own love letter and likes. Thanks to book friend Zhang Benching of Yongchang for the likes. What do I do? At this time, Zhu Jiqi was completely confused. He didn't dare to make up his own mind anymore and looked at Zhu Mingda repeatedly. Zhu Mingda turned his face and didn't look at him at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Yang and Mark Jean righteously. This is a mistake he made himself. It has nothing to do with us people. It was all his own idea. As an uncle, I am guilty of lax discipline. Now that he has offended you, Mr. Yi, my idiot nephew will be dealt with by Mr. Yi. All the big guys around him were shocked. The dignified chairman of the Commercial Supervision Bureau of Ji Province was so frightened that he even gave up on protecting his nephew and just let him do whatever he wanted. It's absolutely terrifying. But thinking about it, the smartest thing to do now is Zhu Mingda's choice at this time. After all, Zhu Ziqi had just defended Yi Yang to death. Even if he forcibly returned to protect him, the effect would not be great. It would be better to be smart and sell Zhu Ziqi directly to save himself. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire that Zhu Mingda was really quick thinking and extremely decisive. He just wanted you to check me thoroughly. If you're worried, I think you'd better check it out. Yi Yang replied with a faint smile. No, Mr. Yi, you are a very upright person, how could you do such a thing? Absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe it. This is all what my stupid nephew thinks. Zhu Mingda was extremely unjust. Actually, I have been busy with Mr. Ma's welcome banquet these days. I only heard about Mr. Yi tonight. Oh? What's the matter with me? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, his tone a little unhappy. No, Mr. Yi is an upright person. Nothing happened at all. It's my nephew who is delusional tonight. He talks so much and wants to frame Mr. Yi. Zhu Mingda swallowed a mouthful of saliva and thought to himself that he almost let his idiot nephew bury him in a trap again. I really know I was wrong, uncle. Zhu Ziqi feels that almost the whole world is against him now, no one can help him, and he is very lonely and helpless. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, to say something like that in a public place without paying attention to the facts at all without any evidence is already considered a serious dereliction of duty. If you really want to atone for your sins, resign immediately after this incident. All duties, please wait for the punishment later. Zhu Mingda waved his hand coldly. Although his words were full of harsh criticism, he was actually giving Zhu Ziqi directions and telling him how to calm Yi Yang's anger. This time, Zhu Ziqi's IQ finally came online, and he actually understood what Zhu Mingda meant and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Yi, I will resign immediately after this incident. Waiting for punishment. The displeasure on Yi Yang's face dissipated somewhat. Then what? This? Zhu Ziqi's expression changed. He didn't know what to say next. He had already resigned, but he still couldn't do it? Zhu Mingda snorted coldly. Didn't you use your position to open several companies in your name? Apologize, it's a matter of course, you are such an adult, why don't you still understand? Zhu Ziqi bit his lower lip. That was his lifeblood. His happiness and family income for the rest of his life depended almost entirely on those companies, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Zhu Mingda couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. It was already here, and he still couldn't tell the seriousness. He just gave the other party a few words of advice out of his uncle's position. If the other party was still as stupid as before and refused to listen at all, then there was nothing he could do. Seeing Zhu Mingda turning his head, he looked like he had completely given up on himself. Zhu Ziqi panicked and had no choice but to nod. I'll give it to you. The companies under my name are worth more than $1 billion together, plus my own assets and a set of Zijin antiques worth hundreds of millions that I have collected for many years. Here you go. This is my entire net worth. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. Seeing this, Zhang Yifeng also whispered in Yi Yang's ear. Zhu Ziqi has accumulated this wealth in almost the first half of his life, which amounts to about 2 billion. Yi Yang nodded slightly, then smiled lightly. I don't care about a small amount like 2 billion, but I hope you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, so I will reluctantly accept this gift. Zhu Ziqi stared, feeling a knife-like pain in his heart. You are too pretentious. If you don't care about the 2 billion. If you don't care, don't ask for it. Why don't you thank Mr. Yi quickly? When Zhu Mingda saw that Zhu Ziqi was about to say something stupid again, he kicked him on the waist and shouted angrily. Uncle! Zhu Ziqi was stunned. I gave him money, but he accepted it with a look of disgust. He had to thank him. This is too frustrating. I don't think he is so smart and so proud of heaven. When has he ever been so aggrieved? He wouldn't even thank this pretender if I beat him to death. Although I was thinking this in my heart, as soon as I spoke, it turned into, thank you Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is so generous. He is indeed a super boss. Call. Zhu Mingda breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Yang's expression again. This matter should be considered a thing of the past. Okay, you have nothing to do here, get out of here. Get the gifts ready and deliver them to Mr. Yi personally in a few days. Afraid that his mentally retarded nephew would cause trouble again, Zhu Mingda kicked him again and said repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Zhu Ziqi bowed his thanks and ran out of the venue crawling. Zhang Yifeng looked at his embarrassed back. Although he knew that this idiot would fall sooner or later, he couldn't help but sigh when the fact happened. Just now, this kid was on equal footing with him and was a big shot that he was extremely afraid of in Chengcheng. In a blink of an eye, he lost all his identities, was expelled from the core of power, and fled in a panic. As soon as this idea came out, he was more determined to make friends with Yi Yang. Yi Yang was a man of great power. He couldn't see how much power he had behind him. As long as he could make friends with such a super big shot, even if the other party didn't help him in the future, relying on this relationship alone would be enough to make his future smooth. Mr. Yi is generous. Everyone present also raised their glasses and cheered in unison. Yi Yang also symbolically raised his glass and took a sip. The atmosphere afterwards was quite harmonious and beautiful. After all, there were these 2 big shots here. Everyone present basically had something to ask of them. Rich businessmen hope to reach cooperation with Yi Yang. The government hopes to attract investment, and celebrities look forward to making friends. As for some of the projects prepared before, Chengcheng is now Yi Yang's hometown after all, and Mark King has to take care of it, so most of them are agreed. A banquet, toasts and chips, guests and hosts are all happy, and they are all very happy. The end of this banquet is not the real end. Tonight, the spread of the legend about Yi Yang in Chengcheng has just begun. First update. What? Yi Yang, who has caused a stir in Spring City recently, has big news again? That's not the case. Tonight's Spring City dinner party will be full of ups and downs. Ha ha ha, it's better than any TV series. I had a great time watching it tonight. That Zhu Ziqi was so miserable. I was forced to lose all my wealth and resign. In the end, I had to thank others. Really or not? Didn't he say that the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry Supervision of the province of Grand Baiji is also there? How could it be? This proposal was made by his uncle on his own initiative. How can this be? Haha, it is impossible under ordinary circumstances, but tonight, Mr. Ye's true identity has been revealed. Mr. Mark King's boss, the real boss behind Tingshuan. Now, he has trillions of funds in his hands. The real capital tycoon. Damn, it's getting more and more outrageous. He obviously looks so young. Similar conversations occurred in every upper-class corner of Ji province. Many wealthy businessmen and celebrities in Ji province couldn't believe what happened at the Spring City dinner tonight. There were even some bosses who had bid against Yang on the night of the Xingxing auction house's real estate auction. They were sweating. Fortunately, he didn't stubbornly keep bidding. It doesn't matter if one villa is missing. If someone gets a grudge, it will be completely over. Many of the original members of the Li family alliance were particularly emotional about what happened tonight. After all, it can be said that the Li family alliance declined rapidly and even collapsed in less than a week. Mostly because of Yi Yang. This legendary man. This person's name has been remembered by everyone in the original Li family alliance. The family heads also held their first offline gathering since Li Zihuai's slip and fall to death. What do you think of tonight's events? The head of the Liu family said with a deep expression. Oh, I don't think it's that simple. The head of the Fong family shook his head. This is the first time that the possibility of Yi Yang's murder of Li Zihuai has been mentioned in public. The greater his reaction to this matter, the more it proves that he may have done it. Yes. I'll go. The other family heads also reacted, with chills running down their spines and cold sweat breaking out. Moreover, regardless of whether he did it or not, we cannot rule out the possibility that the old guy Li Zihuai would have died sooner or later, but he slipped and fell to his death on the night just after the Hongmen banquet. The head of the Fong family clenched his fists and spoke in a deep tone. Then what should we do? He is currently in the limelight, and we have no evidence, so it is impossible to bring him down. Some family heads sighed. Take down? The head of the Fong family laughed. What the hell are you thinking in your heads? You want to bring down someone else? If this is really what he did, I think everyone should think about how to save their own lives. Hey, how do you say this? Could it be that he was so crazy that he killed us all? We didn't participate in this matter either. This matter was all the idea of that old boss Li Zihuai. That is all. The family heads were trembling and frightened. Hee. The head of the Fong family shook his head. Use your brains. Before the Li family fell, our family was almost tied to him. If we say it has nothing to do with this matter, will Mr. Yu believe it? All the family heads were speechless. Indeed, this kind of thing is difficult to explain. People like Li Zihuai can be killed quietly. If the grudge really comes to us, can we escape? I'm afraid that in the near future, we will have to meet the king of hell one by one. The head of the Fong family spread his hands and told the most terrifying future in the calmest language. Hiss, it's true. All the family heads nodded in agreement. Since people dare to kill Li Zihuai, if his anger comes to them, why wouldn't he dare to kill them? Then what should we do? The head of the Fong family took a sip of tea and said calmly, for now, the only way is to test his intentions. Testing? How to test? Our intelligence network cannot penetrate such a big shot. Some family heads are in a difficult position. You are such pigs. The head of the Fong family lost his mind. You shouldn't have had such illusions from the beginning. The temptation I'm talking about is that we all go and give him gifts. Ah? Are you giving me a gift like Zhu Ziqi did tonight? We can't afford it, so you might as well kill me. Some house owners waved their hands repeatedly. How could that be called giving gifts? They made it clear that they were selling their property to save their lives. The head of the Fong family felt very tired and waved his hand. We have not offended Mr. Yi openly, so naturally we don't need to send such expensive gifts. We can give him something symbolic that matches his identity and shed a little blood. As long as he accepts the gift, we have successfully shown our attitude. It's a tacit temptation. So that's it. Old Fong, I didn't realize it, but you are quite smart. All the family heads nodded again and again, thinking that this was feasible. The head of the Fong family rolled his eyes. He was so smart. You are obviously too stupid, right? I have already inquired about it. The day after tomorrow, Mr. Yi will move into the newly purchased Star Emperor's mansion. There will be a housewarming party at that time. Many celebrities in Spring City have received invitations. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and line up to go there. Give gifts. Okay. Listen to Lao Fong. All the heads of the families nodded slightly to show their agreement. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Su Shuili and Yi Xianting had just heard that Yi Yang had bought a new house. Didn't we just buy this villa? It's already very big. Yes. Mother muttered habitually. Haha, buying a property is also an investment. It's good for the development of my company. You 2 elders can live here with peace of mind. Yi Yang half-truthfully fooled around and drove his family to Chengqing. Or in other words, the most upscale single-family villa community in the entire Jilin province. Son, how much did you spend on this new villa? Yi Xianting asked, curiously. Yi Yang adhered to the principle of rounding off the quotation in his heart, and said repeatedly, not much, just 200 million. Second update, thanks to book friends. 7635/5010 for the likes, thanks to book friends 1931/1297 for the likes, thanks to book friend SWT for sending the blade. Thanks to the book friend 1297/0324 for the likes. Free gifts and a video to urge updates are available. 200 million. Su Shirley opened her mouth wide, with a look of shock in her eyes. How many zeros are there? Now even Yi Xianting could no longer pretend to be shocked, and repeatedly said in shock, $200 million to buy a house. This is too outrageous. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to himself that it was lucky that he had hidden a zero, otherwise the 2 elders would have been too scared to move in. Although they were shocked, their son had already bought it and could not let him return it. Therefore, the 2 elders were looking forward to seeing how good this villa worth 200 million would be. Soon, the car was parked in the garage of Xinghuang Mansion. Hey! Is this a villa or a palace? It even has a purple gold plaque. Su Shirley looked at the 2 big stone lions at the gate and the honest purple and gold door plaque, and couldn't help but sigh. This is much more grand than the prince's mansions I saw in TV dramas. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Although the palace was large in ancient times, it did not have the blessing of modern technology. There was a gap between the times. Hello, master. At the front of the door, 2 beautiful white-legged maids performed a standard courtesy and smiled sweetly. Hello. Su Shirley said politely as usual. From now on, they will do all the work in the house. It's enough for you 2 to enjoy your life. Yi Yang said with a smile. Shou surely nodded blankly, obviously unable to imagine the life of the master Yi Yang mentioned. Now I really become a prince. On the contrary, Yi Xuanting's ability to accept things is relatively strong. And he did not forget to make a joke. Okay, concubine Shou, don't just sit there in a daze, go in and take a look. Go to hell, you old crook. Shou surely rolled her eyes at Yi Xuanting. Yi Yang also shook his head in confusion, and then led a group of people into the Star Emperor's mansion. When he first entered the courtyard, even Yi Yang, who was now well informed, was slightly stunned. This is simply a fairyland. Yandingshan Villa is in Western style, which is completely different from the Chinese style in Xinhuang Mansion. In addition to architecture, the style difference between Chinese and Western styles is also huge in the construction of courtyards. It is a typical royal garden, with rockeries and streams scattered around, and mist rising from it. I don't know, but I thought I had walked into a painting. It doesn't feel like being in the human world. This grand yet graceful Chinese style garden was so beautiful that Yi Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Before, he thought that buying a house with 2 billion would be a small loss, but just seeing this garden, he felt that it was worth it. Here, not only can you see the beauty of Chinese gardens, there are also many hidden high technologies in the gardens. And gorgeous stone paths that can only be polished in modern times, which makes Yi Yang sigh with emotion. No wonder he dared to bid 1 billion even for the lowest auction price. So beautiful. Yumomo's eyes also glowed with splendor. Looking at this garden from different corners, the scenery is constantly changing. It can be said that every step of the way is a scene, so beautiful. There are also many precious bird nests inside. She only recognized one kind of precious feathered canary. Such a beautiful species, one might be sold for more than 1 million Chinese coins. And such a luxurious and precious bird is just an ordinary little embellishment in this bustling garden. Pushing open the entrance door made entirely of black jade, the lobby comes into view. The fully intelligent furniture is completely built in Oriental style, as if this is what Chinese punk should look like. Absolutely perfect. Yi Xiaozi muttered absent-mindedly. Soon, Yi Yang saw the large rosewood table in the video that was said to be worth 100 million. He put his hand on it, as if he could really touch the weight of its thousands of years of growth. Before I saw this house, I didn't believe that there was a house worth 200 million in the world. But looking at it now, I think 200 million is too little. Son, you made a profit. Yi Xuanting considers himself a knowledgeable person. When he studies teapots, he also dabbles in some antique carvings. He looks at it excitedly. This table is very polished. Even if the raw material is ordinary logs, such a large piece of art is probably not worth it. It's worth millions. Yes, I made a profit. Yi Yang nodded dumbfounded. But looking at it as a whole, 2 billion is really well spent. This villa is really surreal. If he hadn't really lived in it, it would be hard for him to imagine that there would be such a fairyland in reality. The perfect place to live. Boss, we are almost ready for the housewarming party. Someone is already here. How about we start now? You. Mo blinked his eyes and asked. Can? Yi Yang nodded slightly. This housewarming party was proposed by Yang Delin and Zhang Yifeng. Originally, he was too lazy to hold it, but they said that after hosting the banquet, his reputation in Spring City would reach the top and could not be discussed If this is the case, after I return to the magical city, my parents will also be able to enjoy the happiness they deserve. With this thought in mind, he agreed to the matter. The Xinhuang mansion is very large and has a special reception room. It is said to be a living room, but it is actually about the same size as a small palace. It is magnificent. And magnificent enough to show the aura of majesty that 2 billion people should have. Yang Delin, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, arrived and presented a 20% stake in Sidong Steel, as well as a golden sculpture of Master Zhang Gong from the Qing dynasty, double dragons, playing with pearls. Zhu Ziqi resigned directly, his biggest competitor Li Zihui slipped and fell to his death, and Yang Delin became the biggest winner. He naturally took over the position of president of the Spring City Chamber of Commerce. So the gifts given are quite generous. Shares plus antiques, it's worth 2 or 300 million. Zhu Minghan from the Zhu family of Ji province has arrived, and sent a set of warm jade Shou jade ornaments, and 20% of Bayan Venture Capital's shares as the chairman of the Commercial Supervision Committee. Zhu Mingda couldn't apologize in person, so it was naturally the Zhu family behind him. After that, there were some celebrities in Chengcheng, and most of the gifts they sent were some gold and jade antiques, real estate, luxury cars and so on. The value was far less than that of the Zhu family and the Yang family, with more than tens of millions and less than a few 100,000. Most of them came just to make friends with Yi Yang. The arrival of many members of the former Li family alliance brought this gift-giving event to its peak. The gifts given by each family head were valuable, starting at 100 million. The many guests present were amazed. Didn't the Li family alliance have a quarrel with Yi Yang before? Things had changed. Li Zihui is dead. So of course these people have to express their opinions. Well, they are probably testing Mr. Ye's attitude. Anyone with a discerning eye knows what these people are up to. However, Yi Yang had no intention of arguing with these small shrimps who were not even accomplices, and accepted their gifts generously. The heads of the original Li family alliance were overjoyed to see that Yi Yang was willing to accept their gifts. They were so happy that their appetite increased and they were relieved. After the banquet, Yi Yang looked at the gifts piled up in the small warehouse. Number 1 and Yumomo, who was coughing softly, and shook his head with a smile. He really has received so many gifts. Just reading the gift list once, Yumomo's voice is hoarse. First update, M. Thank you for your hard work, Mo. Yi Yang rubbed Yumomo's face with some distress. Hey, work for the master, you won't be tired at all. Ahem. Yumomo came up to her affectionately and threw herself into Yi Yang's arms, acting coquettishly. Only in an intimate environment would Yumomo call his master such an inexplicable name. After all, Yi Yang is also a person of status now. If you call me that in public, it would be bad if someone misunderstands you as an old gentleman. I see you're coughing. Does your throat feel uncomfortable? It seems you need throat lozenges. Yi Yang pinched Yumomo's little face. Yumomo blushed and nodded softly, yeah. The master is right. Ha. Yi Yang smiled and took Yumomo back to the living room of the villa. After taking the medicine, Yumomo's throat was finally cured. I have to say that it is so pleasant to treat diseases in such beautiful scenery. Enjoyed the comfortable life in Xinhuang Mansion for a few days. Yi Xiaozi was about to start school, and Yi Yang calculated a little and found that the National Day holiday was indeed over. Oh, time flies so fast, the National Day holiday has passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Yang said heartbroken. Brother, what difference does it make to you whether you have a holiday or not? Yi Xiaozi rolled her eyes and complained while packing her luggage. That's different. Yi Yang thought for a while. I have to start working conscientiously again when I go back. After all, I still have to support your education. Life is very stressful. The smelly old man is lying again. Yi Xiaozi wrinkled her nose and snorted. I think you obviously look relaxed. Every day. Ah? Is there any? Yi Yang touched his chin. It seemed like this was true. Since he obtained the get-rich system, in addition to persisting in the business of brushing money tirelessly every day, he seemed to have really relaxed a little. It seems like you should find some work. I once thought about living in a rented company, but I still have to run from house to house every day, exposed to wind and sun, which is too hard. Let's leave the rent collection to Feng Xijin with peace of mind. I can't think of anything at the moment. I'll think about it later when I get back. While he was thinking about it, Yi Yang was suddenly startled. Yi Xiaozi had suddenly flashed in front of him. You. Brother, I was joking just now, don't take it seriously. Yi Xiaozi said seriously. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He dared this little girl to think that she was sad because she was distracted just now. Harm. Don't think too much. After rubbing the little girl's head, Yi Yang smiled fondly. Actually, I know, it must be very hard to build such a big career alone. Although Xiaozi can't help you now, Xiaozi will definitely study hard and get into a good university. Yi Yang looked at his old sister in surprise. Why was she suddenly so emotional? Yi Xiaozi looked serious. When I return from my studies, I must help my brother share the pressure. Suddenly being hugged tightly by his old sister, Yi Yang was at a loss. But at such a tender moment, it was hard for him to say something like, I'm actually really free to ruin the atmosphere. He had no choice but to pat her little head. It's always right to study hard, Ollie. It seems that this sentence ruins the atmosphere even more. Sure. Enough, Yi Xiaozi burst out laughing. Brother, you are indeed a super straight man. After packing his luggage, Yi Yang said goodbye to Yi Xianting and Su Shirley. Xiaoyang, you don't have to work too hard outside. You are doing well now. Don't tire yourself. Go to bed early and eat on time. Su Shirley warned. Oh, Xiaoyang is already so big, you don't need to remind you of this little thing. Yi Xianting waved his hand, then turned around and patted Yi Yang heavily on the shoulder. Your mother said those trivial matters, but Dad has a task for you. Bring me back a good grandson or granddaughter as soon as possible. Ah. Yi Yang's face turned dark. His father was scarier than his mother. Ahem, fight for it, fight for it. Seeing Yi Yang's embarrassment, several girls laughed meaningfully. What are you laughing at? Yi Yang waved his hand. Let's go. Driving a stretch Bentley with a group of beauties, we soon arrived at the airport. G950 has been waiting here for a long time. Hello, boss, flight attendant Yuan, and the flight attendants all shouted sweetly when they saw Yi Yang and others coming up. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly, smiled lightly, and sat on the seat. The G950 quickly ascended into the stratosphere. Boss, do you want to experience a comprehensive in-flight care this time? Yuan looked at Yi Yang expectantly. Okay. Yi Yang Was very sorry that he didn't have an in-flight spa on his last flight home, so he just happened to make it up on the way back this time. Comfortable. Yi Yang squinted highsies and lay on the nursing chair. Yuan's professional and strong hands applied nursing essential oil to him and took good care of his whole body. If the boss wants, you can call me anytime. Now the entire crew belongs to you, boss? Yuan smiled softly, and her beauty in uniform added a bit of allure, which made Yi Yang feast his eyes. When the plane landed, the care just ended. Yi Yang stretched out and had a spa in the sky. It was an indescribably wonderful experience. Yanding Shanvilla, I'm back. Yi Yang shrugged. Then I'll go back first, brother Yi Yang. It seems that Douyin will hold a host carnival in a few days. I still need to prepare. Lin Shui rolled up her hair in front of her forehead and smiled. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. If you need any help, don't be embarrassed to ask. I know. Lin Shui stuck out her tongue, smiled mischievously, and went back to Linjiang. Community first. Second update, thanks to the book friend lung.geo.liang.xin. For the praise, thanks to the book friend who sent the update talisman to all the teammates in the chicken game. Thanks to the book friend Shou for a love letter. Thanks to the book friend 1931/1297 for the praise. Thanks to the book friend 1662/0958 for sending the blade. Everyone, take a look at the free gifts and update urging videos. Jiuyang, thanks you, hehe. Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Welcome home, master. The door of the Yundingshan villa opened, and the maids had already lined up, standing on both sides, bowing respectfully and shouting. Did you miss me? Yi Yang smiled and raised his hand, asking. Yeah, without the master, playing games is exciting. Guanruoyu laughed. Ahem. Yi Yang scratched his brows. He wanted to tease the little maid, but he didn't expect to be teased in return. Master, we brought you a gift this time. Guanruoyu said repeatedly. Gift? Yi Yang felt a headache when he heard about the gift. He had been receiving gifts these days, and he was dazzled by the gold, jade and antiques. However, before he could say anything, Guanruoyu took out a Mongolian-style leather bag from behind. The butter tea we make at home is very pure. You can't buy it in other places in China, no matter how much money you spend. Huh? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. If he was given some gold and jade gifts, he would feel alienated. This is the right way. And mine. This is the little hat I knitted in my spare time these days, very fashionable. If the boss thinks it's ugly, forget it. Haha, no. Yi Yang took the hat and measured it. It's quite suitable for me. Hee, I measured it secretly. Qin Shaosher laughed. You actually measured how big my head is. Yi Yang rubbed his chin and looked at Qin Shaosher with a smirk. Master, why do you drive as soon as you come back? Why don't you apply for the job of the car god of Akina Mountain? Qin Shaosher blushed. Haha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. After a while, the state banquet-level lunch was served. The food back home is indeed better than that in my hometown. After all, it is difficult to find a chef for a state banquet. Although several chefs were hired, they were not at the state banquet level after all, which made Jiangjing feel a little regretful. After eating and drinking to his heart's content and playing with the maid for a while, he took a leisurely nap. Boss, according to the next planned itinerary, we should go to the newly taken over observatory to have a look. Yumomo reminded. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The Nebula Observatory was a reward given by the system when he auctioned the Star Emperor Mansion. If he was rewarded with a small company with a market value of 10 billion, he would definitely not have any impression of it now. But the observatory, a novelty that does not exist in ordinary life, still makes him very curious. The first stop after returning to the Magic City is also to go to the observatory. I have contacted. There, let's go directly. Yumomo said repeatedly. Okay. Yi Yang nodded slightly, without saying much, only took Yumomo. Sat in the long-lost Lamborghini Venom, stepped on the accelerator, and started racing. Because observing the starry sky requires avoiding strong light electromagnetic interference, observatories are generally built in remote suburbs. The car was driving very fast, but it took a long time to see the shadow of the observatory in front. The huge radio telescope was like a huge eye rising from the ground, looking up at the stars on behalf of humans. At this time, in the Nebula Observatory. Shou, why are you still insisting? The last boss was quite sentimental, but he sold us out. There is no future for us to stay here. A man with glasses and white clothes was packing his bag. The girl named Shou was studying the data observed last night and ignored the man with glasses. Oh, really, quit your job. Sentiment is not a meal. I have found a job in mathematics research, and the salary is 10 times what it is now. The man with glasses looked at the stubborn Shou and sighed, and your grandfather's illness also needs money, right? And that lawn. Don't say any more. This place carries the dreams of our family. Bye. Shou shook her head. Who knows who the new boss is? The man with glasses didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What if he's the same as the one with the surname Lan? Seeing by Xiaojing's eyes, knowing that persuasion was hopeless, the man with glasses sighed helplessly. If you really have any problems, come to me. I asked. The boss for an empty position, 10 times the salary, waiting for you anytime. Thank you, but there's no need. Bai Xiaojing bit her lower lip, turned her head and continued to process the information. Hey. The man with glasses carried his luggage, shook his head, and walked out. The work at the observatory is boring and ordinary, and the key is that the salary is low. In the Magic City, the monthly salary is only more than 4,000 yuan. And there is no other income. Live like an ascetic. What's more terrible is that the Nebula Observatory is a private observatory. If it has not produced results for several consecutive years and does not bring benefits, it will be abandoned by the boss. So, many people in the observatory chose to leave. After he left, only Bai Xiaojing and another girl were left. With a sigh, he chose to leave. As soon as he went out, he saw an extremely luxurious super sports car parked at the entrance of the observatory. His eyes widened. Even if it was his new job, he would probably not be able to afford this sports car in his lifetime. The beauty in the car was even prettier than Bai Xiaojing. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in real life. Such a beautiful woman took the initiative to get out of the car and open the door for the young man. Of the same age, which made the man with glasses extremely envious. One day, I can be like this, right? He couldn't help but lower his head and walked over silently. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man who passed by him. Isn't he a staff member of the observatory? Well, maybe he resigned. After all, the original salary here is too low. Yumomo said. Oh. Yi Yang shook his head indifferently. Everyone has their own ambitions, and he was too lazy to care. Is the salary here very low? Is it 10,000 yuan a month? No, it seems to be only 4,000 yuan. Yumomo obviously did his homework and understood everything. How can this be? Yi Yang shook his head. It's too much. The salary must be increased. Poor man with glasses, he doesn't know what kind of opportunity he missed. Didn't you notify the boss that you were coming? You didn't come out to greet him. It's too much. Yumomo frowned. The boss came to inspect. At least a few people came out to greet him? Go in and take a look first. Yi Yang didn't care much about these. After entering the observatory, Yi Yang was a little surprised. This observatory is so deserted. Are you the new boss? A faint question came. Yi Yang turned his head and saw a quiet little girl, probably a college graduate, cute, wearing an observatory uniform, with a beauty score of about 60%. Well, what's your name? Where are the other members here? Yi Yang asked in confusion. Ah. Hello boss, my name is Ning Qing. Besides me, there is only Sister Shou. Jing here. She is still studying the observation data from last night. Ning Qing scratched his forehead and said softly. First update. Sister Shou Jing, the new boss, is here. Ning Qing said repeatedly. Are you the new boss? Bai Xiaojing stood up and looked at Yi Yang. Her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed. What? Aren't you in a high mood? At work? Yi Yang asked with a smile. How could it be? Sister Xiaojing is a model worker. She works hard every day. Ning Qing said repeatedly. She's just worried that the boss will be like those bosses before. Seeing that we can't make money, he will abandon us. What are you talking about? Bai Xiaojing pursed her lips. But the expression on her face showed that what Ning Qing said was right. So that's what I was worried about. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Astronomical observation is destined to have a long cycle and slow returns. Commercial observation is considered a long-term project. Some bosses are impatient and get impatient if there is no reward for 3 or 2 years, but for Yi Yang, who has gained proficiency in astronomical knowledge, this is not the case. Don't worry, this observatory will stay open as long as I don't go bankrupt. Really? Ning Qing was very excited and her eyes lit up. Previous bosses said the same thing. Bai Xiaojing muttered. Forehead. Yi Yang was stunned. It seemed that this little girl was deceived by the previous bosses. Didi. There was the sound of parking outside. Ning Qing went out to take a look and said eagerly, Sister Xiaojing, that's the one named Lan. Bai Xiaojing's expression changed and she looked at Yi Yang with unknown meaning. Before Yi Yang could figure out what was going on, a man wearing a blue suit, a gold belt around his waist, and holding a bouquet of roses walked in. Yo? Is there anyone new today? The handsome man looked very familiar. He looked at Yi Yang and said, Brother, you are the receiver of Nebula Observatory, right? What are you saying? Umo frowned. No one wants this crap. It's been passed around several times and you bought it. What are you if you don't take over? The handsome man's expression was exaggerated, like a clown. This is my territory. If you don't know how to speak politely, I will throw you out right now. Yi Yang gave a faint drink. Ho ho. Still a bad-tempered person? There is. The handsome man wanted to say something else, but his exaggerated rogue appearance made Yi Yang upset. He directly picked up his tie, lifted it up, and threw it more than 10 meters away, straight out of the door. Except for you, Momo, everyone was stunned. Is it so simple and crude? How dare you use violence against our young master? Several followers were extremely angry. You entered my company with my consent? For illegal intrusion, I will send you to jail for 10 years with just one phone call. None of you can escape. Yi Yang glanced at the followers lightly. They all saw the Lamborghini Venom parked outside and knew that Yi Yang was not someone to be trifled with. So they did not dare to act impulsively. Lan Xiaoyu struggled to get up from the ground, his blue suit was already badly damaged. Okay, I'll count on you. He gritted his teeth, but did not dare to get angry. He was afraid that Yi Yang, a ruthless man, would throw him away again and almost throw him to pieces. If he did it again, he might not be able to stand up again this year. We don't know each other without fighting. I have no other purpose for coming here today. I want to buy this observatory. Please set a price. Lan Xiaoyu was supported by his men, his eyes were extremely arrogant. Yi Yang casually glanced at Bai Xiaojing's expression and seemed to understand something. He smiled lightly and said, I don't plan to sell this observatory. Oh. Don't talk about this, it's just money. You spent more than 100 million to acquire this observatory, right? I'll pay 300 million. Do you want to sell it? Lan Xiaoyu waved his hand generously. Bai Xiaojing and Ning Qing both looked nervous and bit their lower lips. This Lan Xiaoyu is getting more and more shameless. Ning Qing said, fighting against injustice. This Lan Xiaoyu is a second-generation rich man from Jinling. He fell in love with Bai Xiaojing and would come over to harass him whenever he had nothing to do. This time he even brought a huge sum of money to buy the observatory directly so that he could pick up girls. I said, you will be mine. Sooner or later. Haha, if you obey me earlier, it will be over. Lan Xiaoyu sneered, obviously determined that Yi Yang would sell the observatory for 300 million. Didn't you hear what I just said? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. You? You still won't sell it? Lan Xiaoyu looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Oh, okay, then I'll add more money, 500 million, so you have no reason to refuse, right? Bai Xiaojing's eyes showed a look of despair. Based on her familiarity with the nature of these bosses, no boss could give up 500% of their profits just for a little inner interest. She sighed, she had given up in her heart. Do she really have to give up her family's hard work and leave here? Several generations of their family have worked here, but because it is a private observatory, the information belongs to the company. If you resign, you cannot take away your previous observation data. All these years of observation and research will be in vain. Thinking of this, Rao was as stubborn as her, and his eyes became slightly red. You think you're rich? Yi Yang smiled, someone actually thought he was rich. In front of him? Of course I'm rich. If 500 million is not enough, I can raise the price. Lon. Shou curled his lips, looking like he had won Yi Yang. Haha, since you are so sincere about buying it. It's okay. Yi Yang laughed lightly. Sure enough. Bai Xiaojing was completely desperate. Haha, I told you. Lan Xiaoyu raised a trace of success at the corner of his mouth. Don't ask for more, just 1 trillion. Yi Yang stretched out a finger lightly. He said a lot, how much? Lan Xiaoyu thought there was something wrong with his ears, and asked several followers next to him. Master, he seemed to say, 1 trillion. No, that's right. Several followers told the truth. Are you crazy? Lan Xiaoyu couldn't believe his ears at all, and asked with his eyes wide open. If you can't afford it, get out. Yi Yang pointed at the door calmly, if you don't want to leave by yourself, I don't mind sending you out personally. Bai Xiaojing and Ming Qing looked at the scene in disbelief. The insecurity in their hearts over the years seemed to melt away at this moment. Second update, the gift list has been revised. Now you can't see the specific list of gifts sent every day. You can only see the historical cumulative gift total value ranking list. Ahem, if you check one by one, the workload is too large, so the daily gift summary will be suspended for the time being, and Joyang will think of a solution. Thank you very much for your rewards. Thank you for your support. You. Lan Xiaoyu was shocked by Yi Yang's strange power that threw him 10 meters at once. He didn't dare to say anything more at this time. Seeing that Yi Yang was angry, he laughed and said with a cruel and cowardly smile, funny. Today, this young master will not bother with you. You are so cruel. After that, he tilted his head and said, let's go. The other brothers were eager to run away. According to Yi Yang's strange power just now, they were afraid that they would not be able to win even if they fought together. Maybe they would be beaten up in return. No one wanted to be beaten for no reason. Looking at Lan Xiaoyu and his group, who left in embarrassment, Bai Xiaojing looked at Yi Yang in disbelief, and her eyes were completely different from before. This new boss seemed to be different from the previous bosses. What's wrong? Suddenly looking at me like this? Yi Yang turned around and was suddenly stared at by 2 girls. If Bai Xiaojing was not very beautiful, it would be like watching a horror movie. No. I just think the boss seems very different. Bai Xiaojing pursed her lower lip and smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm really sorry that I doubted you just now. As she said that, she also bowed to Yi Yang to apologize. Ahem, no need to do that. Yi Yang laughed and helped Bai Xiaojing up. By the way, I heard that your salary was only 4,000 yuan before. Yes. Bai Xiaojing and Ming Qing were both a little confused. Why did the boss suddenly ask this? Could it be that he could give them a raise? It's impossible, okay. 4,000? How can that be possible? Yi Yang shook his head. Actually, I've been used to it for so many years. Bai Xiaojing smiled. She was obsessed with astronomy and didn't care about money, which was something outside of her body. Besides, how much could the raise be? She was the kind of person who would bend over backwards for 1,800 yuan a month. But Ning Qing was different. She had just graduated and her internship was converted to a regular employee. She was still eager for a salary. Let me think about giving you a salary increase. How much should it be? Yi Yang touched his chin. Why don't you decide it yourself? No salary, I just want to add 5 additional insurances. No, 3. Insurances and 1 housing fund will do. Ning Qing whispered. Yi Yang was silent. I knew you weren't sincere. How could you let employees decide? You don't even want to pay for the 3 insurances and 1 housing fund. Bye. Xiaojing felt disappointed with Yi Yang again. It's not that she didn't trust Yi Yang, but it was because the previous bosses broke her heart. What about you? Give a practical suggestion? The one just now was really too. Yi Yang didn't even say the word less. Bai Xiaojing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forget it, boss, you can continue to support the observatory, and it is my biggest wish that you can continue to support the observatory and not close it down or sell it. If you don't even want to add the 3 insurances and 1 housing fund, what's the point of talking about salary increase? The annual equipment maintenance and parts replacement of the observatory are a considerable expense. When the enthusiastic new boss has no return after 2 years, it is time for the new boss to sell the observatory. She thought so. Yi Yang shook his head in disappointment. How come these employees have no dreams at all? How can this be possible? What's more, if I decide, I will ask for 10 times the current salary. Will you give it to me? Bai Xiaojing shook her head. So, it's fine like this. Huh? 10 times? Yi Yang touched his chin. This is a decent reference. Wait, what did you say? Ning Qing blinked, obviously not believing her ears. Even Bai Xiaojing, who was about to go back to work, was stunned. She just laughed at herself casually, and the boss just said that this was a decent reference? However, this thought only flashed through her mind, and she smiled bitterly and shook her head again. How could it be possible? Let's do this. First increase it by 25 times, and make up a monthly salary of 100,000. When you have results in the future, I will increase it for you. Yi Yang said after a while of hesitation. He has always believed that talents engaged in high-tech research need special preferential treatment. Solving their life problems and having a favorable scientific research environment will make it easier for most talents to produce results. He can't control others, but the observatory under his name must not give people an impression of poverty. He wants everyone in the world to know that doing scientific research and looking at the stars can also make a good living. This was also a dream he had once had. Now that he has money, he will realize it. The changes in the Nebula Observatory will only be the first step for him to realize this idea. Sooner or later, he will have his own high-tech company, using high salaries to attract talents from all over the world, and eventually make China's scientific and technological level occupy the forefront of the world. Of course, this is a long process, and Yi Yang is not in a hurry to realize it all at once. Now that he has no worries about food and drink and has money to spend, why not use it to realize his past dreams and ideals? What did you say? Ning Qing was so scared that he almost bit off his tongue. Bai Xiaojing couldn't believe her ears at all and stood there dumbfounded. Ahem. It does seem a little less for the time being. Yi Yang scratched his head embarrassedly, but I will set up another 100 million reward fund. Anyone who makes an international discovery in the observatory will receive a corresponding reward. Ning Qing and Bai Xiaojing were both completely stunned. Am I really not dreaming? Ning Qing muttered. Sister Xiaojing, pinch me. Ah. You actually pinched me. It hurts. Bai Xiaojing's eyes were red. Boss. Don't thank me. If the richest people in this society don't spend their money for their dreams, then what progress can we expect from this society? Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Now, do you believe me? Believe. Bai Xiaojing nodded firmly. A big boss who can take out hundreds of millions will never cheat ordinary people like them with such things. There is no benefit and it will damage their reputation. What's the need? Her eyes, which had been dim for a long time, seemed to be rejuvenated. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Although Bai Xiaojing looked beautiful before, she always felt that something was missing. Now, he understood that it was this kind of expectation for the future and this vibrant aura. The girl at the observatory with light in her eyes is really charming. Thank you. Bai Xiaojing bowed deeply, tears welling up in her eyes. This may seem like a small thing to you, but it means so much to us. Haha, you're welcome. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Let's go, you've worked hard before, today I'll give you a day off. The boss will take you to team building. First update. Thank you, boss. Ning Qing's eyes were full of excitement, and the look she gave Yi Yang was full of the brilliance of a little fangirl. Yu Momo, who was standing by, shook her head with a smile. Her boss was really popular with girls wherever he went. And this kind of liking was not entirely out of admiration for his money. This was the point that she felt most deeply. Yi Yang did have a personality charm that was completely different from that of ordinary rich men. As a senior financial management talent, she had seen many second-generation rich men, but it was the first time she had seen someone as special as Yi Yang, so she fell in love with him so quickly. It started with money, but it was loyal to character. But think about it, who wouldn't like this kind of man? Being rich, pretty, versatile, cheerful, genuine and unpretentious, compared to this, being surrounded by a group of girls is simply insignificant, or it can be said that it is a shortcoming that cannot be called a shortcoming. Boss. Bai Xiaojing scratched her head a little embarrassedly, blushing. Today's team building, I want to take a leave. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. There are only 2 employees in this observatory. You took a leave, and what kind of team building is it? I didn't mean it, Bai Xiaojing blushed and waved her hands repeatedly, afraid that Yi Yang would mistakenly think that she was deliberately not giving him face. To put it bluntly, she is just an academic girl who is obsessed with astronomy, without any complicated thoughts. After her worries were resolved by Yi Yang, she felt very guilty for misunderstanding Yi Yang before. Sister Xiaojing should be worried about her mother, right? Ning Qing also helped explain. Her mother seems to be ill. Ah. Yi Yang asked, is it serious? Not serious, mainly because I didn't have money before, so I kept delaying the surgery. Bai Xiaojing's face became redder as she spoke. Haha, how much does it cost? Yi Yang rubbed his chin. Bai Xiaojing is a rare talent. You. Momo told him on the way that he couldn't let her go just because of the 1.8 million surgery fee. It's 400,000, Bai Xiaojing twisted her fingers. Oh, then I'll advance you half a year's salary in advance, so you don't have to worry about it now, right? Yi Yang said with a smile. Ah? Is this reasonable? Bai Xiaojing blinked in surprise. If I say it's reasonable, then it's reasonable. Yi Yang smiled and said, there's no rush on this day. Tomorrow I'll contact the best hospital, find the best doctor, and make full preparations before going. Isn't it better? Yeah, I'll listen to you, boss. Bai Xiaojing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She didn't know how to express her gratitude. Alas. Sometimes, words are really pale and powerless. Yi Yang smiled handsomely and patted Bai Xiaojing on the shoulder. Okay, take a day off today, put all your worries aside, and have fun. Okay. Bai Xiaojing hugged Yi Yang directly. Boss, you are so nice. After saying that, she was also stunned, and her face became even redder. She studies data every day, and she doesn't know how many years she hasn't had any contact with boys other than language. What's wrong with her? Ningqing was very open-minded. Seeing Bai Xiaojing rushing over, she was not polite at all. She directly hit Yi Yang with a ball and hit him in the arms. Although Ningqing's appearance was only 70%, the elasticity from her chest did make Yi Yang's heart flutter. Something was going on. For lunch, let's just eat something simple. Let's go to Han Pavilion for a Chinese meal. Yi Yang had a good impression of Tang Rugua, the owner of Han Pavilion. Now that he was back, he would also go to take care of his business. Although the Black Dragon card was free, he was embarrassed to eat for free all the time. Although we don't go to the city very often, Han Pavilion seems to be the best Chinese restaurant in Magic City, right? How can it be called a simple meal? Ningqing blinked and shouted that he didn't understand the world of the rich. Yi Yang sighed. He simply felt that compared with eating French food, it was still better to eat Chinese food. He had eaten a lot of high-end French and Japanese food recently, and Yi Yang felt that there were too many rules, and it was not necessarily delicious, and the money was spent on the sense of ceremony. Only Chinese food felt very filling, the money was spent, and it was also enjoyable to eat. Venom only has 2 seats, so Yi Yang could only make do with the Wuling van that comes standard with the observatory. Sitting in the van, Yi Yang thought carefully. Since he became rich, he rarely rides in cars below the million level. He really misses this wildness. The speed of the Wuling magic car is not to be underestimated. It quickly drove back to the city and parked in the parking lot next to Han Pavilion. Huh? The Han Pavilion parking lot manager looked at the Wuling blue light that drifted in directly, and was completely dumbfounded. This is probably the first broken van parked in the parking lot since Han Pavilion was established. This is Han Pavilion's own parking lot. If you don't go to Han Pavilion to eat, you can't park your car inside. The manager never thought that the people in the car were here to eat. A few people had a meal in Han Pavilion, and the meal money was enough to buy another Wuling blue light. How ridiculous. People who are poor now are so self-righteous. He just got up and wanted to ask about the situation. The car door opened and Yi Yang walked down with 3 beautiful girls. For the team building, Ningqing and Bai Xiaojing both changed into fashionable outfits, which naturally raised their appearance to a higher level compared to their work clothes and white coats. Even Ningqing was eye-catching enough, not to mention Yu Momo and Bai Xiaojing, 2 super beauties. The administrator was dumbfounded, and the boss with his mouth wide open stood there, not even thinking about going up to manage. Damn it, I believe in love again. Where there are beauties, there is always a lack of eyeballs to pay attention, especially the scene of these beauties walking down from the broken van together, which immediately made the people around who saw this scene unable to move. No way? Now beautiful girls still like guys who drive minivans? I'm just an expert. No, isn't that Yi Shenhao? This year's Shanghai's commercial superstar is basically certain. Huh? That super boss. Yi Shenhao, who made Wang Silan come to Shanghai to apologize in person. How long has he not appeared? Have you forgotten? Damn. I remember now. I was saying, now rich people are driving crappy minivans? I don't understand. I don't understand. Rich people are returning to their roots. There must be a deep meaning behind what they do. That's right, he's a super rich man. Maybe this is a way of keeping a low profile. I don't believe him. When poor people are struggling for luxury cars, rich people are already driving crappy minivans to flirt with girls. Yi Yang didn't hear the discussions around him. If he knew what these people were thinking, he would probably laugh and scold them. Why are these wild drama queens so dramatic? Second update. It's the Black Dragon Card VIP, Mr. Yi. As soon as he entered Han Pavilion, the lobby manager, who had already memorized Yi Yang's appearance, quickly called a bunch of girls to come up and line up to salute. It is said that Hang is the best Chinese restaurant in Shanghai, and it is well deserved today. The service is so good. Ning Qing and Bai Shaojing were both startled by the young ladies who lined up in front to welcome them. The waiters at Hang are all in excellent appearance and quality. They are all highly trained and are all slim beauties with a bachelor's degree or above. Of course, their wages are the envy of many office white-collar workers. I have to say that it is really refreshing to see so many graceful beauties wearing Han Palace women's clothes and saluting in front of him. Manager Li had a smile on his face. This little girl, Mr. Yi, is the holder of our Hang's Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. Mr. Yi is the only one in China who has this card. Only with his arrival, Hang gained such a high welcome standard. If normal VIPs come, they will only be accompanied by 1 or 2 dedicated waiters at most. So this is The two of them blinked and nodded. They were obsessed with data processing and astronomical research. They obviously had no idea about the Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. However, as the new boss in China was the only one who had it, he must be awesome. Does anyone outside of China have this card? Ning Qing asked, curiously. Apart from Mr. Yi, only Mr. Buffett has one. Manager Li smiled while leading Yi Yang and his party towards the Black Dragon Pavilion. Wow. This is amazing. Buffett and others have heard of it. The world-famous #1 god once swept away the wealth of all countries. With one person. As a person, it is difficult to judge the merits and demerits of his life. But as a businessman, he managed to make the world remember his name. It is said that if you want to make an appointment with him for lunch, you have to spend tens of millions to get an appointment. My boss is actually the same level of boss as this kind of person. Bai Shaojing and Ning Qing's eyes were filled with sparkle. This new boss is really unfathomable. The door, made entirely of obsidian and engraved with a golden dragon relief, was pushed open. The fairyland-like inner room of the Black Dragon Stepping Golden Pavilion made the two girls grow up and be unable to close their mouths. As a poor person with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan who can only eat instant noodles every day, the next restaurant is a luxury, and even more not to mention this magical dining environment. Oh my God! The decoration alone will cost several million, no, tens of millions. Ning Qing praised. Ahem, the Black Dragon Pavilion is only open to super VIPs who hold the Black Dragon Gold card. The original decoration cost was 120.53 million. Manager Li introduced with a familiar smile. Introducing the boxes is an important part of giving face to the distinguished guests. She knows the information of each box in Han Pavilion by heart. 1. More than 100 million. Ning Qing felt that her values had been subverted. Someone actually spent more than 100 million just to create a better eating environment. Moreover, based on the information just now, there are only 2 people in the world who have the Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. Doesn't that mean that this super environment created by more than 100 million is only for Yi Yang and Buffett? After sitting down, Ning Qing and Bai Xiaojing were very cautious, for fear of dropping any valuable utensils on the table. According to Manager Li's introduction just now, this cup is worth hundreds of thousands. Once one is broken, even with their current monthly salary, they will have to go without food and water for half a year to compensate. Haha, don't be cautious. It's up to me if you break it. If you go out to eat and worry about this and that, how can you have fun? Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand. You can just take a look at the dishes. As for the wine, I have to choose it myself. I will pay according to the price this time. Good. Manager. Li nodded repeatedly. VIP cardholders have the right to choose whether to use privileges, but most VIPs will use privileges to show their uniqueness. This is the first time Yi Yang has not used his privileges. But as the only Black Dragon Gold card holder in Huaxia District, he must have his own unique reasons and insights. As a small lobby manager, how can I dare to speculate? When you come to eat Chinese food, of course you have to choose white wine. Mr. Yi, these are the best preserved and highest grade liquors in Hang today. Which bottle do you want to open? This bottle of 90th anniversary gold medal, commemorative edition Wuliang Ya, costs 88 W 8888 Chinese coins per bottle. And this 1960s Wuliang Ya costs 99,999 Chinese coins, and the last 5-star Maotai costs 1,080 Chinese coins. The best thing before Han Pavilion. A bottle of Fengjiu worth millions was squandered by Yi Yang, and what was left was regarded as the treasure of the store and was not for sale. Yi Yang could only settle for the next best thing and drink a bottle of wine worth about 1 million yuan. Well, let's open a bottle of 5-star Mutai. The girls' drinking capacity is not very good and they can't drink too much. They basically drink it by themselves. By the way, some more livid, do you have some here? Yi Yang asked with a smile. There are some. Manager Li replied with a smile. Livid is the world's top aristocratic beer. It can only be found in the most high-end clubs. Each bottle sells for tens of thousands. It is not high in alcohol and tastes good. It is very popular among aristocratic girls. While waiting for the food to be served, Yu Momo tapped Yang's shoulder and said, in a dumbfounded voice, "Boss, you are on the hot search again." Ah? Yi Yang was drinking the specially prepared hawthorn wine before the meal to whet his appetite. He almost vomited when he heard this. How come he just returned to Shanghai and this physique of being on the hot search list when he goes out came back immediately? He opened his mobile phone and looked at it casually. On the Douyin popularity list, the topic of Yi Shenhao driving a van has already ranked in the top 3 of the hot list, and it is still rising, which makes him laugh and cry. The related videos have exceeded 1 million likes. Opening the comment area, a familiar ID came into view. Looking for daddy on the whole network, although the video is a bit blurry, I can still tell that this is my real dad. No one can compete with me. Didn't Yi Shenhao just fish in Songhua? lake fishery a few days ago? Now he is back to Shanghai for a big meal, and brought a few beautiful women with him. I'm so envious. This is a wonderful life. Yi Shenhao hasn't been on air for a long time. I beg you to start. I heard that Hanggu is the most awesome Chinese restaurant in Shanghai. I, a working man, beg Yi Shenhao to start airing so that I can open my eyes. Hee, driving a van to pick up girls, he is worthy of being my dream husband. Husband Yi Yang, please start airing. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile and opened his Douyin account. Unknowingly, his Douyin fans are almost 30 million. He clearly did nothing. So far, I have only posted 2 videos and held a few live broadcasts on my account, but my followers have grown wildly to 30 million, becoming a super internet celebrity. There is no one like me. First update. Boss, your fans are so enthusiastic, why not satisfy them? Yumomo suggested with a smile. Seeing that the boy he liked had so many fans, Yumomo was also very happy. I'll go. Boss, you actually have 30 million fans. You are a super internet celebrity. Ningqing was shocked. She was slow to warm up and was reserved at first when meeting new people, but as long as she recognized someone, she would show her lively and generous side. At this time, looking at the word 3000W on Yi Yang's Douyin homepage, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Bye. Xiaojing also blinked. Today is really a day that changes her destiny. My new boss is simply the light of salvation that breaks into my life. What a treasure. How many things has he hidden from himself? She suddenly felt that Yi Yang was like a mysterious black hole. Unconsciously, her heart was attracted by him and fell into it. When she came back to her senses, she couldn't extricate herself. How can any girl not be moved by such a super treasure boy? It's totally unreasonable for her not to be moved, okay? She repeatedly comforted herself that it was not that she was tempted too quickly, but that Yi Yang was too good. Well, that's fine. It's been a long time since I took the initiative to broadcast live. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. That time at Songhua Lake was a high-camera broadcast from a third-person perspective, and there was no interaction with the fans. Hello everyone. After setting up his mobile phone, Yi Yang casually threw dozens of carnival balls to warm up the atmosphere. With 30 million fans and the blessing of hot searches, the launch reminder was instantly pushed to a large number of people. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the food is even served, there are already 500,000 to 600,000 online viewers. Even if a super anchor starts broadcasting, the number of viewers at the same time is only about 100,000. At its peak, it would be good to be able to catch up with Yi Yang's current popularity. I am your little cutie, wow. Is this the legendary Han Pavilion? The environment is so good. It's like a fairyland. Doracat, my dad and I have been to Han Pavilion. Although the decoration is very luxurious, it is not so exaggerated. This is probably a top-level box. Congratulations to the anchor, user Tangrugua gave away Carnival *100 Tangrugua. This is the Black Dragon Stepping Golden Pavilion of Han Pavilion. Welcome Mr. Yi to come and dine today. Yi Yang blinked his eyes, and then shook his head in confusion. This may be the reason why he has a good impression of Tangrugua. This person is so good at being a good person. No matter where he comes, the other party will give him enough face by means that he can't imagine. It really makes sense to be able to grow a restaurant to a scale of several billion. Cake King Hai Buedong, damn, he's a super boss. He's going to cost you 100 carnivals, more than 500,000. Dora-cat, it's true. Mr. Tang Rugua, my father said he is the owner of Hang. He is worth at least several billion. Cake King Hai Buedong, no wonder, the big guys compliment each other. Mr. Yes. Beloved concubine, thank you Mr. Tang for the carnival gift to my husband. Yishan House harem, those upstairs, get out of here, I am the main harem. Mr. Yes beloved concubine, bah. You bitch is just hypocritical. Yi Yang scratched his head and opened his eyes to watch the two so-called harems arguing for a long time, but he didn't know either of them. Serve. The palace chef on the side began to announce the names of the dishes. The first course, colorful lotus seed soup. The second course, golden jade manchuan, bao huang seashell. Third course, colorful fruit plate. The fourth path. Each dish is served by a dedicated maid on an antique plate with authentic ancient gifts from the Han Dynasty. For a time, the entire Black Dragon steps on the Golden Pavilion was filled with aromas, fruits, and vegetables, and beauties like clouds. The audience was dazzled and enraptured. Ding ding is gone, if you can have a meal like this in life, it will be worth it. Burkachino, yeah. It's really eye-opening. It turns out that an ordinary meal for the top rich can be so luxurious and luxurious. At 12 o'clock, it turned dark. How did you know it was just an ordinary meal? I don't believe that he eats state banquet-level super meals every time. Tisk. Let this heavenly girl Duomi say, get away from me, the blackened little brat. Day. Believe it or not. I, Duomi, you. Looking at the barrage, several girls couldn't help laughing. Yi Yang also shook his head, dumbfounded. Fans like his are really a bunch of treasures. As the dishes were served, the palace chef on the side was also introducing his proud creations, this colorful lotus seed soup. Every lotus seed is taken from the iceberg snow lotus. This kind of iceberg snow lotus only blooms in high-altitude snow-capped mountains with an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. Each tail is sold for 100,000. I made this colorful lotus seed soup using ancient secret methods and added soup stock with auxiliary ingredients. This dish is also one of my most proud creations in my life, so I priced it at the high price of 28W8888 Chinese coins. And this golden abalone and seashell dish is also made of extremely precious materials. Only the rare abalone and the most perfect seashells in each seaside are used. It is plated according to Chinese characteristics. It is a delicacy and an art. One plate is sold. The price is 10W8888 Chinese coins. As the palace chef explained, there were waves of exclamations of surprise. TM beautiful lady, damn, just listening to his story makes me drool. King has hands, this is not eating, it's just eating money. Feng Chui Dan Dan. Liang, I give you 200,000 cash, can you eat it in one meal? Zhao Zhu, oh my. Yes. Woohoo. Poverty limits my imagination. The enthusiastic barrage brought more heat and attracted more viewers. The number of online viewers soon exceeded 700,000, making a group of big anchors envious and crying. Gifts were also flying all over the sky. Because the audience knew that Yi Yang was not short of money, people are like this, the less they lack, the less stingy they are. Soon, the popularity of Yi Yang's live broadcast room directly counterattacked to the first place in Douyin's real-time live broadcast popularity. The gift value was dozens of times higher than the second place. Staple food. Lantian warm. Corn. After the waiter announced the last name, he respectfully left the room. With the staple food coming up, the meal was finally served. Don't just stand there. Let's eat. Yi Yang took a sip of the wine first. He had to admit that the 5-star mitai worth 1 million yuan had a very rich and long aroma, but compared with the century-old National Collection wine worth 4 million yuan a bottle, it was still a little different. Forget it. Just drink it. After all, there are only so many bottles of super good wine worth several million yuan a bottle in the world. Drink one less bottle. In the future, what I drink the most will still be these ordinary wines, priced at around 1 to 800,000 yuan. Second update. The delicious food touched people's hearts. After eating and drinking, their bodies warmed up. Bai Xiaojing and Ning Qing completely relaxed and began to reveal their hearts. Especially Bai Xiaojing's experience made Yi Yang very sad. 3 generations of their family are fond of astronomy and stars. At first, the conditions at home were very good, but astronomy is the most difficult field to produce results after painstaking scientific research. Even if there are some results, it is difficult to commercialize them, so they have always made little money. The money earned was small, and the living conditions were naturally not up to par, so the health was not good, and the family wealth was consumed by medical treatment. In recent years, she has taken over from her father and continues her father and grandfather's research career at the observatory. With a monthly salary of 4,000, his mother needed surgery, and his life was very difficult. If he hadn't met Yi Yang, his life would have been miserable. I'm so lucky to have met you, the boss. Bai Xiaojing felt a little sad when she talked about the past. She drank a few sips of white wine. Because she had never drank white wine before, her face turned red because it was so spicy. The fair and tender face has an attractive blush, which is really fascinating. While listening to the story, Yi Yang admired Bai Xiaojing's charming little face and nodded from time to time. Don't drink while driving tonight, it's so hard. Salute to the scientific researchers. Siping. Youth, give this young lady a carnival, Yi Shenhao, please increase her bonus. Long live Hydra, yeah. Yi Shenhao's harem, well, I wouldn't mind if she becomes Yi Yang's husband's harem. There was a flood of likes for Bai Xiaojing in the barrage, and the value of gifts also climbed crazily. Mainly because Bai Xiaojing is really beautiful. The character of a beautiful woman with a tragic experience, but a happy life is a weapon of mass destruction for both boys and girls. In an instant, the value of gifts in Yi Yang's live broadcast room doubled again. Leaving the second place far away, the beautiful anchor in the second place was pressed to the ground and rubbed wildly. She was about to cry without tears, and she was trembling. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Yi Yang looked at the explosive gift value, then I'll join in the fun. There were too many rewards today, and he felt quite happy. In a fit of excitement, he sent out a super red envelope worth 1 billion in the live broadcast room. Damn it. I just grabbed 10,000 yuan. Yi Shenhao is awesome. Holy shit, my dick is so explosive. It's so awesome. 1 billion red envelopes. I guess this will be a hot search topic again soon. Haha, there is no one else who has been trending twice a day, but who knows that he is Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao, ah no. Dad Yi, let the father's love come more intensely. Husband Yi Yang is so handsome. Hey, did I pick up the son from upstairs for nothing, hee hee. 1 billion red envelopes immediately blew up the audience. The entire live broadcast room got high and fell into a craze. Many people also rushed to Yi Yang's live broadcast room after hearing the news. All of a sudden, the popularity of the room and the number of people online for the anchors who were live broadcasting on Douyin at the same time all plummeted, because their viewers all ran into Yi Yang's live broadcast room to watch the super big red envelope worth 1 billion. The number of people online in Yi Yang's live broadcast room instantly exceeded 3 million. At almost this point, more than 1/3 of those watching the live broadcast on Douyin came in. This is extremely amazing data, because, until now, there is no anchor in the entire network who can do this. Damn, the number of people in the live broadcast. When I first clicked in, I thought I was blind. More than 3 million. Even if Li Jieqi, the super anchor who became popular some time ago, starts broadcasting, the peak number of online users will only be more than 300,000, right? 10 times. A full 10 times. The spiral is so awesome. Yi Yang was already accustomed to setting records, and he didn't have any major changes in his mood at this time. He just felt quite happy and spent money to add to his luck. Ding. It is detected that your total spending on the Douyin platform exceeds 1.5 billion, and a supercritical hit reward is triggered. 51% of the equity of Zijia Jumping Company will be awarded, rewarding the company. Again. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and when he was about to pass by as he was accustomed to, he was stunned for a moment. Wait, the word level jumps. Let me go, isn't that the parent company of Douyin, one of the most powerful trillion-dollar companies in China? This is the 3rd trillion-level super company that the system has triggered rewards for after Yida and Tingshuan. Even for him now, having an additional trillion-level super company in his hands is exciting and inspiring. Jiangjing is now almost as famous as Tingshuan in China. Its subproducts such as Douyin, Shijiao Video, Tonight Tushio, and other subproducts are popular all over the country, with hundreds of millions of users and a valuation of trillions. It is so awesome, too strong. Yi Yang pumped his fist and was very excited. You. Momo blinked at the side. The one who knows Yi Yang best here is her. Who is the boss? That's a man with trillions of assets and 2 super business groups. For him to be so excited proves that this is something extraordinary. However, she was very sensible about her boss's personal affairs and would never ask questions. Yi Yang would naturally assign matters to her, so although she was curious, she still did not take the initiative to ask. Apart from being happy, Yi Yang also came to his senses and couldn't laugh or cry. Most of the money he spent on his relationship came back to him. This system is so considerate of itself that it doesn't let itself suffer at all. Alas, wanting to spend money is really a technical job. He couldn't help but sigh. This 1 billion red envelope storm, as time went by, swept the hot search list. For a while, the top 2 hot searches on Douyin were all about Yi Shenhao. The glory was unparalleled. Spending 1 billion just for my happiness. This is the free and easy and willful nature of a real Shenhao. In this carnival, Yi Yang's fans finally broke through 30 million, and are still increasing rapidly. Since breaking through 30 million fans, it has been like riding a rocket, and the number of fans has increased crazily. just exiting and entering again, in 1 or 2 seconds. Tens of thousands of fans have increased. This speed of increasing fans is probably the envy of all the big internet celebrities on the internet, haha. Momo smiled and joked. Yang also shrugged, it's SOSO. The number of fans increased too fast, and he planned to wait until the heat passed before taking a general look at how many there would be in the end. There is no point in taking a look now. Let's go. Yang burped and turned off the live broadcast. After eating and drinking, it's a good time to have fun. Where do you want to go? The amusement park. I've been working in Shanghai for several months, but I haven't been to an amusement park yet. Ningqing asked repeatedly. Amusement park? Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand, let's go. First update. Mr. Yi, take care. Manager Li and a group of graceful palace maids saw him off. Yang waved his hand and paid for the meal. 2,060,000? That's less than I thought. Yang muttered. With his current total wealth, it is difficult to trigger any super rewards by spending only 2 million. This time it is just an ordinary deposit reward, the amount is only 30 million. Thinking like this, if you want to get better rewards, you have to find a way to spend a lot of money in the future. Let's go. Yi. Yang smiled lightly, looking at Bai Shaojing and Ningqing, who were so shocked by the meal money that they couldn't walk. The company will often have team building in the future, you have to get used to it. Ah. Okay. Ningqing and Bai Shaojing both nodded with a smile, the boss is really too generous. Come to the garage. The manager stood respectfully beside the Wuling blue light. When he saw Yi Yang coming in, he laughed and said, Mr. Yi, I have been guarding your car here, and there has been no mishap. It's just a van. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you guard those luxury cars next to you? And guard my broken van? Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? You are a Black Dragon card VIP. Just now, the general manager knew that I actually doubted your identity and scolded me. Mr. Yi, please don't mind it. The manager thought that Yi Yang was still minded about what happened just now, and he wanted to cry. If the manager didn't mention it, Yi Yang would have almost forgotten it, but he waved his hand. I understand, you are also conscientious and responsible, and you deserve praise. Really, really. The manager was very happy to be praised by a big shot like Yi Yang. What a blessing. Yi Yang got in the car directly. Actually, the manager just came to ask a question, and there was nothing wrong with his attitude. If he was the parking lot manager of Han Pavilion, he would have to come and ask a question if a Wuling Longuang suddenly came in. After all, it was really a bit outrageous. Ding. After starting the engine, the Wuling Longuang drove away directly. In order to drive, Momo didn't drink just now. When he came, he was in the public eye. When he left, he was also in the public eye. However, the mood of the onlookers was completely different. Now, they all knew that the business tycoon of Magic City, the new super rich man Yi Yang, was sitting in that seemingly cheap car. Oh, I'm so jealous. I also have a Wuling Longuang, why don't any girls want to ride with me? Pfft. If you have 100 billion, don't even mention Wuling Longuang, you can ride a unicycle, and beautiful girls will want to lie on you and share a car with you. To put it bluntly, what you lack is Wuling Longuang? What you lack is that 100 billion, brother. Ahem, that's true. The whirling magic car swayed all the way. And soon, it drove to Disneyland. Although there are other amusement parks in Magic City, Disney is still the largest. And has the most variety. As the current boss of Disney, Yi Yang hasn't played all the projects in his amusement park yet. This is a VIP channel, and private cars are not allowed to enter. Ah, boss. The lady in the VIP channel was about to explain the rules, and the next moment she saw a handsome face in the rolled-down window, and she was stunned. Because Yi Yang came here for the first time, he was actually ordered to search his body by the employees. The senior management of Disney made all employees remember his appearance. But it's easy to remember. After all, there are few people as handsome as Yi Yang in the world. Many girls can remember him clearly at a glance. She is one of them. Dong, dong, dong. The female employee felt her heart beating wildly. She actually saw the boss in person. The man who holds the entire Disneyland with a valuation of 100 billion. The key is that he is so young and handsome. Hello, swipe your card according to the VIP ticket price. Yi Yang smiled at the girl and handed over the black card in his hand. Ah. You are the boss, how can you? The female employee felt like she was hit by Cupid's arrow, her face flushed. The boss actually smiled at her. Ah. One thing for one thing. Yi Yang put the card in the female employee's hand. Although he is the boss, he still has to follow the rules. Otherwise the boss of Vacheron Constantine will take his own watches at will, and he will take all the best ones produced every year to himself. Of course, this can be done, but for the company, it is a bad habit. He doesn't want to set a bad example. The boss is so principled. The female employee kept moving her eyes away, fearing that if she looked at it one more time, she would not be able to extricate herself. But after swiping the card and driving the Wuling into the park, she began to regret it again. She should have looked at it one more time. Alas. But the boss actually drove a Wuling blue light, which was too low-key. There were thousands of feelings in my heart, and finally gathered into one sentence: he is worthy of being the boss. Because Bai Xiaojing and Ning Qing are both relatively quiet and knowledgeable girls, they chose the warm route this time. It was also the last route that Yi Yang had not played. Both girls came to the amusement park for the first time. After entering, they were very curious and full of curiosity about every project. Merry-go-round, spinning cups, and Dumbo are all relatively gentle rides. But for Bai Xiaojing and Ning Qing, it was extremely novel. Looking at the happy glow on the faces of the two little girls, Yi Yang also smiled with satisfaction. Making employees happy is what the boss should do. Especially the beautiful employees. In front is the Buzz Lightyear venue. You can shoot guns. Yumomo looked at the map and smiled. Shooting guns? Bayubiubiu. The two innocent little girls seemed very excited, and they started to gesture constantly before entering the venue. Boss. You shoot really well. Fortunately. Wow. Boss, you got the highest score again. You must be secretly practicing shooting every day. You are an old hand. At a glance. Woohoo. I, a novice, am not convinced. Ahem. Yi Yang scratched his head. Why is this so ambiguous? After shooting guns, they took a drifting boat to see Tarzan, then watched a performance of The Lion King. And took photos with Disney princesses and Winnie the Pooh. It was almost sunset. The sun set in the sky. And they also came to the last stop of this game. Disney Fairy Tale Ferris Wheel. Ningqing was pulled directly to another cabin by Yumomo, who was very discerning. Yi Yang and Bai Shaojing sat in a double cabin. The dusk shone through the seashore and shone into the warm skyscraper cabin. Bai Shaojing sat quietly beside Yi Yang. After an afternoon of playing, she felt a happiness she had never experienced before. Yi Yang looked at the beautiful scenery, while Bai Shaojing tilted her head to look at him, her eyes as gentle as water. This man is damn charming. Second update. Is there something on my face? Yi Yang looked at Bai Shaojing, looking at him foolishly, and asked with some doubts. No. Bai Shaojing shook her head. I just think you are so handsome, boss. Really? I think so too. Yi Yang nodded. Bai Shaojing smiled. The boss was really honest and rude. Boss, thank you. Bai Shaojing suddenly lowered her head and whispered. Why do you say this suddenly? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. From the time I was born until now, life has not been great. It can even be said to be a mess. Bai Shaojing murmured, I didn't know until I met you that there is such a beautiful side to this world. Thank you, boss, you made me feel another, completely different life. Even if it was only a quick glance, I am satisfied. Yi Yang grinned. As expected of an academic girl, she always spoke in a certain way. Bai Shaojing pursed her lips, her face flushed, and Yi Yang could hear her pounding heartbeat. Yi Yang sat sideways on the soft sofa in the double cabin and looked at Bai Shaojing with some uncertainty. Isn't it because he has a fever? Puff. Bai Shaojing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hit Yi Yang's chest with her small fist. Oh, boss. Such a romantic atmosphere, you ruined it with just one word. Straight man. Yi Yang smiled lightly, a little innocently. Yes. I am clearly adjusting the atmosphere. Ha ha. Bai Shaojing was so amused that she started to giggle. Yi Yang scratched his head and smiled too. Suddenly, Bai Shaojing's smile faded, and there seemed to be some determination in her eyes, and she came closer. He knelt down on the sofa with his whole body, holding Yi Yang's shoulders with his hands, and pressed his upper body against Yi Yang's chest. Gentle lips kissed Yi Yang at this moment. The Ferris wheel, at this moment, reached its highest point, and the dusk in the distance burned like a golden fire. The warm firelight reflected in Bai Shaojing's clear pupils at this moment, like the brightest and most pitiable gem in the world. Those clear eyes and golden red white cheeks rendered by the dusk made Yi Yang stunned, and his lips subconsciously moved in coordination. Seeing that Yi Yang did not refuse, the slight caution in Bai Shaojing's eyes finally dissipated. She let go of herself, and kissed her deeply. The highest point of the Ferris wheel in wonderful sunshine. Yi Yang hugged Bai Shaojing's small, but passionate body and kissed her affectionately. Call. Until the Ferris wheel reached the last quarter of the journey, the sunlight on the horizon was blocked by the fairy tale castle in the distance, casting a shadow in the double cabin. The two of them were still separated. Bai Shaojing licked the fine threads at the corner of her mouth, shrank back, knelt down on the sofa, biting her lower lip, her face turned red like a frightened little rabbit, and she looked at Yi Yang. Hey, isn't it? It was obviously you who forced me to kiss me. Yi Yang glared and smiled. Well, the boss is indeed a straight man. Seeing that Yi Yang didn't think much about it, Bai Shaojing also let out a long sigh of relief, turned around and sat upright. Clasping her hands tightly, I know. Yi Yang patted Bai Xiaojing's little head, you just need to understand your own heart. If her kiss just now was just out of repayment or the excitement of welcoming a new life, Yi Yang would not take the next step. And if Bai Xiaojing really likes herself, then he doesn't mind continuing to develop. After all, this little girl is really cute. I know very well. Bai Xiaojing puffed up her little face and said stubbornly, huh? Yi Yang pinched Bai Xiaojing's bulging face and said, that's good. At this moment, the Ferris wheel finally stopped at the lowest point. Yu Momo and Ning Qing, who were in the front cabin, were already waiting at the exit of the Ferris wheel. Ning Qing looked at Yi Yang and Bai Xiaojing who came out of the door. They were still the same two people, but when they came out, they felt a little different. But what exactly was different, she couldn't tell for a while. Although Yu Momo couldn't guess it. He rubbed his chin and guessed it almost exactly. At this time, he secretly laughed secretly in his heart. Disney. Entrance. Okay, today's team building is over perfectly. Let's all go home. Yi Yang waved his hand, by the way. Xiaojing, I will arrange the surgery for you as soon as possible and then notify you. Well, thank you boss. Bai Xiaojing had her little head rubbed by Yi Yang and watched him leave with some reluctance. Hey. What are you looking at? I felt something was wrong just now, wouldn't you? Ning Qing waved her hand in front of Bai Xiaojing's eyes and said with a wicked smile. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Xiaojing rolled her eyes, shall we take a taxi? If we go home from Disney, the two of us will also take a ride. Okay. Ning Qing didn't think much and nodded. After returning to the villa, Yi Yang also directly called Liren Hospital. Yi Yang almost learned about Bai Xiaojing's mother's condition during the chat. What a coincidence, it's also an eye disease. Hello? Director Li Qing? After Yi Yang dialed the phone, he smiled lightly and said, I'm Yi Yang. Dean Yi. I haven't received any instructions from you for a long time. If you have any instructions this time, please feel free to give them. Li Qing said with great enthusiasm. When he was chatting with the directors of other departments, he had also tested it with words and confirmed that this mysterious dean should have only been in contact with his director so far. What does this mean? This is to focus on cultivating yourself. Focus on cultivating yourself. If he didn't seize this golden opportunity to give Yi Yang a good lick, he would be so stupid. Last time, Dean Yi had something to do. Although he asked me to perform an operation on his classmate's father, Dean Yi didn't come in person. After all, and it was really a pity that he didn't meet him once. There's really something wrong. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. In a few days, I will take a family member of an employee to see a doctor. I wonder if you can arrange an operation? Family of an employee? Hey, may I ask if it's a female employee? Li Qing rolled his eyes. With his many years of experience in society, he could make up countless plots in his mind in an instant. Yeah, what? Is there any difference? Yi Yang was stunned by the question. There's no difference, of course there's no difference. Li Qing felt that he understood everything in an instant, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, don't worry, boss, I will definitely arrange everything properly. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Yi Yang pursed his lips, always feeling that there was something in this old guy's words, smelling like an old pervert, but he was too lazy to think too much. To be the director of Liren Ophthalmology Department, it is enough that his medical skills are high enough. As for other matters, he is too lazy to take care of them. Okay, once you've decided, send me the information so I can arrange the itinerary. Yi Yang said lightly. First update. Yes. Li Qing stood at attention on the other end of the phone. Although he knew that Yi Yang couldn't see it, he believed that sincerity would work. As long as the intention was there, the other party would always be able to sense it. After hanging up the phone, he began to check his surgery appointment list and began to arrange the time. Soon, Yi Yang received the information set by Li Qing. Well, the efficiency is quite high. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Momo, arrange a flight to Beijing in 2 days. Okay. Momo agreed. Directly. 2 days later, private airport. Yi Yang, brought by Xiaojing and her mother here. Your mother looks very young. Yi Yang smiled and said politely. Xiaojing has always said how good the new boss of the observatory is. Today, I see that it is indeed worthy of the reputation. Even if I have an eye disease, I can see that Mr. Yi is really a handsome man. Bai Xiaojing's mother exclaimed sincerely. Haha, auntie is too kind. Yi Yang felt that he should be more humble in front of the elderly. Wow. Bai Xiaojing looked at the Gulfstream G950. In front of her with some surprise. This kind of private toy for the super rich, she had only seen in documentaries and movies. This was the first time she saw it in real life. The huge fuselage and the furnishings inside, which looked like those in future science fiction movies, amazed her. This plane costs a lot of money. Right? Bai Xiaojing's mother was also stunned. Although she had some eye problems, she could still see such a large, super private plane clearly. Ahem, it's not much money, because the entire airline is mine, so this G950 was bought at cost price, which is about 1 billion yuan. Yi Yang explained with a smile. Ah, that's really cheap. Bai Xiaojing's mother didn't know what expression to put on. It seems that this boss, Yi, is really not only handsome, but also rich. And he even accompanied his daughter to Beijing for medical treatment. It can be seen that he is also kind-hearted. It's a blessing for his daughter to meet such a boss. Then let's set off. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and took the mother and daughter on the plane. Because he had just acquired a $1 trillion company like Zijia Jump, Momo had been busy with the handover recently. The change of ownership of such a super large company required very complicated specific details and steps. Yi Yang, a hands-off boss, naturally did not want to ask about it personally. But Momo was used to handling these trivial matters for Yi Yang. Xiao was also responsible for protecting Momo for the time being. Although the probability of an accident was not high, it had to be prevented. After all, it was a trillion-level property handover, and Xiao was careful and could help a little. The only bodyguard who followed him this time was Shao Qingxian. Hello, boss. Yuan's flight attendant group bowed and shouted. Yuan took a special look at Bai Xiaojing. There was another beautiful woman beside the boss. He was really lucky. Alas. It seems that I have to work harder to help the boss this time. It only takes 2 or 3 hours from the Magic City to Beijing. Soon, they arrived at their destination. When they got off the G950, there was a special car arranged by Wang Silan waiting at the airport. These itineraries were arranged by Momo, who was very reliable. Yi Yang still feels very lucky to have found such a beautiful and capable personal secretary. Mr. Yi, we are the professional itinerary team of Yida Group. Your itinerary in Beijing will be arranged by us. We will do our best to make you feel comfortable and satisfied. The high-heeled black silk female leader smiled and bowed. Okay. Yi Yang waved his hand. Get in the car. Shou Qingxian chewed the bubble gum in her mouth and got in the car first. After looking back and forth, she let Yi Yang get in after confirming that there was no danger. The commercial extended version of Bentley has a lot of space inside. And it will not seem crowded even if 10 people sit in it. Boss. Yida Group, you also have shares. After Bai Xiaojing got in the car, she carefully leaned close to Yi Yang's ear and asked in a low voice in disbelief. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly and smiled. More than shares, Mr. Yi is the current big boss of our Yida, holding 51% of the shares, and is the real person in charge of Yida. The female captain said with emotion with a smile. Ah. Bai Xiaojing now knew why Yi Yang didn't seem to be short of money at all, and could even say that the observatory could continue to operate as long as he didn't go bankrupt. The controller of the trillion-dollar empire, the money to support the operation of a small observatory in a year may not be as much as the daily food money of others. It's easier to keep the observatory from closing than to fart. Haha, now you don't worry that I will close the observatory, right? Yi Yang looked at Bai Xiaojing's little expression of sudden enlightenment, and smiled and patted her shoulders. Ahem, no. No. Bai Xiaojing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of her ignorance that day. Now when I think about it again, when I first met the new boss, I actually suspected that Yi Yang was deceiving her, and I feel ashamed. The front is Liren Hospital. The female captain smiled and pointed to the front. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. After arriving, you can leave first, just leave the car behind. He didn't like having too many strangers around him, especially these big and strong bodyguards, who were too conspicuous. Bai Xiaojing's mother's surgery is a big deal, but it's also a small deal. For ordinary people, hundreds of thousands of dollars are a lot, but as long as the surgery is done, they can basically recover, so there is nothing to worry about. It's his first time in Beijing, so of course he has to go shopping these 2 days. There are so many big and strong bodyguards with black sunglasses around him every day. I don't know if he thinks he is a bad boy in Beijing. And he's still playing. Ah. Okay, we have been separated by Director Wang Silan. These days, we will serve you. Director Yi. If you have any needs, just contact us, and we will be there within 20 minutes. Please take a look at the next itinerary arrangement suggestions. The black silk lady sent over an electronic report. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Itinerary arrangements are all suggestions. How to play specifically depends on his own ideas. Send Ant to the hospital first and arrange it first. Yi Yang smiled and got out of the car. Okay. Bai Xiaojing also helped her mother and followed Yi Yang into Liren Hospital. According to the address given by Li Qing, Shou Qingxian found the ophthalmology department directly and was about to go in. Hey! This beautiful lady, please stop. Shou Qingxian frowned, turned his head, and saw a young doctor in a white coat walking towards him. He couldn't help asking, "What do you want to call me?" "I am the ophthalmologist here. If you want to enter the ophthalmology department, you need a registration form." The young doctor stood in front of Shou Qingxian. We made an appointment. Shou Qingxian explained. Appointment? Do you have an appointment form? The young doctor raised his eyebrows. No. Shou Qingxian turned around and was about to explain Yi Yang's identity. The young doctor smiled and showed his mobile phone. That won't work. Why don't you add me on WeChat, and I'll give you my appointment form now? Second update. Not interested in. Shou Qingxian frowned, obviously a little impatient. If you're not interested, I'm afraid you won't be able to get into this department. The young doctor smiled lightly. I am doing this for your sake, right? As he spoke, he also looked at Yi Yang and his group. Shou Qingxian and Bai Xiaojing are both great beauties. Yi Yang is the only man. What a waste of resources. We have an appointment with you, Director Li. If you stand in the way again, you will bear the consequences. There was already a hint of evil in Shou Qingxuan's eyes. According to her temper, if she had encountered such a rogue pervert outside, she would have punched him in the face. Director Li's appointment? The young doctor smiled. You really don't know where this place is? Liren Hospital. The strongest private hospital in China. Our Director Li, is that the one you can contact? I can't find anyone reliable. Come and bluff me. If you say you have placed an order with my colleague, I might still believe you. What's wrong, Brother Wang? The movement at the door made colleagues in the department poke their heads out. These people actually said they had an appointment with Director Li, which made me laugh. The young doctor was obviously very embarrassed about Shou Qingxuan's refusal to add him to WeChat just now, and he said in a strange tone. The colleagues all laughed softly. Anyone who can establish a relationship with Director Li is not an old man in a high position. It is ridiculous for a few young people to say that they know Director Li Qing. But I don't. No. By the way, are you harassing the patient's family again and asking for their WeChat account? When several female doctors saw that Yi Yang was so handsome, they couldn't help but take the initiative to stand up for justice for him. What is harassment? I don't do it. Dr. Wang waved his hands repeatedly. It seems that this is not the first time you have done things like harassing patients and asking for their WeChat messages. Yi Yang nodded lightly. What do you mean? Dr. Wang frowned, a little unhappy with Yi Yang's attitude. In addition, those female colleagues actually spoke for an outsider, and he couldn't help but feel jealous. Even if I do it often, it's none of your business. Can you control me? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. About this, you will soon understand. Hee hee. Dr. Wang glanced at Yi Yang. I'm too embarrassed to expose you. Don't you just want to show how awesome you are in front of beautiful women? It's a pity that you came to the wrong place. You've blown your bragging. You really need to know Director Li. Just give him a call. Just hit me. Don't be scared and wet your pants later. Shou Qingxian on the side took out the phone. After a while, her face turned ugly. Boss, the phone is being turned off. Haha, it looks like an act. Have you seen it? Ha ha ha. Dr. Wang smiled exaggeratedly. Well, the beautiful doctors all sighed, and some of their original expectations disappeared. I'm laughing so hard. If you want to show off in front of a beautiful woman, look no further. This is Liren Hospital. You can't get along with me here, haha. You'll be responsible for the consequences. Dr. Wang became even more unscrupulous. There are still a few minutes until the appointed time. Yi Yang looked at his watch, frowned, and ignored Dr. Wang. He didn't need to take care of such a small role personally. Snort. Shou Qingxian clenched her fists. If she hadn't made a 3-part agreement with her boss not to be too violent, she would have kicked the scoundrel's teeth into pieces. Boss. Bai Xiaojing tugged on the corner of Yi Yang's clothes and said worriedly. Li Qing will be here soon. Let him clean up the house by himself. There is no rush. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly, not even bothering to look at Dr. Wang, and sat directly on the rest chair nearby. Why don't you speak? Are you scared? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You look well dressed. You are a small boss? Are you useful in Liren Hospital if you have money? I have seen many bosses, big and small, who wouldn't ask me to treat you sick. When Dr. Wang saw Yi Yang ignoring him, he continued to jump up and down. I thought you were quite powerful. You are pretending to be cool with others in other people's territory. I think you have no brains. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise? A majestic voice with a hint of exhaustion came. Dr. Wang, who was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly fell silent. He turned around and looked at the visitor with a flattering smile. Director Li, there are a few patients here who don't understand the rules. I'll tell them the rules. You are the only one in the department who doesn't understand the rules and still teaches others. Director Li Qing frowned. Wang Laji was brought in because of his connections. He didn't like this guy very much. But for the sake of other directors, he usually just turned a blind eye. When did ophthalmology become your territory? Ahem, I just said it casually. Director, don't be offended. Wang Laji rolled his eyes and said to Yi Yang and others, it's true that these people just talked so wildly. They didn't even have a registration form. They actually said that they had made an appointment with you, the director, in advance. But in the end, they didn't even have your phone number. No, you're still pretending. Li Qing then focused his attention on Yi Yang, and his expression suddenly changed. It was almost time to make the appointment with the dean, so I had a bad feeling when I saw a dispute at the door. It turned out to be the dean. Ahem, dean. I just came out of the operating room, and as soon as I got off the operating table, I changed my clothes and ran back. I'm really. Li Qing was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Needless to say, just from Wang Laji's personality and the few words he just said, he could almost figure out what had just happened. When he thought that he had finally met a dean who valued him, but before he could officially meet him, he was offended by a fool like Wang Laji. He couldn't help but feel fear and anger. Yeah. Yi Yang sat there, raised his chin casually, and said lightly, handle it yourself. When doctors perform surgery, their mobile phones must be turned off. After all, the patient's life is the first priority, and he also understands it. Dean? Did the director just call that young dean? Is my ear okay? The doctors in the department looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. I know what the vice presidents in our hospital look like. They are all old. Seniors in their 80s. This is so young, it is impossible for a vice president to be so young. I heard that we changed the dean some time ago, could it be? That's even more nonsense. Liren is the largest private hospital in China. What level of person is the dean of Liren? Even the governors of various provinces have to respect each other. How can he be so young? You are right, but the director did call him, the dean. At this moment, the whole department was silent. These doctors looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, and they could not accept the fact for a moment. First update. Dean. Dean. Director, you really know them. Wang Laji was also confused and stuttered. You are such a troublemaker. Li Qing was completely angry and slapped Wang Laji in the face, turning him 360 degrees on the spot. His head hit the door frame and a big bump appeared. This idiot directly lowered the boss's first impression of him. This is an opportunity to make money in the future. If the boss really loses trust and attention to him from now on, and still expects to get promoted and make money? Dream on. This new boss is so young that he will probably be the dean until he dies. If he is really dissatisfied with him because of this incident, he will have to prepare to stay in the position of director for the rest of his life. When he thought of this, he was angry and afraid. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing his parents. At this moment, Li Qing's heart was filled with endless anger. He stared at Wang Laji with bloodshot eyes, just like the enemy who killed his own father. He swung his hand with such force that he was shocked. Mr. Li, I respect you because you are my director, so you should respect me. Don't be ungrateful. I am my uncle who intervened. My uncle is the vice president. Don't be so arrogant. You dare to hit me. Wang Laji gnashed his teeth and looked at Li Qing, extremely angry. Li Qing laughed. What uncle, uncle, even if your ancestors come, you have to be polite and say good things to Dean Yi. This time, no one can protect you. What school is he the dean of? Bah. Li Qing, you old man, you have been unhappy with me for a long time. And you are setting a trap for me. Don't you just want to find a reason to fire me? It makes me laugh to death. If you have the guts, let my uncle come, I will see if you dare to be arrogant. Wang Laji was angry. Which hospital? Mr. Yi Yangya is the new director of our Liren hospital. You are so stupid that there is no hope for you. Li Qing was so angry that he laughed. You are fired. From now on, there is no place for you in Liren hospital. I will use all my connections to make sure you can't find your place in any hospital in China. This is impossible. Who are you fooling? Wang Laji roared. Do you think I was scared? I will ask my uncle and uncle to come over and see how you can continue to act. Li Qing rolled his eyes and laughed, then hurry up. This may be an opportunity. I usually feel disgusted when I see Wang Laji. I have long wanted to take the opportunity to kick him out. Now my attitude has also shown that the impact of this incident on me should have been minimized. If I can take the opportunity to get rid of that vice president, there will be a vacant position above, and I will have a chance. If he wants to take the initiative to cheat his father, how can he stop Wang Laji? Soon, the vice president and the director of internal medicine came over. What's going on? Li Qing, you don't even take me seriously. You're so bold. Wang Bai frowned. He was already full of aura before he even arrived. The dean is so mysterious. My words still carry some weight here. He stopped talking halfway. The information about the new dean has not been made public to those below the director. But they, the vice presidents, know it well. Suddenly seeing Yi Yang at this time, he felt bad. Vice President Wang is here. I didn't expect that Vice President Wang would be alarmed. I really want to see Wang Laji finish his job. He harasses this and that every day. It's disgusting. Well, fire him quickly. He's bullying others with his connections. I'm so annoyed. The doctors in the department were talking about it. Dean. Why are you here all of a sudden? Originally, Uncle Wang Beige, who was still dignified and ready to reprimand his subordinates and act like a vice dean, suddenly became timid, with a smile on his face, and said politely, "Ahem, Dean." Uncle Wang, the director of the Department of Internal Medicine, was sweating profusely at this time, and glared at Wang Laji fiercely. "You evil beast, you really know how to pick on people." Wang Laji thought that his uncle had come and would help him turn the situation around. As soon as a smug smile appeared on his face, he wilted. Directly, "Uncle, he is really nonsense." Uncle Wang punched him on the head. "Say less." "Dean, what happened?" "What you said on the phone just now was vague, this." Wang Beige rubbed his hands. He was old and cunning, and he had long been familiar with the game of power. The top and second in command seemed to be only one word apart, but the actual power was very different. Yi Yang frowned. "Ahem, look at my stupid brain." Wang Beige was frightened by this look. This sentence just now was also to test Yi Yang. From this reaction, it can be seen that this new dean is not a good person. He is obviously used to the ups and downs. There is a strong aura in his words and deeds. Even he can't compare with him. From this, he also concluded that this new boss is a person who really can't be provoked. "What are you still standing there for? Explain the matter to me clearly." Wang Beige glared at the ophthalmologists who were watching the excitement on the side. Wang Laji is arrogant and domineering, and has few friends among his colleagues. He was wrong in the first place. But his colleagues exaggerated the story and turned it into a story of a vicious villain provoking the wise dean. No, it's not like that. They lied. Wang Laji's face turned green. "Shut up. Do you think you haven't caused enough trouble?" Uncle Wang hit him hard on the head again, hitting the big bump just now. Wang Laji grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to be arrogant this time. He could only lower his head and endure it. This idiot has this day too. Haha. It's so cool to watch. It's said that he acts recklessly on weekdays. And one day he will fall into a trap. Colleagues are all gloating and secretly enjoying it. Wang Beige said. Without hesitation, "Dean, this kid has a bad character and is not worthy of practicing medicine. I will ask him to revoke his medical license when I go back. He will be completely expelled from the medical profession." "Uncle, is this?" Uncle Wang originally thought that expelling his nephew would be a great punishment, but he didn't expect Wang Beige's move to be so cruel and merciless. He completely cut off all the escape routes for his nephew. "Shut up. Such an immoral person is not worthy of practicing medicine at all. You idiot. If you say anything more, I will expel you too." Wang Beige glared and shouted angrily. "Yes." Uncle Wang lowered his head again and smiled bitterly in his heart. What medical ethics and character are all pretexts, just to please the dean and protect himself. Although he felt that this punishment was a bit too severe, his uncle was so angry that he didn't dare to say anything more and could only accept this punishment for his nephew. Seeing that even his uncle had given up on him, Wang Laji knelt down on the ground in a daze. Second update. Dean, I was wrong. Please spare me. You can do whatever you want. I will kowtow to you to apologize. Wang Laji tried his best to start his final struggle. Yi Yang frowned, and Wang Bai immediately shivered in fright. And shouted angrily, "Shut up. Don't say another word." Dean, look. Wang Bai rubbed his hands and looked at Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang said calmly, "You'd better keep your promise." Yes, yes, yes. Wang Bai is so mature, how could he not understand what Yi Yang is talking about? It's normal to do one thing in front of your face and another behind your back. It was very serious in person, but after leaving the hospital, I stopped doing it. Or else, you do it temporarily, and then resume your previous behavior as soon as the limelight passes. Yi Yang's words are also a warning. It means that he will also investigate the matter in the future. If he is found to have violated the law, he will bear the consequences. Don't worry, Dean. I will resolutely implement it. I won't disobey it in the slightest. Wang Bai showed a determined look in his eyes. Uncle. Wang also lost his last trace of luck, sighed, and waved weakly to Wang Laji. Okay, go back to your department, pack your things, and get out of here. Wang Laji raised his head absent-mindedly, on the verge of crying. Without tears. The arrogant aura just now disappeared instantly, and he stumbled towards the department not far away. He was extremely regretful. It was not good to harass anyone, but he had to harass the woman who was now the dean. But what's also damning is, how could this new dean be so young? If it wasn't so outrageous, he wouldn't be as depressed as he is now. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Colleagues in the department looked at Wang Laji, who walked in with a variety of expressions. Sigh. I was so high-spirited just a moment ago, but now I've shrunk. I finally left. I've finally seen enough of his lewd way of harassing female patients. Well, that's right. Most people turned around, looked at Wang Laji indifferently, packed their things in despair, and then stumbled out of the hospital. If you lose your means of making a living, I'm afraid the rest of your life will be miserable. Okay, things here are finally over, let's go back to work. Yi Yang waved his hand casually and said calmly. Yes, 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 yes. Uncle Wang and Wang Baigui nodded repeatedly, feeling glad that the boss didn't fire them together. In the most cutting-edge private hospitals in the country like Liren, the treatment is simply not that good. They don't want to lose this glorious job. Once they lose this job, it means that they also lose a massive network of relationships, financial resources, and status. Although with their status, they can open a clinic of their own, but after all, it will never be as glorious as it was in Liren. Okay, the matter is settled. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said to Bai Xiaojing. Bai Xiaojing nodded repeatedly, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. He was really worried about Yi Yang just now. After all, in Liren, just having money is not very useful. But who would have thought that his new boss would actually be the director of Liren Hospital? It's just ridiculous. From the time he met his boss to now, his identity has been constantly changing. He is the owner of the observatory, the operator behind Yida, the CEO of Gulfstream, and now he has become the director of Liren Hospital. Simply amazing. This man is really too mysterious. The more mysterious a boy is, the more difficult it is for a girl to extricate herself from him because of her cat-like personality. Bai Xiaojing feels that she likes this man more and more. However, she considers herself not to be a money-worshipping girl. She was even a person who once thought that she would study astronomy for the rest of her life, without slacking off or falling in love. Perhaps she would die alone in the future. Why do you have a crush on your boss? She pursed her lips, shook her head, and stopped thinking about these issues at all. These issues were too complicated. For emotional matters, just follow your feelings. This is the lady I am arranging for the next surgery. Please come with me. I have completed the relevant procedures for you last night based on the information provided by the dean. Now just follow me and sign a responsibility confirmation form. That's it. Although Li Qing was a little regretful that he did not squeeze out the vice president and director of internal medicine, but he was very satisfied with the result of being able to kick the trash like Wang Laji out of his department and serve the dean well and satisfy the dean. The most important thing is to continue to reuse him in the future. As long as the dean pays attention to him in the future, his meteoric rise is not just around the corner. Therefore, he attached great importance to today's operation. He even went through various procedures in advance in person, making it as convenient as possible for Yi Yang and his party. Sorry to bother you. Bai Xiaojing's mother has been an ordinary person all her life. She has never been treated like this. At this time, she thanked her repeatedly. It's no trouble to do things for the dean. Li Qing puffed up his chest, looked resolutely, and said, righteously. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. This man is really a drama queen. Ahem, dean, then I will take this lady to the operating room first? Li Qing smiled. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand. Go. Liren Hospital itself has made all preparations for the operation and the subsequent procedures under Li Qing's arrangement. They don't need to bother with anything. So, after signing various documents and confirmations and sending her mother to the operating room, Bai Xiaojing waited on a chair outside the operating room. It's almost noon now, let's go have a meal first. Everything has been arranged later. There are special independent wards and nursing staff. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, this kind of minor operation is easy for Li Qing, it's not a problem at all. Yeah. Bai Xiaojing also nodded repeatedly, and happened to be a little hungry. Then let's go have a meal first. Shou. Qingxian opened the Low German map. Yumomo was not here, so she had to arrange the details of the boss's itinerary. However, even when she was on a mission outside, these things were arranged by Xiao. She was not very good at this, and her mind was a bit confused when she looked at the map. There is a restaurant with a good reputation nearby, just go there and eat. The main reason is that it is easy to find. Shao Qingxian did not say this important reason, but just looked at Yi Yang cunningly. Yi Yang did not think much about it, but just smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go here. First update. Kingfu restaurant is right here. Shao Qingxian looked calm on the surface, but in her heart she was glad that she had not found the wrong place. It's quite close. Yi Yang rubbed his chin, walked out of the main entrance of Liren Hospital, and turned a corner. Invite you, how many are there? The waiter came over enthusiastically and asked with a smile. 3. Yi Yang said calmly, give me a private room. Ahem, boss, you are joking. I am in a small shop. How can I get a private room? There are only private seats on the second floor, by the window, with a unique view. Hee hee, why don't you go upstairs and take a seat? The waiter is very talkative and keeps talking. Yeah, that's fine. Yi Yang just planned to eat something casually, and there was no room for it. A group of 3 people sat at the table by the window of Jingfu restaurant. See what you like to eat and order whatever you want. Yi Yang smiled and asked the waiter to give the menu to Bai Xiaojing. Let me take a look. Bai Xiaojing browsed the menu up and down, blinked, and showed a troubled expression. The food here is so expensive. Oh? Yi Yang casually took it and glanced at it. For a man like him who is used to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas and eating millions of meals, the prices on the menu are naturally very low. However, the dishes on this menu are very ordinary. For example, this roasted eggplant dish actually costs 180 yuan for a small portion. According to ordinary people's standards, it is indeed a bit too much. Ahem, the area here is so good, and it's close to the hospital. Several restaurants around here have the same price. The waiter explained again and again. Is it easy to make money from patients? Yi Yang laughed teasingly and shook his head helplessly, but with his current status, he was naturally too lazy to care about the $1,800. It was quite expensive to order a table. Gulu. Seeing Bai Xiaojing's hesitation, she originally thought that the guests at this table were ordinary, but Yi Yang's rich and generous way of ordering food really opened the waiter's eyes. This meal alone may cost tens of thousands. However, there are also many dignitaries coming in and out of Liren. Although such wealthy people are rare, the waiter has seen some before. After a brief surprise, he asked the chef to prepare the dishes. As for drinks, let's start with 6 bottles of philosophy. Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Sir, are you sure you want 6 bottles of philosophy? The waiter opened his mouth. Philosophy is a world-class fruit juice drink with only tens of thousands bottles produced a year. It has always been the eye-catching signature of Jingfu restaurant. The price of a bottle of philosophy is just 1.8888 W Chinese coins. More expensive than all the drinks in the store. 6 bottles of philosophy? Including the dishes I ordered before, this meal is almost 100,000 Chinese coins. What's wrong? Yi Yang frowned slightly. The reason for ordering juice is firstly that today I am here to perform surgery on Bai Xiaojing's mother, so drinking is not good. Secondly, it's because there really isn't any good wine in this store. The most expensive one is only a bottle of Maotai, which costs more than 3,000 yuan. I really have no interest in tasting it. When I saw that this store actually sells philosophy, I ordered it directly. Ahem, we put these top-notch limited production drinks in the store to attract attention. In fact, there are only 3 bottles in the store now. Guests, please forgive me. They are just a small shop. It is already very difficult to get such top-notch limited edition drinks through special channels. It is impossible to get too many. Otherwise, the price would not be so high. Then bring 3 bottles. Yi Yang shook his head. After all, it was a small restaurant, so it was understandable that the portion was small. Well, the waiter was speechless. In the past few months since he started working, there have been quite a few celebrities coming to the restaurant to eat. This is the first time he orders 3 bottles of philosophy at once. The most other big guys can do is order a bottle to try it out. Next, Yi Yang also chatted and laughed with Shou Qingxian and Bai Xiaojing, waiting for the dishes to be served. As we waited, the downstairs became lively. The second floor is a hollow, elegant terrace. You can see what is happening downstairs by tilting your head. Although it is a small restaurant, the boss is obviously very thoughtful. He has set up a small stage on the first floor and invites some people to perform every day. It is also a kind of enjoyment to watch the performance and eat at the same time. This is why this restaurant is so popular. Sitting on the stage today was a Jiangjing girl. The girl was wearing a cheongsam. She was pure yet sexy. As soon as she took her seat, she attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the Jiangjing girl who is very popular on the internet recently? Hey, the boss can do it, he actually invited her. Haha, the appearance fee is not low, right? Won't you lose money? What do you know? My boss has a business acumen, haha. You will understand in a moment. Oh? Then I'll have to wait and see. All the diners also whispered and smiled, enjoying the steaming delicious food and watching the beauties playing the Jiangjing in. The audience is such a joy. Although it's not a super restaurant, the owner is indeed a caring person. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The girl sat in front of the Jiangjing, moved her jade hand slightly, and started to play. With great concentration. High mountain and flowing water. The corresponding name also appeared in Yi Yang's mind. This song is one of the top 10 famous Jiangjing songs. The artistic conception is very deep and beautiful. It is quite suitable to listen to while enjoying delicious food. Not bad. It's really nice. It makes sense that she is popular. That's right. I envy you. A girl who can play the Jiangjing is really irresistible. She is so popular because of her hard power. I feel that her Jiangjing can be ranked top in China. Although I don't understand the Jiangjing, the ability of music to arouse empathy is very strong. People often don't need to understand the core of a piece of music to be moved by the melody. Music has no boundaries. Many people are attracted by the artistic conception created by this song and hum it with their eyes closed. It's really nice. Bai Xiaojing also said, with a twinkling look in her eyes. Indeed, it's not bad. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, but for someone like him who has the skill of playing musical instruments, if he listens carefully, he can hear many flaws and areas for improvement. Hey, man, you are so arrogant when you say that. The fat guy next to him was obviously a fan of the Jiangjing girl. He got the news and came here to wait for her. He was immediately unhappy. You can tell at a glance that you don't understand music. What do you mean by not bad? It's simply the peak that the Jiangjing can't surpass. Haha, young people nowadays are so impetuous. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed in his heart, die-hard fans are really scary. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. My boss said that her playing is barely okay, so it's just barely okay. After all, if my boss doesn't understand music theory, then there are few people in this world who can be said to understand it. Xiao Qingxian sneered and looked at the fat guy with a bad look. Second update. Who is your boss? How can he be so arrogant? I laughed. The fat man laughed. Nowadays, these people are all keyboard warriors. They just want to talk fast. They can't do anything and have no ability. It's so funny. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, thinking that he was a keyboard warrior. Are you looking for death? Huh? A trace of coldness flashed in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, staring coldly at the fat man. The fat man immediately became timid. It was really that Shou Qingshuan's eyes were too cold and sharp, which made people shudder. He couldn't help but say weakly, "Why, you still want to fight?" Civilized society, civilized harmony, justice and rule of law, I warn you. The noise here was heard by the diners next to him. They couldn't help but support the fat man. After all, in this era, there are too many keyboard warriors on the internet who have no ability but like to point fingers, which makes everyone arrogantly think that there are really no masters in this world. TSK. A real-life keyboard warrior. If you can do it, come on. That's right. If you can do it, come on. The Jiangjing girl heard the noise on the stage most clearly. She couldn't help but stop playing and looked towards the second floor with some suspicion. My idol. He dared to say that your playing was average. I was so angry that I argued with this keyboard warrior. Humph. I was so angry. The fat guy felt extremely proud when he saw that his idol actually looked at him. In addition, there were several people around him who were cheering him on, so he didn't hesitate. He stood up and said proudly. Shou Qingxian frowned, "If you are deaf, go. Change one. My boss clearly said it was good." When did he say it was just average? It was just average. I heard it clearly. The fat man swore. You want to deny it now? It's too late. Keyboard warriors are really incompetent to yell. You are looking for death. Shou Qingxian could no longer bear it. She kicked the fat man in the knee and kicked him half kneeling on the ground. She grabbed the other's neck with one hand. If she used more force, she would strangle the other to death. Qingxian. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. The most powerful way to fight back after being questioned is to prove yourself. Violence can make people shut up, but it cannot solve the fundamental problem. Boss. Shou Qingxian pouted, and then reluctantly let go of the fat man's neck, and kicked him forward with a kick. His head hit the guardrail in front of him, and his nose and face were swollen. Wow, idol, I got beaten for you. You have to be responsible for me. The little fat boy cried and looked at the zither girl with grievance. Puff. The originally noisy atmosphere was instantly destroyed by this scene. Those who wanted to help the little fat boy to scold him could only laugh and cry. This little fat boy is too weird. The zither girl smiled. Since the master thinks that my playing is average, please give me some advice to calm down the dispute. How about it? That's right. Don't dare to say it and not dare to do it. If you can do it, you can do it. Ha ha ha, that's it. Humph, just a keyboard warrior, what the hell? If he dares to do it, I will kowtow to him on the spot. Okay. Yi Yang smiled faintly and stood up. He could see that the zither girl had no ill intentions, and there was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Chinese folk music has become somewhat declining with the progress of modern times. Everyone likes to learn Western musical instruments, and fewer people choose Chinese folk instruments. The Jiangjing girl also hopes to meet a true master or confidant in what she likes. Then I will play it a little bit. If there is anything wrong, you can correct it. Yi Yang walked down the steps slowly and sat in front of the Jiangjing. Oh my God, he really dares to come. This alone is much better than many keyboard warriors. Maybe he is a real boss, I believe it now. Who else would have such courage? You are too much of a fence-sitter, right? Didn't you just say that if someone dares to come up, you would kowtow to him? Hee hee, brother, I have no grudges against you in the past or in the present, why are you harming me? The old man who swore was embarrassed and blushed, arguing, and maybe he is just thick-skinned. If he is really a master, I will kowtow to him. Ha ha ha. The audience laughed, and the atmosphere was also undergoing subtle changes. After Yi Yang was ready, he began to play. As soon as he started, the sound of the strings came out, which made the eyes of those who knew the business brighten. Because many people came for the Guzheng girl. Today, there were many who knew the business. The echoes and lingering aftertaste quickly made people enter the realm. This is Jiangjing Fu. You dare to play this professional level music right away, without even wearing artificial nails, you can play. Such a mellow and quiet sound, it's unbelievable. Now no one dared to underestimate Yi Yang, and everyone listened carefully. Jiangjing Fu is extremely difficult, a professional master-level work, and is divided into 3 parts, Pipa dance, Mai Chan, and Qian Shui. Singing. The difficulty increases in sequence. At first, I couldn't hear anything, until Yi Yang pulled the strings and introduced the music to the second part. Whether they understood it or not, they were all very surprised. They seemed to really see some scenes in the music, and those scenes were naturally derived from the brain after hearing these music. And they could not be stopped at all. Amazing. They all looked at each other and asked each other to confirm their feelings. After confirming that almost everyone was like this, they were even more shocked. At this time, the Guzheng girl had already been intoxicated by this wonderful melody and was intoxicated. Soon, the music entered the 3rd chapter. The phantom-like technique kept changing on the 8 strings of the Guzheng, plucking the strings, sweeping the strings, cymbals, and playing them continuously, all in one go, like a violent storm, and like a gentle spring rain. The scenes in the minds of all the audience in the venue kept changing with this wonderful melody like a violent storm. Until the end, the sound of the water flow imitated by the Guzheng slowly flowed away, leaving a rippling and endless tremolo, and the audience slowly came back to their senses from the scene. Everyone looked at Yi Yang with a look of enthusiasm instead of mockery or disrespect. Many of those who could stand here today had a special liking for traditional Chinese musical instruments. How could they not be excited to see such a super master? The zither girl's eyes were a little wet. I didn't expect that after the zither skills were proficient to a certain level, it could reach this level. It was really unbelievable. She knelt down without hesitation and said, "Please accept me as your apprentice." "No, if it's really not possible, I can just be a little girl serving tea and water." First update. Fortune. If the Guzheng girl had done this before, everyone would have thought it was ridiculous, but at this moment, no one said a word, but instead looked at Yi Yang expectantly. The performance just now was simply perfect. To be able to play such a difficult piece of music flawlessly is enough to be called a master. In addition to perfection, it can also make everyone on the scene empathize, and even many scenes have been derived in their minds. This is no longer an ordinary master. It is simply a master of the times. They couldn't believe that the one who played the song just now was such a young man. At such a young age, he has achieved such an achievement. No wonder he said such words. It is really an invincible loneliness. The realm of the master is not something we can reach. Alas. Just now, you actually maliciously slandered others. It is really short-sighted and shameful. The audience blushed at this time and bowed their heads and dared not speak. The fat guy upstairs also lowered his head, rubbing his bruised face, and muttered with some regret, "It's over, this beating is for nothing. Forget about taking in a disciple." Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, "I'm still young and I don't know anything. It's too early to take in a disciple." Ah. The zither girl felt that her worldview had collapsed. "You can't do anything? Then I'll just hang myself. Wouldn't my skills be redundant even in a garbage dump?" If Yi Yang said this before, he would definitely be sprayed by a group of fans. But now, they are all very emotional. Master is so modest. This is the master's mind. We can't understand it at all. Alas. It's really worth it today. I can catch up with such a great show. Too strong. I have to say. I'm so lucky. Where's the guy who cowed out upside down before? Don't run away. Yes, now you can. Fulfill your promise. Brother Leisure was stopped by the sharp-eyed audience again. Ahem. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Brother Leisure waved his hand. Who wants to run away? A man, as spit as a nail. After saying that, he also walked up to the stage, with a stiff neck, and without saying a word, he cowed out upside down. After the matter was done, he left, leaving behind a sigh of amazement. He really does what he says. A real man. I admire you. This fool's behavior made Yi Yang and the Guzheng girl laugh and cry. Master, the matter of accepting a disciple. The zither girl pursed her lips and looked at Yi Yang unwillingly. Haha, don't talk about the master and disciple. So, add me on WeChat. If you have any questions, I will answer them directly when I have time. Yi Yang said with a smile. Really? After a sudden turn of events, the zither girl's eyes lit up. Great. After that, she also added Yi Yang's WeChat and jumped up happily. Wow, the goddess WeChat. The fat guy on the second floor was envious and burst into tears. Mo Jingjing, is this your real name? Yi Yang looked at the application message and smiled with raised eyebrows. Yeah. Mo Jingjing nodded repeatedly. I will still call you Master. Master, what is your name? Just call me Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled. Then I will treat Master to a meal. Mo Jingjing was extremely enthusiastic and tried every means to please Yi Yang. No need, my meal is a bit expensive. Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry about the price, my family is very rich. Mo Jingjing waved her hand and smiled indifferently. Master, this meal is for me, my little disciple. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't force it anymore. He was not active in eating, and there was something wrong with his thinking. Then let's go upstairs first. On the second floor, the little fat man looked at Mo Jingjing eagerly, but Mo Jingjing's eyes were all Yi Yang, and there was no other thoughts, so he didn't even look at the little fat man. Alas. Fatty is so miserable today, his heart is broken. The little fat man can only think that he is unlucky and is in a depressed mood. Ahem, Miss Jingjing, we agreed before that there is still some time before the end of the performance. The boss rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Hee, boss, please be flexible, I'm in a hurry to curry favor with my master. Mo Jingjing laughed and said, at most, I will pay you 3 times the performance fee, okay? Are you sure? The boss couldn't believe it. Although Mo Jingjing was not a top-tier internet celebrity, he spent nearly 200,000 yuan on one appearance fee. More than 500,000 yuan in compensation. She's a super rich girl? Ahem, no need, according to the contract, double. The compensation will do. The boss was embarrassed by Mo Jingjing's extravagance, scratched his head, and retreated sensibly. At this table, one ordered a luxurious meal worth 100,000 yuan, and the other paid him 400,000 yuan. They are all big customers, so he has to serve them well. You are quite rich. Yi Yang joked. Hee, it's okay. Mo Jingjing smiled and said, Master, if you are short of money, tell me. I think my credit card can be overdrawn by about 10 million yuan. Oh. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, I'm not poor. Oh. Okay. Mo Jingjing looked at the dishes on the table and her appetite was excited. She was also very happy to meet Yi Yang, so she ate very happily. Master, you play the guzheng so well, you must have practiced hard. Since childhood? Mo Jingjing asked expectantly. Well, actually, I haven't touched the guzheng much. Yi Yang was not good at lying, so he told the truth. How is it possible? Master, you are too modest. Mo Jingjing pouted. After asking a few more questions about the technique that had been bothering her, Yi Yang answered according to the answers that automatically appeared in his mind. Mo Jingjing looked at him with brighter eyes, as if she wanted to eat him. Humph. Shou Qingshan on the side gulped down her drink, with a bit of defensiveness in her eyes, to prevent Mo Jingjing from really eating the boss if she didn't agree with him. Ding ding. Just after finishing the meal, several Rolls-Royces stopped at the door outside, and some uniformed men walked in. Alas! Master, my father has sent someone to pick me up again. I have to leave first. Mo Jingjing raised her fist and said with determination, I must get the approval of that old antique as soon as possible, otherwise I will have to give up my dream of playing the guzheng and go back to inherit the billions of assets. That won't do. Second update. All right. Yi Yang nodded slightly. A group of uniformed men walked up to the second floor and bowed to Mo Jingjing. Miss, the appointed time has come. The boss asked us to take you home. Oh. Mo Jingjing sighed. Then turned around and smiled at Yi Yang. Master, my little apprentice is leaving first. After that, he swiped his card with the boss, followed a few men in uniforms, got into a luxury car, and left. Yi Yang shrugged. From the previous conversation, he also learned something about Mo Jingjing. It seems that his family has a company with a very good market value, and he is considered the kind of rich second generation who can pursue their dreams as much as they want. However, her father seems to be an only daughter like her, who is facing the crisis of giving up her dream at any time and being forced to return home to inherit hundreds of millions of properties, so she has been working hard to prove herself and avoid this tragic ending. It's not easy for me as a disciple. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head and said with emotion, by the way, what are you planning to do in the itinerary later? Let me see. Shou Qingshan looked at it and said, we will arrange for Yida to watch a big movie later, and then stay at the Imperial Hotel. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This arrangement is not bad, then let's set off. Ahem, boss, there are dedicated personnel controlling the movie theater. I'll go to the Imperial Hotel to settle your luggage and other things first. Shou Qingshuan's face turned red and she kept saying. Yi Yang was a little confused. Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? However, out of trust in Shou Qingshan, He did not ask any more questions. Okay, you might as well go and straighten things out first. Okay. Shou Qingxian nodded slightly. I'll send the boss to the theater first. Kyoto Yida General Hospital is really impressive. Yi Yang looked at the magnificent cinema in front of him and sighed. The entire movie theater looks like a castle. It not only has a movie viewing area, but also a leisure area, as well as supporting bar, KTV, commercial area, and so on. It can be regarded as a very comprehensive cinema. At the entrance of the cinema, a huge banner said "Welcome to Yidong," which can be regarded as a traditional performing arts. Haha. This Yida is really capable of making a living. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The last time he went to Yida Cinema in Magic City, the person in charge there also arranged this. The occasion was grand and gave the leader a lot of face. Yida was really good at this and had a very official style. Director Yi. When the person in charge of the cinema knew that Yi Yang was coming, he quickly ran out with his professional team, smiling and respectful. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Well done. It's all the fault of Dong Ye's leadership. The person in charge of the cinema saluted repeatedly. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was his first time here. What a leader. The filming of this shit was really refreshing and refined. Hey, Mr. Yi, Yida Cinema has recently launched a private couple cinema. The privacy and viewing experience are among the best in the world. It has various cutting-edge configurations. It has just been opened recently. We look forward to having Mr. Yi become our private couple cinema. The first batch of experiencers of the hall. The person in charge raised his eyebrows and winked, but the meaning could no longer be obvious. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Apparently. Shou Qingxian also saw this detailed arrangement and was the one who blushed and ran away first. However, I have to say that the Yida professional team arranged it very carefully. At least he was in his good graces. What do you think? Yi Yang held by Xiaojing's thin waist and asked with a smile. Always listen to the boss. Bai Xiaojing's pretty face turned red, she lowered her head and said shyly. Although she concentrates on research, she is not a fool. She is a couple's hall, and she is very intimate as soon as she hears the name. Being able to live an intimate world with your boss, even if it only lasts for a movie, is something you can only dream of. Haha, that's settled then. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Okay. The person in charge's eyes lit up, and he led Yi Yang and Bai Xiaojing to the CP Supreme VIP hall in the deepest part of the cinema. As soon as I walked into this couple's room, I felt a refreshing warm breeze blowing away, sweeping away the coolness of the approaching winter. There is a faint fragrance floating in the entire viewing room. Just smelling it makes me feel happy and happy. After closing the door, Yi Yang took Bai Xiao and sat quietly on the only large seat. As a special seat for couples, this large seat is fully functional. It comes with popcorn and iced Coke. In addition to these two common delicacies for watching movies, there are also other precious snacks and famous red wine, which can be taken at any time. Of course, there are various modes that can be adjusted. It can be used as a comfortable chair, or it can be transformed into various forms such as a bed, a hammock, and a sling bed with special tools. In the box that comes with it, there are also a variety of supporting tools, which are very exciting. Tisk. After exploring the various functions of the chair, Yi Yang couldn't help but marvel. This was really just the word luxury written on it. Bai Xiaojing had no experience in this area at all. It wasn't until she saw the box of tools that her face suddenly turned red and she looked at Yi Yang shyly. There is a warm light source around the chair, which can be switched on or off. After the movie started, the entire viewing room fell into darkness. Bai Xiaojing subconsciously grabbed Yi Yang's hand. After a moment of complete darkness, the big screen lit up again. The Super IMAX screen, which is exclusive to the two of them, has a very strong visual and auditory impact. It is indeed worthy of being the Supreme Edition. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Such a hall is specially built for the second generation of rich people and wealthy people. Every time it is used, the cost is also very high. If Yi Yang is not a director of Yida, this movie ticket will cost 30,000 Chinese yuan. If you drink the expensive red wine in the wine cabinet, you will have to pay for it after you go out. However, Yi Yang can be regarded as returning to nature. He opened a bottle of ice cola and drank it. Burp, Yi Yang burped melodiously. An action-adventure romance movie was playing in the field, and it was the uncut version. When it came to the emotional point of the male and female protagonists, the beautiful scene, the wonderful soundtrack and the beautiful composition made by Xiaojing hugged Yi Yang and couldn't help but fill in the restless mind in her mind. It is said that boys are lustful. But in fact girls can also be lustful. Touching Yi Yang's solid chest and abdominal muscles, she couldn't help but swallow silently. If you touch me again, I won't guarantee your safety. Yi Yang was being touched all over, making him anxious, and even ice cola couldn't quench the thirst of his lips. The strange fragrance in the air seemed to be stronger at this moment, making him feel even better. Bai Xiaojing also smiled shyly at this time. In this wonderful atmosphere, she couldn't help but think in her heart, and said coquettishly, "Boss, I'm greedy for your body." Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and before he could react, he was pressed on the couple's chair. First update. At this moment, Yi Yang understood what Bai Xiaojing meant, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because she is engaged in research every day and rarely travels outside, Bai Xiaojing's skin is well maintained. Just touching her skin can make people feel excited. Dedicating herself to a man she admired gave her the greatest satisfaction, both physically and mentally. Even if she was satisfied, only this time, she would admit it. As the plot of the movie fluctuates, everything calms down. Yi Yang turned around and sat back, with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Well done. Then, can you reward Xiaojing? Bai Xiaojing smiled and came closer. This. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. He was really a seemingly quiet little monster. Then let's watch another movie. At midnight, Yi Yang Kai returned to the Imperial Hotel with Bai Xiaojing, who was very tired but had fallen asleep with a satisfied smile on her lips. The ocean room in the Imperial Hotel is even better than the presidential suite on the Bund in the Magic City. The entire room is at the bottom of a huge simulated ocean. There is an open-air balcony on the left, but as soon as you enter the depths of the room and open the door, you can see the endless deep sea. There are many marine creatures floating and wandering in the sea water, and there are colorful corals and seaweeds on the seabed. The whole scene is quiet and full of beauty. At this time, Xiaoqing Xian was sitting next to the glass curtain wall, looking at the seabed scenery in front of her through the curtain wall. "Boss, you are finally back." Xiaoqing Xian looked at Yi Yang with a smile, Where is she? Seeing Xiao Qingxuan's teasing eyes with a hint of jealousy, Yi Yang scratched her little nose and said with a smile, she's already asleep. Oh. Xiao Qingxian pouted, as if she wanted to say something, but finally held it back. Li Qing has sent a message that the operation went well. Her mother will rest in the ward for a few more days to make sure there is no infection later. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It seems that we have to spend a few more days in the capital. Yes. Xiao Qingxian smiled and nodded. This is tomorrow's schedule, boss, take a look. Yi Yang glanced at it and said with a smile, by the way, let's add a plan to go to Yanqing University. Okay. Xiao Qingxian smiled and nodded. Yanqing University is one of the 2 highest universities in China. As long as there are people who have experienced 9 years of compulsory education, there is almost no one who has never imagined that they can study in these 2 universities. It seems that my cousin has been admitted to Yanqing University, so I will stop by to see her this time. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Ah? Is it the one who brought a group of bumpkin classmates to Magic City that time? Su Zian? Xiao Qingxian slapped her head and remembered. You remember it very clearly. Yi Yang joked. I remember everything about the boss clearly. Xiao Qingxian looked at Yi Yang with burning eyes. Ahem. Yi Yang laughed. Why was this flirting? Skill inexplicably upgraded. I didn't ask carefully before, but I just happened to ask when I went back this time. I didn't expect my cousin to study so well. I had only heard that my cousin had been admitted to a university in Beijing, but I didn't expect it to be Yanqing University. What a guy. I asked her which university she had gone to before, and she said she had only gone to an ordinary university, and she was from Versailles. It's too much to be so humble. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, sighing. Boss, I guess you're very tired tonight. Go and have a good rest. Xiao Qingxian said with a smile. Forehead. Yi Yang still wanted to explain something, but Xiao Qingxian rubbed oil on the soles of her feet and ran away. He shook his head helplessly. After admiring the underwater world for a while, he went to sleep. The next day, Bai Xiaojing, who had performed extremely well last night, didn't get up. She seemed to be exhausted. However, Yi Yang had already expected that no girl could get up on time the next day after spending a night with him. Just ring the bell when you wake up, and someone will bring meals and hot milk. I'll go to Yanqing University first. If you want to go to Liren to visit your mother, you can also call this number. After eating a light breakfast worth 30,000 yuan, Yi Yang left a reminder note on Bai Xiaojing's bedside and took Xiao Qingxian out. After all, Bai Xiaojing still doesn't know when she will wake up. It's quite unique to prepare this car today. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the little golden man in front of him. This is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost with a long history. This car is particularly nostalgic. In order to maintain the most advanced modern technology and control system in the retro model, a lot of research and development funds have been invested in this car. Xiao Qingxian obviously came prepared and talked eloquently. When it was first put on sale, the price was raised to 52 million. Now it is no longer available. If you want to get it, you will have to spend at least more than 70 million. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This Yida professional team is really attentive. Nowadays, the price is no longer strange to him, but the rarity and value are more attractive to him. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Gintama, Shou drove skillfully. As expected of a Rolls-Royce, the car drove steadily and fast. Soon, we saw the gate of Yanda University. Second update. Reward with urging videos and free gifts. Hehe. I accidentally exceeded the speed limit again, ha 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 ha. The number of words is not enough after the deletion, I still have to water it down, enough for one chapter of 2,000 words, it's really uncomfortable. I kept waiting until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, it's really good. Yi Yang had a plan to come to Jiangjing University last night, and Shou also asked Yida's professional team for a pass to Jiangjing University. As soon as he entered Wadaiku University town, the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul caused a lot of exclamation. Although high-level intellectuals are relatively noble, so-called not being moved by money, but that is not being moved by ordinary rich people. If you meet a trillionaire, I'm afraid there won't be much of that noble spirit left. And the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul is now estimated at 80 million, and there is still no market for it. Wherever it goes, it represents a huge amount of money and a status beyond imagination. If ordinary people see the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, they may not recognize it, but it happens that there are very knowledgeable people here. Many people have heard of this legendary super luxury car that has been extremely popular recently. Damn, this is the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. It is said to be a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Supreme retro model that was produced in 1906. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Is it the only one left in the world today, hand-made with all aviation materials, placed in a museum and valued at 1.55 billion super luxury car? No wonder the price has been driven so high recently. As the oldest Rolls-Royce car, the Silver Ghost can only exist in a museum and can never be driven out. Driving its retro nostalgic model, Silver Ghost is also face-saving enough, and it looks very tasteful and classy. The owner of this car must be very romantic, very knowledgeable about history, and very sentimental. As expected of a rich man. He has high taste. High taste? I think it's the price that's high. Of course the price is high. The latest expert valuation has reached nearly 80 million. And as the limited sales of Gintama are completed, its valuation changes almost every day, and it is estimated that it will soon exceed 100 million. My God, a car worth hundreds of millions. I can't even imagine it. In Wadaiku University town, many students from famous schools were amazed, looking at the passing Rolls-Royce Gintama with eagerness and expectation. Many boys clenched their fists, I must drive such a luxury car once in my life. This thing is really not something you can drive just by studying well. The experienced person sighed and poured a bucket of cold water on these ambitious college students. And after you graduate, most of you will not even be qualified to work for others. Oh this. The originally ambitious boys were like eggplants hit by frost, and could only secretly envy them in their hearts. Some girls had shiny eyes, thinking secretly they didn't need to drive this car, as long as they could ride in it once, it would be great. Yi Yang was destined not to feel the mood of the people along the way, because he was now the owner of a Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, he couldn't envy himself, right? Ding ding. The car stopped at the gate of Yanda. The security team checked the pass and let the vehicle pass. As soon as I entered the campus, I saw Suzian's figure. He said he wanted to see her, so he naturally notified her in advance. But at this time, there was a boy standing next to her, who seemed to be chattering about something. Cousin, is it possible that she is entangled by pyramid schemes? Yi Yang frowned, got off the car, and waved to Su Zian. Brother. Su Zian's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Yi Yang, as if she saw a savior. She ran over in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed Yi Yang's arm, and said with a smile, "Brother, you are finally here." "Zian, who is he? Is he the one you have been waiting for?" The smoky man who was just identified by Yi Yang as a suspected pyramid schemer came up and asked in a bad tone. The man with glasses had a sleek, slicked back hair and smoky makeup, which made Yi Yang's eyes twitch. "What kind of non-mainstream thing is this?" "Yes. He is the one I have been waiting for." "How about it? Are you satisfied? Why are you still standing here? Be careful, my brother will punch you to death." Su Zian obviously had no patience with the smoky man, and she kept driving him away at this time. "Hit me to death? I'm a black belt in Taekwondo." The man with glasses obviously misunderstood and was jealous. "Ziyan, you abandoned me just to find such a man?" "I abandoned you, did you?" Su Ziyan was so angry that she swore, "Do I know you well? You psychopath, if you keep talking to me here, I will report you for harassment." "Will reporting work?" "Haha." The smoky man raised his eyebrows indifferently. "What's going on, Ziyan?" Yi Yang was also confused and asked repeatedly. "Brother, this guy is a pervert. I haven't even met him a few times, but I've been touching myself and thinking that he is my boyfriend. Disgusting and greasy, he just touched me when we just met. Fortunately, I was smart. I was pestered by this pervert again today. I really can't stand it." Su Ziyan was about to cry. "Good fellow. Feelings are campus PUA." Yi Yang suddenly realized that he hated these people very much. They learned some crooked theories on the internet and deceived ignorant girls in school and played with their feelings. When they met someone who disagreed, they would self-righteously force themselves on them, and they thought this was the romance of a domineering CEO. Romance is a jerk. He is also an overseas citizen, and the school dare not control him. There is nothing they can do about him. Su Zian said helplessly. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Originally, Jiangjing University was the top university in China. To enter it, one had to be a top elite. But if the family had channels, they could easily get their children to study abroad and get citizenship of other countries when they were young. Such scum and dregs mixed into the pure campus, and they were simply a walking source of pollution. Everyone who saw them was disgusted, but they could not do anything about them. "Don't mind your own business. I am a citizen of another country. You can't afford to offend me." The smoky man sneered. "You changed your surname and forgot who your ancestors were?" Yi Yang sneered, "You are a complete garbage." "What did you say?" The smoky man was very surprised. With this identity, he was domineering everywhere. Even if he made trouble to the management, he would deal with it for the sake of international image. This was the first time he saw a Chinese dare to be so arrogant to him. "I said, you are a piece of trash." Yi Yang said coldly, emphasizing each word. "I think you need a lesson." The smoky man was arrogant on weekdays. He grinned with disgusting black lips and came forward to touch Yi Yang's chest. Crack. Yi Yang grabbed the smoky man's wrist and broke it with a little force. He kicked his leg and broke it in the opposite direction. The smoky man's whole body was instantly broken and twisted. "I can't stand you who forget your roots. Remember this." If you dare to harass my sister again, I will twist your head off. Yi Yang's eyes were cold and he stared at the smoky man's eyes fiercely. First update. Ah! The smoky man screamed, looking at Yi Yang's cold eyes. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he said arrogantly, "Haha, you are so cruel. You are finished, I tell you. Dare to hit a high-ranking person like me? You piece of rubbish." Pung. Yi Yang slapped him. "It seems you still don't have enough memory." With this slap, Yi Yang used some of his real power and directly smashed 7 or 8 of Smoky Man's teeth. Ow. The Smoky Man couldn't express the pain clearly. He could only look at Yi Yang fiercely and mutter something. "Brother, you won't get into any trouble, right?" Su Zian didn't expect that things would suddenly take such a big turn. Yi Yang acted too quickly, and in a flash, things happened like this. Am I in trouble? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He is the one who is in big trouble. After all, Su Zian is her cousin, and he cannot allow such a perverted threat to exist next to his cousin. Beating up this disgusting Smoky Man is just the beginning of his plan. What happened to the girls who were entangled by him before? Yi Yang asked lightly. The school doesn't care, so we can only try to avoid it. If we can't avoid it, we can only accept the loss. Su Zian sighed. She had heard a lot of related things since she entered school, but this was the first time she actually encountered him. With her strong character, she naturally did not suffer. Is it? Yi Yang sneered and nodded. That's easy to handle. Let me go, isn't this Lu Bill? He was beaten so badly. Haha, this fake foreign devil finally got his fucking comeuppance. You deserve it. I've been arrogant for so long, so I'm going to hit the wall. Haha. But whoever beats them will be in trouble. After all, the school has never dared to offend these so-called foreigners. Sigh. There is a girl in my class who was bullied by these bastards. We are all very angry and ready to protest, but the school does not allow us to discuss this matter. Haha. What a relief. What happened? Soon, the security guard was attracted and said, "How dare you beat other students? This is incredible. He wants to bully the female classmates in your school." As security guards, you just stood by and didn't dare to intervene. You pretended to be blind and couldn't see? Yi Yang smiled. On the contrary, I took action to protect my sister. Now you stand up and say that I beat others? Forehead. The security guards were speechless by Yi Yang. After all, what he said was so reasonable. Anyway, it's you who beat others, and the circumstances are serious. Come with us. However, seeing that Yi Yang was so young, he probably hadn't seen much of the world, so the bodyguards also started to act rogue and try to scare Yi Yang. If you dare to touch my boss, prepare to be admitted to the intensive care unit with this kid. Shou. Qin Xian geared up and stood in front of him. It was obvious that he was the one who wanted to bully this female classmate first. Let us bear witness. Exactly. As school security guards, what do you mean by not protecting your own students, but instead speaking for others? That is. The students around him were also very angry. Seeing that the situation was getting a little difficult to deal with, and thinking of the power of Yi Yang's punch and kick just now, these security guards hesitated for a while. No one wanted to be the first unlucky guy. You are not worthy of talking to my boss, so get out of here. Shou Qin Xian frowned and said coldly. The The security captain's eyes signaled his men to quickly find the person in charge. Soon, the responsible female director arrived at the scene with a gloomy face. Teacher Su Zian wanted to explain the situation. The female director Shabi waved her hand and said in a sharp voice, "Okay, I know everything about the situation. Do you know your identities? How dare you attack Bill Wang? What happened to the friendly exchanges with you? The pattern, why are you so young? Can't you sacrifice your trivial personal interests for the glory of the school? It's high-sounding and full of bullshit." Yi Yang's eyes turned completely cold. It seems that the root of the problem in this situation in the school lies in these idiotic management who worship foreign things. Haha, why are you talking to your teacher? Which department are you in? Which class are you in? The teacher's name is. Yu Shabi crossed her arms over her chest and said angrily, "Shut up." Xiao Qingxian frowned and shouted, "Are you worthy of talking official talk to my boss? You are like a dog. Boss? Are you not a school student?" Yu Shabi frowned, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. After all, they could only bully the students, and they didn't have the capital to act arrogantly with others. Haha, no matter who you are, you attacked Bill Wang first. I will sue you on behalf of the school. Yu Shabi said with great confidence. Sue me? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. That's a coincidence. What do you mean? Yu Shabi asked with a frown. Am I going to sue you too? Yi Yang shrugged and sneered. I'm laughing so hard. Our school will hire the best legal advisors and lawyers for Bill Wang. Why are you suing us? Can you win? Yu Shabi sneered. What can I sue you for? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and turned to Shou Qingxian and said, if I remember correctly, Jincheng also has a branch in Beijing, right? Yes. Shou Qingxian nodded. I will directly ask them to come and deal with the problem. Pretending. Yu Shabi sneered. There was still some time before the lawyer arrived. She knelt down next to Wang Bill, asking about his well-being, being extremely humble, and licking him as much as she could. Soon, the school's lawyers arrived at the scene, very arrogant, as if the case was a sure win, and as long as he was there was nothing he couldn't win. This is our school's ace lawyer Gao Zheng, who is now proficient in the laws of various countries and is an international gold medal top lawyer, Ivy. It is said that one person is equivalent to a law firm. Let's see how you win this time. Yu Shabi sneered and mocked. Ivy? This name seems a little familiar. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It's the golden lawyer from Jincheng law firm, the one who competed with you in golf. Shou Qingxian reminded. Since she had temporarily replaced Yu Momo, she had carefully studied the relevant information with Yu Momo. Ah, that golden lawyer with poor skills. Yi Yang remembered. Chu. At this moment, a stretched Bentley was driving into the gate of Yanjing. Lawyer Ivy, who was sitting in the C position and wearing an elite lawyer suit, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking about me again? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The boss's business is the most important. Second update. Are you the only lawyer here? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. I am enough. Gao Jing raised his nose to the sky, looked arrogant and said proudly. Tisk, I'm quite confident. Yi Yang shrugged. This brave brother is in trouble now. Yes, this Gao Jing is that Ivy's apprentice. Yanjing's ace lawyer, at least in the school's internal lawsuits, he has never lost a single case. Haha, it's not because he has never lost, because he relies on coercion and bribery to lure students. If he really encounters a tough situation, I don't know if it will help. This brave brother looks like he is not an ordinary person. I'm afraid he will kick him this time. It's ironclad. Oh? How do you know he is not an ordinary person? I just came back from outside and saw with my own eyes that this guy got out of a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? That super luxury car that imitates the Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom and now sells for nearly 80 million. That's right. Damn, isn't that stable? It's hard to say. After all, you may not be able to hire a good lawyer if you have money. Nowadays, the school worships foreigners, and it is obviously towards this Wang Bill. Even if he is reasonable, without a good lawyer, right and wrong will be distorted and said to be black, white. Anyway, if it really goes to court, I'll be the first to testify for this old man. I haven't been able to stand this for a long time. That's right, I don't believe it anymore. It's the 21st century, and there are still people who don't have knees. They can't get up even if they're kneeling on the ground. All the onlookers were very angry, looking at Nayu Shabi. They gritted their teeth with hatred. As students, how can they usually resist the opinions of administrators? And it is precisely this kind of rubbish management that worships foreigners that leads to a bad atmosphere and allows these tragedies to happen that should not happen. It can be said that garbage managers like Shabi are 10,000 times more hateful than Bill Wang himself. It is enough to be called the origin of evil. What are you still looking at here? Be careful, I will write it down for you, and I will punish you all tomorrow. You dare to discuss the rights and wrongs of the leader. See if you don't want to live anymore. Yi Yang was obviously a person of some status, and he was from outside the school, so Yu Shabi couldn't control it, but for the students of this school, she was so arrogant that she got angry again, glared and cursed. I think you'd better protect yourself first and then talk about this. Yi Yang sneered. In his plan, Yu Shabi cannot escape. However, many students who were afraid of trouble ran away quickly when they were shouted at, and did not dare to say a word. But there were still many students with a strong sense of justice who stayed in case Shi Yang's legal team came later, and there were no witnesses on site. Hee. Yu Shabi was so angry at this time that she looked around fiercely, trying to remember the few students who joined in the fun, take revenge afterwards, and enjoy the perverted pleasure of rights. What's wrong with you? You can't even manage your own students? How can you serve a superior person like me? Bill Wang cursed very dissatisfiedly. Ahem, it's my fault that I didn't do it right. Don't be angry. These rubbish can't put themselves in their proper place. I'll make them look good when I get back. If you like this girl, I will definitely make her your companion. It's a friendly exchange. Yu Shabi smiled flatteringly and said that she knew Su Zian's family background, but he was just an ordinary wealthy family. The family might not even have 10 million, so it would be easy to settle things. What's the use of sacrificing yourself for the school's big plan? That's pretty much it. When Bill Wang heard the end, he nodded with satisfaction. That's pretty much it. You're sensible. Haha, of course. I can do things reliably. Yu Shabi rubbed her hands and smiled so charmingly that the righteous young man next to her wanted to kick her in the face. Elder brother. Su Zian was so frightened that she said she was reading with Nua, but in fact she was almost at his mercy. Do not worry. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Su Zian's little head. Everyone involved in this matter will pay the price. This look is so disgusting. Shou. Qingxian turned her head, not wanting to take another look at Yu Shabi. If Yi Yang hadn't asked her to restrain herself, Yu Shabi would have been crushed by her now. Is your lawyer here yet? Are they so frightened that they don't dare to come after hearing my great name? Gaojing sneered, and the corner of his proud mouth twisted. It really made me laugh to death. Before Yi Yang could reply, a team of extended Bentleys drove through the gate of Yenyuan. Bentley stopped behind Yi Yang. After confirming the license plate number, Shou Qingxian said, "This is it." Yi Yang nodded slightly and finally came. Click, click. Many Bentley doors opened simultaneously. One after another, legal elites wearing elite lawyer uniforms filed out of the car door. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Shouldn't you call a lawyer? How come there are so many cars here? They are all lawyers. With this posture, some people believe that it is a high-level black social group coming to fight. I'm sorry, boss. You said that everyone should be present, so it took a while to gather enough people. I'm late. Please punish me. A strong voice came. The speaker had blonde hair and shiny leather shoes, walked in front of Yi Yang, and bowed directly. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Although it wasted a little time, the effect of the show looked really good. The total number of lawyers coming down from the entire Bentley team was almost 100. 100 elite lawyers standing together. What kind of visual impact is that? You can get a glimpse of it from the incredible brilliance in the eyes of the students watching. Damn. Awesome. So handsome. Although it's a bit pretentious, I suddenly feel like crying because of his handsomeness. Fuck. This damn touching. Yeah. This time, these idiots really hit the wall. We have hope. The students were very excited when they saw this scene, especially the girls who were bullied by these fake foreign trash. Their eyes were a little red. When they were bullied, the school that should have protected them made them shut up instead. Even if they told their families, their dearest parents would keep silent for the sake of their future and graduation. And today, this stranger they didn't know, with just one word, directly dispatched a team of lawyers to Yenyuan to defend their rights. Even if the other party's main purpose was not them at all, the feeling of suddenly having hope and dawn still made them extremely excited. Just like for wanderers in the ice and snow, even if the people around them lit a fire not to warm them, they would still be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. First update. Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders watch the doorway. At this time, Gaojing's hands and feet were cold. In a lawsuit, it is not the more people, the more power. The key is to see who knows more legal provisions, who is better at defending, and who has a higher level. If the level difference is too big, it is not impossible for a powerful lawyer to take on a rubbish law firm. However, he knows many lawyers from this Bentley team. Here, any one of them is a well-known existence in the Chinese legal community. There are even several who are far above him in terms of level and fame. Gulu. My God, how can these people gather together? You know, it is extremely difficult to invite such a super elite lawyer. Now there are a bunch of them. When did the elite lawyers become so cheap? His hands and feet were cold, and he was trembling all over. The confidence he had just now had long gone to the sky. These ordinary members of the team are so awesome. How strong is this seemingly leader? Jiangjing looked at the blond man who was bowing and apologizing beside Yi Yang. Just a glance at him made his heart tremble. Could it be? No, absolutely impossible. Okay, handle this matter for me. Not only will I not hold you accountable, but I will also double your salary this month. Yi Yang waved his hand. Ivy and the lawyers behind him all laughed and said that the boss was wise. After that, Ivy also raised his head and looked ahead with a sharp gaze. Jiangjing, who was standing opposite him, saw his face clearly at this moment, and after confirming the guess in his heart that was considered impossible, his legs softened and he fell to the ground. How possible? His voice was hoarse from fear. As the world's top gold medal lawyer, Ivy would never show up unless it was a super big case. Today's matter was simply a civil dispute. How could such a super big man show up? This is totally inconsistent with his proud character. After hearing about this kind of case, shouldn't Ivy just say, "This is not worthy of me, it doesn't match my noble temperament"? Then refuse it outright. Jiangjing completely collapsed. Today's matter was originally their fault, and the other party brought in such a super luxurious lawyer team that can't be described in words. Not to mention his master Ivy, any one of the team may not be better than them. Huh? It's you? Ivy raised his eyebrows and recognized Jiangjing, the guy who swindled everywhere under my banner. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Isn't he your apprentice? I was staring at him just now. No, boss, you misunderstood. He is not my apprentice. Ivy shook his head. It was the apprentice handyman recruited by the law firm before. He came in and stayed for a few days. I saw that he was too stupid, so I kicked him out of the law firm. Later I heard that this guy has been swindling people under my name. But the cases he handled were all small cases, so I was too lazy to care about it. Boss, don't be fooled by him. I have nothing to do with him. I will always be loyal to you. Ever since Ivy lost to Yi Yang in the Noble Sports competition last time, he has been 100% convinced of Yi Yang. And even thought that he was the spokesperson of God on earth, otherwise how could he score the kind of goal that only God could score? Jiangjing was completely confused. In his impression, Ivy was so proud. When did the cold and arrogant king of the legal world worship a person so blindly? And to a young man in his 20s. I must be dreaming. He felt that his worldview was distorted. Lawyer Gao, what's wrong with you? You. Shou was shocked to see Jiangjing fall to the ground. The other lawyer is here too, let them see how powerful you are. Send this arrogant kid to jail. Fuck you, you old bitch, you're going to kill me. Jiangjing was so angry when he saw Shou that his brain was congested. He unexpectedly had some strength and jumped up on the spot. Do you know who these people are? Who? Shou was stunned. It was the first time she saw the extremely arrogant Jiangjing and was scared like this. This is Dong Ming, the king of Jingnan Law, a 5-star lawyer. He handles more cases than you eat. This is Lin Qinghai, the legal pioneer selected by China last year. China's top lawyer. And this is Ivy. Speaking of Ivy, Jiangjing was too lazy to introduce him. After all, anyone who knows a little about the legal world has heard of this name. After listening to this, Shou's hands began to tremble. Although her name was Shabby, she was not a real idiot. At this time, she also knew that the young man in front of her was not an ordinary person. His true identity was probably beyond her imagination. Otherwise, how could so many of China's top lawyers be invited? With just one sentence. How long has it been? From the phone call to now, it has only been half an hour. The most cutting-edge lawyer team in the entire capital has almost come together. The meaning behind this, as long as you are not a real idiot, you can understand it. And she actually just said to let the other party's cousin go. When she thought of this, she got goosebumps all over her body. When the students watching around heard this, they all burst into surprise. Did you hear that? These are really awesome lawyers. Jiangjing was directly paralyzed by fear. Haha, this is good now. I was originally worried about this brave brother, but now it seems that, hee. I think even you Shabby will be in trouble. Haha. It's so refreshing. Look at you. Shabby, her face is so scared that it's green. Yeah, haha. We have already learned about the relevant information on the way. We have now contacted some of the parties who have been violated and communicated with them to testify in court. We have also investigated all the people related to this matter through various channels. We have also sorted out the criminal regulations and related handling plans on the way. Each plan can involve different numbers of people. It depends on how far you want to go, boss. Ivy handed the documents and plans to Yi Yang with great confidence. It seems you guys haven't been idle on the road either. Yi Yang nodded slightly, very satisfied. It's worthy of being the world's top lawyer team. It's reliable. Routine operation. Ivy smiled lightly, and the pride of being a top lawyer was looming in his words. They have handled countless cases that are 10,000 times more complicated than this one. This level is not even as difficult as playing house. The entire law firm was mobilized for this kind of thing, so it was naturally handled clearly in more than 10 minutes. Well, Yi Yang was too lazy to look through the plan. Everything related to this matter will be handled, leaving no trouble. Second update: add a chapter. Hee, free gifts and urging videos are here. What do you mean by leaving no one behind? The corners of Gao Zheng's mouth twitched in embarrassment, and he said shiveringly, I'm just a hired lawyer, don't you count me in the right place. No one will be left alive. As the name suggests, all teachers in the entire Yenqing University who have participated in shielding foreign students, including all faculty and staff who formulated this rule, and all relevant personnel who caused this result will be tried. Aiwei glanced at Gaoxing coldly, and someone like you, who helps others commit evil, is even less likely to escape. Hee. Bill Wang stood up limping. They are all low-class people anyway, just check them. I am a foreigner now. You have no right to check us. Your laws can't control us. As for those scumbags who have violated students, Ivy said calmly, I will use international relations to prosecute you in your corresponding country. You will all get the end you deserve. No one can escape. You. As soon as Wang Beer struggled to stand up, his feet gave way and he fell to the ground again, his face turned to dust. You said you can win if you win? Yu Shabi has not given up her last glimmer of hope. Do you think we can be killed so easily? You think things are too simple. You think of them too simply. Gao Zheng, who had long since given up, shook his head in confusion. You have no idea what it means to call so many top lawyers together for a case of this level. He looked at Yi Yang with great fear, compared with such a big shot. Some faculty members are completely insignificant. Moreover, what they do is just in terms of law and justice. Even if the principal sees it, he can only lower his eyebrows and cooperate with others' investigation. How so? Yu Shaobi's arrogant look disappeared immediately, and she was about to cry without tears. Soon, the police arrived and summoned and arrested all the people on the list. Many old rubbish leaders who worshipped foreigners for their own selfish interests were still confused. Until they were arrested, not knowing what was going on. Okay. This old man, oh no, this gentleman is really too strong. Relieve your anger. From now on, this gentleman will be my male god and my idol. All the students who insisted on staying to testify were very excited. Everyone who testifies here will be rewarded 500,000 yuan. Yi Yang smiled slightly and said to Shou Qingxian, "We can't take this money." "Yeah, that's what we should do." All the aspiring young people waved their hands and refused. "If you do good things, you should be rewarded. Only in this way will more good people be willing to stand on the right side in the future, right?" Yi Yang said calmly, "Punishing evil and promoting good has been a truth since ancient times. You must accept this money." He hated the idea that good deeds should not be rewarded. Its thinking itself is simply vicious. It not only makes good people ashamed to get the benefits they deserve, but also makes people who are wandering between good and evil refuse to choose to be a good person. Acting bravely requires not only honor, but also substantial rewards. Moreover, this thinking must become a matter of course and accepted by everyone. This is real positive energy. There are always people who think that talking about money is vulgar. Good people don't deserve money or what? Do you have to make the whole society feel that there is no reward for being a good person, just to be happy? If you are a good person, you can refuse it out of noble sentiments, but as the person being helped, you must never refuse it. Seeing that Yi Yang would be angry if he didn't accept it, all the male classmates quickly accepted the thank you gifts. Although they were a little shy, they felt very proud after accepting the 100,000 yuan. How generous! Damn it! You can get millions in just one move. A super boss who can call over 100 elite lawyers to the scene with just one sentence, and millions of dollars, is probably just a spoiler. If you can get this kind of reward for doing good things, then people like me who think they are not good people will want to do good things. Yes. Yi Yang ignored the reactions of his classmates. Instead, he turned around and rubbed Su Zian's face. "Okay, don't cry. This kind of thing will never happen again in school. Brother, please help. You smoothed it all out." "Uh-huh." Su Zian nodded repeatedly and threw herself into Yi Yang's arms. She was really afraid that the school would force her to be a companion. "Okay, would you like to take me around your school?" Yi Yang smiled and patted Su Zian on the head. "I'll take you to a big meal later to calm down the shock." Puff. Su Zian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I'm already in college, why do I still coax others with a big meal? If you don't want to eat, just forget it?" Yi Yang teased. "No, you still have to eat the big meal." Su Zian raised her fist and said, "Seriously, I will be my brother's guide seriously." "Haha, come on for the feast." Yi Yang raised his chin. In Yi Yang's impression, Yanqing University should be very big, but after walking around, it actually doesn't feel very big. Weiming Lakeside is really beautiful, and the beauty and temperament of the beautiful and elegant Jiangjing Real beauty makes it even more colorful. The library and Boya Tower are both antique, but what impressed Yi Yang the most was the girls' dormitory. Occasionally, you can see a beautiful girl who comes back from the shower and wears not too much. It's really fascinating. Really good. Yi Yang commented with a smile. Stinky brother. Su Zian snorted, isn't my figure much better than theirs? But you are my sister? Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. What's wrong with my sister? Is my sister not good-looking, or is my sister incompetent? Su Zian came up and stared at Yi Yang's face seriously. Yi Yang coughed dryly and moved away the burning gaze. It seemed that today's bravery had opened up some extraordinary attributes for his cousin. We should go to dinner, Yi Yang reminded. Okay. Su Zian also realized that it was a bit too risky just now, and couldn't help sticking out her tongue, but after all, they are brothers and sisters, it must be normal to make a joke. That's right. Just a joke. The Rolls-Royce Silver Soul drove out of the school gate. He drove directly to Morton's Steakhouse. Morton's Steakhouse is an internationally renowned restaurant. In China, the branch in Beijing is the most authentic and the most expensive. Generally, only celebrities have the opportunity to queue up. Ordinary people have to wait in line for weeks to eat in. However, Yi Yang doesn't care about these. If he is not allowed to enter, then he can just buy this restaurant and become its owner. And then enter. First update. Ahem, boss, Morton's Steakhouse has aristocratic privileges. If you enter the second floor, you don't need to make a reservation. Shou Qingxian said after checking the information. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Aristocratic privileges? Yes, as long as you spend 288,888 Chinese coins to open a noble VIP in Morton, you can enter the second floor to dine. Generally, there are only a few such users, and there is basically no need to queue. Those who need to queue are ordinary users dining on the first floor. After all, the per capita consumption on the first floor is only 2,000 to 3,000 huasha coins. Oh. Yi Yang nodded slightly and said in realization, that will save me money to buy this restaurant. If this restaurant was like those stupid restaurants he encountered before, and they wouldn't let him in until he got a number, then he would have to buy it with great pain. At this time, the owner of Morton's Steakhouse could only rejoice in his heart that the restaurant had already established a VIP dining system, thus avoiding the fate of being acquired by Yi Yang today. We're here. I've just finished applying for the noble status online. Let's just go in. Shou Qingxian smiled. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It's time for a big dinner. Su Zian was very happy. I told my classmates before that I wanted to eat here, but I couldn't get in the queue. I can finally eat here today. Outside the door, a group of people lined up in a long queue. Many people who had booked dinner tonight arrived early and were waiting outside for permission to enter. At this time, several beauties wearing black high heels and professional black silk-made uniforms walked down the parquet stairs on the second floor. They curtsied to Yi Yang and his party, and said sweetly, "Dear noble guests. Guys, please come with us." Shou Qingxian explained, Morton's restaurant knows in advance that distinguished guests are coming, and will arrange a special reception team to greet them outside the door. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the ordinary customers outside. The door, whose faces were flushed by the cold early winter wind in the capital. He couldn't help but sigh. It's different if you have money. Seeing Yi Yang and his party being respectfully escorted up the special stairs by the maids in black stockings, the customers lining up outside were extremely envious. That's great, I've been waiting here for an hour. Aha! Who would treat someone as a VIP? You spend 300,000 to get a card here. And they will immediately treat you like a father. How about getting a card for 300,000 yuan? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Whenever I can be so rich. All the customers were filled with emotion. Dear distinguished guests, this is your reserved seat tonight. As soon as he reached the second floor, Yi Yang suddenly felt a warmth. The professional warm air made him feel like he was back in the summer. The decoration on the second floor was also very luxurious, and the overall lighting tone was warm and wonderful. The second floor is not very big, but because of the few dining guests, it seems a bit empty. The first floor was crowded, but I didn't expect there was no one on the second floor. Yi Yang said dumbfounded. There are only a few tables occupied on the entire second floor. With a casual glance, you can basically see everyone. Yi Yang was stunned when he saw the table for two by the window. There is actually an acquaintance? At this time, the girl at the double table by the window obviously noticed Yi Yang and waved to him in surprise. Master. Mo Jiangjing? She is here too, what a coincidence. Yi Yang cursed and waved his hand in response. Opposite Mo Jiangjing sat a young man with an aquiline nose, wearing a crisp suit, carrying himself dignifiedly, sipping red wine, and if it weren't for his somewhat sinister eyes, he would look a bit handsome overall. Of course, compared with a handsome man like Yi Yang, he is more than one level behind. What a coincidence, we meet again. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Master. Have you missed my little apprentice? Mo Jiangjing blinked at him and chuckled. The man with gloomy eyes on the side saw that the two of them were so intimate when they met and didn't take him seriously at all. He couldn't help but become jealous. He stood up and walked forcefully between the two of them. He raised a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth and stretched out a hand. My name is Zhu. And I am the young master of the Litsai group. I wonder what I call this gentleman. Yi Yang glanced at him before he could speak. Mo Jiangjing said continuously, this is my master. A super Guzheng master, that is rare in the world. When he heard that Yi Yang was a Guzheng teacher, Zhu's sense of crisis instantly decreased. He didn't even want to pretend to be shy anymore, and directly put down his outstretched hand. It turns out he is a Guzheng teacher. Don't look down on my master. In my heart, he is the most powerful person in the world. Seeing Zhu's attitude, Mo Jiangjing suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Zhu shrugged and sat back indifferently. That's really awesome. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Who is this? Alas, my antique dad arranged a blind date for me. Mo Jiangjing's little face puffed up. I'm here to deal with dad. Oh, Yi Yang nodded meaningfully. As someone who was always urged by his mother to get married and go on blind dates, he felt the same way. Jiangjing. How can you say that? We are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. I have always had true love for you. This time Uncle Mo is determined to make things happen for the two of us. Zhu frowned, dissatisfied, and wanted to emphasize something. You're just your self-proclaimed childhood sweetheart. Mo Xingxing stuck out her tongue at him. I don't like you. You. Zhu Gezhu's face turned red with anger. In his opinion, Yi Yang was just an outsider, and Mo Xingxing actually said that to him in front of an outsider. You can eat by yourself, I'm going to share the table with Master. Mo Xingxing took Yi Yang's arm and said, Master, you came at the right time, otherwise I would have to escape the bill. Huh? Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. He could see that Mo Xingxing really didn't like Zhu Gezhu, and he also hated the drama of the older generation forcibly arranging the marriage of the younger generation for their own benefit. What did you say? We are on a blind date. You actually want to go to another man's table? Zhu Gezhu was so angry that his face turned red, and he even considered turning over the table. Anyway, we are just here to do a mission. How many times have I told you, I don't like you? Mo Xingxing snorted, please let me go quickly and cause harm to others. Do you have someone in your heart? Zhu Gezhu slapped the table and roared angrily. Yes, there is someone. It's none other than the person in front of you, my master. Super handsome guy. 10,000 times better than you. Mo Xingxing said proudly. Yi Yang was confused. How could he suddenly change from a melon eater to a corner of a love triangle? Second update. Just him? Zhu Gezhu looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. A Guzheng teacher? That's right. Mo Xingxing nodded as he Shiden stood firmly beside Yi Yang. Anyway, it's impossible for me to have dinner with you anymore. You should go home quickly. Well. Zhu Gezhu sneered, and his gloomy eyes became even gloomier. I am a well-educated and good man, very qualified, don't force me to lose my composure. Mo Xingxing rolled her eyes. She had already heard what kind of playboy Zhu Gezhu was, but he was just very well disguised among the older generation. But because he had no evidence, his confused father didn't believe the hearsay, so he still insisted on sending her over for a blind date. In order to let him go on a blind date, he even froze his funds and confiscated the Guzheng. She came to deal with the task tonight simply so that she could get her Guzheng back. Stop talking sweet words. I don't believe you, just be careful. Mo Xingxing stuck out her tongue at him and then sat directly on Yi Yang's table. Creak, creak, creak. Zhu Gezhu was so angry that his teeth itched, and the feeling of being cuckolded on the spot filled his mind. Damn it, you need to calm down, it's still important. After thinking about it, he suddenly had a plan coming from his mind. As an olding critic, he had a lot of clever ideas. Now with a roll of his eyes, he had a plan. He couldn't help but sneered and walked away. He really just left like that. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but admire him. In his heart, the person he was dating ran to another boy's table on the spot, and turned around and left without saying a word. A good mentality cultivated by thousands of years of green hair? This is the pattern. Even he admired the grand scheme. After sitting down again, the maids in black stockings came up with menus. Sir, please order, the maid said with a soft voice and a slight smile. Yi Yang nodded slightly and flipped through it casually. He found that the unit prices of the dishes became more expensive as he went further, so he simply turned to the last page. It's hard to come here to eat once, of course you have to eat the best signature food, otherwise you will feel sorry for yourself for coming all the way. A 5 sirloin Kobe steak? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. 5,000 Chinese coins per serving is not too expensive, then let's get 4 copies of this first. Okay. The maid in black stockings brightened up when she saw Yi Yang's heroic and generous gesture. 4 servings of a 5 sirloin Kobe, that's 20,000 yuan. Our store offers 4 flavors, medium rare, and well done, the maid asked carefully. It turns out there is such a difference. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I want to eat medium rare. Me too. Mo Jiangjing and Su Zian are both Taoists. I want it medium rare. Shou Qingxian snapped her fingers. Yi Yang didn't know which one was delicious. After thinking about it, he said, let's have one of each of these 4 kinds. He only ordered 1 steak for Western food, which would definitely not be enough according to his appetite. Fortunately, they are the same one by one. Okay sir, the maid said with radiant eyes. We have corresponding packages for table wine and aperitif. The main wine corresponds to medium rare, and full ripe. There are corresponding different recommended packages. Which bottle do you want to open, sir? The maid showed the wine list to Yi Yang. Well, here are the 4 corresponding premium wine packages. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Gulu. The maid blinked, and the drink packages were also divided into levels. The cheapest one cost only 5 to 6,000 yuan. And the top one costs 60,000 yuan per set. 4 sets, plus the beef I just ordered, the total is almost 300,000. This is too arrogant. Even the self-proclaimed aristocrats on the surrounding tables looked at the VIP card users with dumbstruck eyes. Tonight, I saw that there was someone outside the world. They are still willing to pay 300,000 yuan to get a card to show their unique identity. But a meal worth nearly 300,000 yuan? They were still very distressed. Formal tasting of Western food is very time-consuming, from the preparation to the accompanying wine drinking process to enjoying the delicious food. But I have to say that the taste of top-quality beef is completely different from ordinary beef. This wonderful feeling of bursting with fresh juices and perfect chewiness, exploding in the mouth, is a delicious taste that no one can resist. Gulu. Paired with special table wine and red wine, the delicious food is perfectly released. From the mouth to the entire body, it seems that you can feel the excitement stimulated by the delicious food. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly and said with satisfaction. It's delicious. Mo Jiangjing cut off a piece of beef, savored it carefully, and squinted to enjoy it. Although I always come here to eat, I can't bear to order this top-set meal. It tastes much better. Ha. Yi Yang smiled and continued to taste the delicious food. Talking and laughing, time passed quickly. I'm going to wash my hands. Yi Yang got up and walked towards the bathroom. It was delicious, but the procedure was too complicated and made Yi Yang want to go to the toilet. As soon as he entered the door, he was startled by the face with a sinister smile that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he almost lost the urge to urinate. Yi Yang frowned and asked unhappily, "Didn't you leave?" This person was none other than Zhu. Haha, brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and it's just as I expected. Zhu had a smug smile as if he had everything under control and was in control of everything. Your plan is to squat in the toilet and wait for me to go to the toilet? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. If he didn't come, wouldn't he have been eating the fart smell in the toilet for half a day in vain? Haha, anyway, you still came. Zhu sneered. Tell me. What's the matter? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Zhu, who was so smart that he squatted in the toilet and waited for him, probably couldn't think of any good conspiracy, but out of caution, he secretly turned on the recording on his mobile phone. Are you really Mo Jingjing's Guzheng teacher? Zhu looked Yi Yang up and down. Yi Yang spread his hands. Yeah, you've been in the toilet for so long, just to ask me this? Huh. Then I'm relieved. Zhu sneered. It seems that my guess is not wrong at all. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, with your pig brain, you can still make a serious guess? You can enter the second floor, which proves that someone who came with you has a VIP card. Zhu snorted. From this, it can be judged that the two who came in with you are also beautiful second-generation rich women. Haha, to put it bluntly, you are a scumbag who shows off his art and specializes in confusing beautiful second-generation rich women. Zhu confidently asserted. Ha. I saw through it, right? You little white face. First update. Yi Yang looked at Zhu with an expression like he was looking at a fool. However, in Zhu's view, Yi Yang's silence just confirmed his guess. It was the awkward silence after he saw through it. Huh. I guessed it right. Zhu snorted. To put it bluntly, don't you just want to defraud Jiangjing of some money? I'll give it to you. This is 10 million, enough for you to spend 10 lifetimes. Take the money. Get away, and don't do it again. Get close to Jiangjing, oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but when he saw the phone recording video hidden high up, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, and he completely understood what was going on. I dare this kid to play tricks with them here. If he takes the money, then he will be convinced that he is a pretty boy, and then he will run out and show the video to Mo Jingjing, making Mo Jingjing hate him. He will comfort her in silence. After a while, Mo Jingjing was coaxed into his hand again. The abacus worked out well, but the plan was a bit too childish. Even if he hides his phone well, otherwise he will be able to see the trap when he looks up. Pig brother. Pig, he really lives up to his name, even stupider than pigs. He couldn't laugh or cry. The plan comes from the heart. Yi Yang followed it up, and the drama spirit possessed him and said, how can this work? I have true love for Jiangjing. What does money mean? Being rich is a big deal? I don't care. Money can't buy true love. Seeing that what Yi Yang said was so righteous, Zhu was completely stunned. And then he roared unreasonably, how much money can you make in a month as a Guzheng teacher? How many fucking lifetimes can you live with 10 million? You can't make any money. Why are you pretending to be invincible? You little pretty boy? Seeing that Yi Yang was still speaking righteously, he sneered, do you think the money is short? Then I will give you another 10 million. What he said was just a blank check. In fact, they were all newly opened cards, and no money has been transferred to them yet. He never thought about giving Yi Yang money, he just wanted to take a video. This is his seamless and genius battle plan. Kill potential threats without spending a single soldier. Alas, my wisdom is really not inferior to that of my ancestor Zhuge Kongming. Ha! It seems that you really misunderstood. True love is invincible. I don't want your dirty money. If you say such meaningless words, I will leave. Yi Yang shrugged and spoke righteously. He was completely lost in the drama, and was about to turn around and walk out of the bathroom. You fart. Zhu roared angrily, what a True love. You and I both know what each other is thinking. If you want to cheat money, I will give it to you directly. And you still don't know what I want. Why are you pretending to be confused? Here. I don't know what a dirty person like you is thinking. Could it be that you don't like Xing? Xing? Yi Yang sneered. Oh shit. Zhuge was completely irritated. I like it. I spend my money outside and have as many women as I want. I'm going to get married like shit. I came on a blind date. Just to gain some power in her family. I can help her. My business is getting bigger. You don't have to think about it. She's just a yellow-haired girl, she doesn't even have hair. Does she understand the things that women should know? Does she have those skills that mature women only have? What a wonderful experience I can have by marrying her. I'm an idiot for trying to bind myself to her. If it wasn't for my family's business, I wouldn't bother to come. Malugobi. This kind of yellow-haired girl actually dares to deny me face and cheat on me in front of me. Damn it, damn it. Zhu thought again about what happened just now. When Emo Jingjing went to Yi Yang's table without giving him any face, he couldn't help but became angry and poured out all his inner thoughts. Oh, Yi Yang nodded meaningfully, then you are really bad. How can I trust Jingjing to hand over to a scum like you? It's better to give up this fantasy. Zhu's face turned livid. I have already said this, and you still don't get in the way here. Yi Yang achieved his goal. Turned off the recording, and pulled Zhu Pa aside. Don't stop me from peeing. I have been holding it in for a long time, just to act with you. Just as Zhuge was about to get angry, he was stunned by Yi Yang's words, and said with a guilty conscience, what kind of acting? Okay, take the phone off the chandelier, I'm not blind. Yi Yang closed the door and liberated himself. Zhuge was completely dumbfounded. His genius battle plan failed just like that. The feeling of failure invaded him like a tide, making him so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. He even took off his phone and ran away in despair. He never wanted to see Yi Yang again. Feel good. When he came out after urinating, Zhuge had long disappeared. It was probably because of his psychological shadow after his daydream of succeeding in his treacherous plot was exposed. After washing his hands, Yi Yang returned to the dining table. Master, why have you been gone for so long? Emo Jingjing blinked, a little confused. Forwarding something good to you. Yi Yang smiled and sent the recording just now to Emo Jingjing on WeChat. What's this? Emo Jingjing clicked in confusion, and the more she listened, the angrier she became. This Zhuge has long been heard to be a scumbag, but he didn't expect to turn out to be such a scumbag. What a scumbag. That's too much. Fortunately, Master, you recorded the evidence. It's a small matter. Yi Yang smiled. Emo Jingjing directly forwarded the recording to her old-fashioned father. It is estimated that her father would be furious when he heard the recording. Thinking of her father's hair and beard, she wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I have been looking for evidence before. This time, Master really helped Jingjing a lot. Emo Jingjing smiled and waved her hand. I will treat Master to this meal. Didn't you just say that your account was blocked by your father? Yi Yang teased. Oh, when it comes to this, Emo Jingjing's little face is bitter and aggrieved. Okay, treat me another day. Today I will treat you, haha, Yi Yang rubbed Mo Xingjing's little head and smiled. Yeah. Mo Xingjing nodded repeatedly, but speaking of it, master, you must be very rich. It's just average, a little more than normal people. Yi Yang nodded slightly and admitted. We are both rich. But why is my dad so rigid? I really don't understand. Mo Xingjing shook her head and said in distress. Maybe it's because he is not as rich as my brother. Su Zian interrupted secretly. Haha. Everyone at the table stared at each other and laughed. Second update, check out the urging videos and free gifts. I enjoyed this meal very much. Yi Yang also taught Mo Xingjing a lot of guzheng skills that she had never heard of before. The little girl was so excited that she called the master a hidden master. But in the end, Mo Xingjing, who had no money, could only ask her respected master to pay by credit card. The beautiful lady in black stockings walked over, holding a POS machine that looked like a special work of art inlaid with gold, and said with a sweet smile, please pay by credit card. If you use Jiangjing Bank's black card to pay, you will get a 10% discount. Great deal. Scanning codes and other things always give people a lighter feeling. Rich old aristocrats still like to pay with credit cards. Because when you swipe your card, you can show off your precious high-level credit cards from various banks, or membership cards. All the VIP diners present, who had been attracted by Yi Yang's arrogance, were looking over at this moment, looking expectantly. For a super boss who spends hundreds of thousands on a meal, the bank card he uses to swipe his card is probably unusual, right? I think it's at least a black card from a Class B bank. Tisk, even if it's a black gold card from a super big bank in China, I wouldn't be surprised. Each bank issues different cards to VIPs with different balances and statuses. The names of the highest standard cards in each bank are also different. Some are called black cards, some are called king cards, and there are many names such as black gold cards. I just don't know what level of cards this big guy can produce. I think he is a young rich second generation or a nouveau riche who only wants to spend money. He is not strong enough and doesn't have much money. He probably doesn't have any impressive cards. That said, it's possible. All the distinguished guests present started whispering among themselves. After all, no matter how much money you spend on a meal, it may be an explosive show, and having a bank card that represents your awesome identity can reveal a person's true background. Wait a minute, I have too many black cards. I probably won't be able to find any from Jiangjing Bank for a while. Forget it, just pick one out. Yi Yang took out his wallet, scratched his head, and smiled sheepishly. God damn it, there are too many black cards. This is too pretentious. Alas. But he is really capable. All the VIPs were dumbfounded. Many of them were in the industry and were already very powerful if they could get black cards from one or two banks. What the hell is there with too many black cards? Is it possible that this guy's deposit balance in so many banks exceeds 100 million or even 1 billion? That's too scary. Savings balance and net worth are completely different concepts. If you are worth tens of billions, you will generally have a cash flow deposit of 1 billion in your bank account, which is considered very good. After all, most assets are real estate and stocks, which are usually difficult to convert directly into money deposits. That's it. Yi Yang casually took out a black card and handed it to the black silk maid. The maid in black stockings was stunned and her breathing became rapid. First, Sir, what? Are you? Seeing that the maid in black stockings was breathing rapidly and her face was red, she was very excited. All the diners were surprised. As the maid of Morton Steak, you should be used to seeing all kinds of black cards. What level of card could make her so excited? Could it be that, Sir, are you? The Centurion black card? The maid in black stockings asked again and again. Yeah, what's wrong? Your store doesn't support Centurion painting? Yi Yang asked with some confusion. No, sir, you misunderstood. Our store has special regulations. If you are a Centurion Black Gold card user, your first order is free. The maid in black stockings said repeatedly. Huh? Isn't it mentioned in the information I checked before? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. That's because there are so few Centurion card owners, and it doesn't make sense in terms of explicit rules. The maid in black stockings smiled. Apologetically, this is a super boss. Never offend. The more you get in touch with the upper class, the more you understand the weight of the Centurion black card. That is something that only the super nobles with the highest status in the world are eligible to get. I see. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This is also done to take care of those customers who don't have Centurion black card. You originally wanted to show off by getting a high-end black card, but the waiter told you that Centurion can waive the order. I'm afraid the thought of showing off on the spot was gone. Taking care of the poor, I understand. Yi Yang nodded to express understanding. Rich diners around? Do you think we have become poor? But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. Everyone can afford the Centurion Black Gold card. The overdraft limit in the Huaxia district alone is 10 billion. Their combined assets are not enough to cover the overdraft limit of one card. In front of others, are they not a bunch of poor people? Alas, it's not scary to be pretended to be. What's scary is that it is indeed the case. Damn. Comparing people with each other is so irritating. I have to work hard to make money so that my poor savings of 300 million can reach 1 billion as soon as possible. Well, come on, then your assets will be worth 1/10 of their overdraft limit. Are you comforting me or sarcastic? Although the diners in the venue claimed to be rich, most of them saw the Centurion Black Gold card for the first time in reality. At this time, they all looked around and wanted to see it clearly. Well, sir, take care. The black silk maid also bowed respectfully to see him off. Yes. Yi Yang received the Centurion Black Gold card. It turned out that this card is so useful. I think it's a bit of a loss. Maybe other stores have similar discounts for taking Centurion to get a free bill. Damn, it's all because I have too many black cards. I used a black card from another bank to swipe the card. I missed the chance to get a free bill. Thinking of this, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He shook his head and sighed. However, as soon as he went out, the system's prompt sound followed. It was detected that the host used the Centurion savings card to make a special consumption, triggering a supercritical reward. The Centurion Club Company has absolute control. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He only knew about the Centurion Black Gold card. What the hell is this Centurion Club? He casually took out his phone and checked, and was immediately shocked. This Centurion Club is a club composed of all the people in the world who have Centurion Black Gold cards. The usual expenses And operations of this club are controlled by the Centurion Company. Becoming the owner of the Centurion Club means that he can check the detailed identity information of all the most powerful people in the world who have Centurion Black cards. It also means that he has control over the world's most powerful private club, which is composed of the most prominent nobles in various countries, the most influential international stars, the richest businessmen in the world, etc. First update. This is also an identity and status that can't be bought with money. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh again. The system is so powerful. What's wrong, boss? Shou Qingxian has always been concerned about Yi Yang. Seeing him in a daze, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. He thought he was bewitched. For a moment, he was also a little surprised. He came up and shook his shoulders. Ahem. It's okay, I just thought of some happy things. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. Huh. You scared me. Shou Qingxian rolled his eyes. What are you going to do next, boss? Well. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and turned to Su Zian and Mo Xingxing. You two have been in Beijing for a long time. Do you have any good projects to recommend? Well, after dinner, you can go to Hohai Bar Street to have a high, Su Zian suggested. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect you to go to the bar. Haha, I rarely go there, but my brother is here. Su Zian laughed. I heard that it's very lively there at night. I've always wanted to go there, but Gu Daddy doesn't let me go there. Mo Xingxing was also eager to go. The recording just now was probably enough to make the old man angry tonight. He is probably going to Zhuge Zhu's house to ask for punishment. He probably won't think of me for a while. In addition, with Master, a handsome and generous boss, here, if I don't go there to have a good time tonight, I'm afraid I don't know when the next opportunity will be. Okay, let's go there and have some fun. Yi Yang nodded slightly and walked down the second-floor stairs of Morton Beef. Everyone has come down, but I haven't lined up yet. Ah. Rich people are so good. The customers queuing outside were so envious that they wanted to cry. Yi Yang walked to the garage nearby, took the 3 girls, got into the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, and waited for the designated driver to come. Oh my God. A Rolls-Royce Silver Soul. Although I'm poor, I like luxury cars. I recognized it. This is the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul. Today I've seen a real tycoon. All the customers were amazed. At this time, a beautiful girl separated the crowd and walked to the parking lot. After checking the license plate number for a long time, she was stunned. After confirming that the little golden man in front of her was the car she was going to drive this time. As a designated driver, he still knows a lot about cars. This car is now sold for 80 million. If it is hit during the designated driving process, the money earned in 10 lifetimes will not be enough to compensate. What if the owner is still a hateful, perverted, rich, fat, old man, and forces her to marry him? What should I do? While struggling with fear, the car window rolled down, but unexpectedly saw the face of a handsome guy. Hello, boss. I am your designated driver this time, Su Jiao, designated driver number 3458, reporting to you. Su Jiao looked at Yi Yang's handsome face, her heartbeat accelerated, and suddenly felt that if he forced her to give herself to him, then she would definitely do it. Hee. Yeah. Yi Yang didn't think too much, and smiled faintly. Get up and drive yourself? Oh. Su Jiao came back to her senses and got in the car. Thinking of the shy thoughts just now, her face flushed. Yi Yang looked at Su Jiaojiao and sighed in his heart. How could this designated driver be so stupid? Is he reliable? Don't you know how to drive a Rolls-Royce? Su Jiaojiao shook her head again and again. I am a professional designated driver, familiar with all kinds of models. I can drive any car. I can make the boss feel comfortable and unimpeded all the way. How can I not drive? It's just, as a designated driver, I have come into contact with many luxury cars, so of course I bought insurance. However, if there is any problem with this car, the maximum insurance amount is not enough to compensate. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and saw what Su Jiaojiao was worried about. Don't worry, I have my own car insurance, so you don't have to pay. Okay. Su Jiaojiao was relieved and drove the Rolls-Royce. Silver Soul. Beijing is the core of the entire China, where top figures from all walks of life gather. It is also the concentration of power. This kind of place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and you can occasionally see many super luxury cars on the streets. However, the appearance of a super luxury car like the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul, which is worth 80 million yuan, is still able to overwhelm everything and shine the eyes of all passers-by. Damn! Who dares to overtake my car? The owner of the Ferrari looked out. He was very unhappy about being overtaken, but after seeing that the car in front was actually the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul worth 80 million yuan, he was scared out of his wits and took the initiative to slow down, wanting to quickly distance himself from the car in front. If he accidentally hits someone, even if he sells his broken Ferrari worth more than 5 million, it won't be enough to pay for the repairs. Damn it! Such an expensive car. And you drive it out to cause trouble. What the hell are you driving? I'm scared to death. After cursing, the owner was stunned. Why does this sound so familiar? At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of those ordinary car owners who drove hundreds of thousands of dollars after being overtaken by him. Hoo-hoo, the night makes the noble silver of the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul even more beautiful. Like a silver dragon, it shuttles through the brightly lit streets of the capital, attracting the envy of pedestrians and the jealousy of countless car owners who dared not speak out. It must be said that as a professional driver, Su Jiaojiao's driving skills are really amazing, and she is also very clear about the road conditions. She hardly waited for red lights along the way. As she said, she was in a good mood and had a smooth journey. The car soon drove to Hohai. I am very satisfied with the car you drive. It happens that I will also play in Beijing these days, and there will be places where I have to drive. You are so familiar with Beijing, so you can be my full-time driver for the time being. Yi Yang proposed on a whim. I know that senior drivers like you earn a lot every day, and the salary. I agree. Before Yi Yang could say the salary, Su Jiaojiao nodded and agreed. You agree to $1 a day? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yeah. Who made me a face dog? Boss? You are so handsome. It's so happy to drive for the boss. Su Jiaojiao said repeatedly. Is this considered face payment? Yi Yang thought to himself, I was just joking. Let's say your salary is 10,000 yuan a day. How much more? Su Jiaojiao felt her tongue was tied. Oh my god. 10,000 yuan. Although the unit price of each order of high-level designated driver is not low, there are not many orders that can be received every day. If you can make 20,000 yuan a month, you are very lucky. 10,000 yuan a day. Well, if you think it's too little. Yi Yang blinked. He didn't know much about the income in this industry. No, it's enough. If it's more, I will feel guilty. Su Jiao stuck out her tongue and said honestly. Second update. After agreeing on the price, Yi Yang got out of the car with Su Jiao and the three girls. Ho hi. In Beijing is very beautiful and bustling at night. It's about 9 o'clock in the evening now, which is the peak of the crowd. Although Hohai is called sea, it is actually a lake. There are ancient stone bridges built around the lake, as well as play areas that have a Beijing-style fireworks atmosphere. The most famous one is the Bar Street. There are bars all over the street, a carnival place for handsome men and beautiful women, rich, second generation, or student party members. No matter you are frustrated in love or exhausted, you can find a moment of joy here. It is said that many famous Beidiao folk singers have come from here. Mo Jiangjing likes music and is naturally quite familiar with the music industry. I have long wanted to come and see what kind of environment it is that has given birth to so many great songs and singers with unique souls. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he heard this statement. But there are indeed many resident singers here. He glanced casually and saw many singers with professional equipment in many bars. Even on the street, you can vaguely hear the rich folk or rock electronic music coming from inside. Yes, Hohai is also known as the Holy Land of folk songs. Many musicians from Baipiao come here to find inspiration. Mo Jingjing clasped her fingers and recalled her family treasures, for example, Zhao Yutian who wrote Qingdu, Song Xia who wrote Ms. Dong, and Chen Hongyu who wrote Ideal. 30-inch all came from here. Ah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He was also familiar with these songs and had always listened to them before. I just didn't expect that these singers would all come out of here. These bar names are quite interesting. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the surrounding bars with a smile. These names are like dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. There are those with slow calls, and there are those called Xia Yuha. Crow Fairy. Strange and interesting. Can the bar still be called this? The name of Qingda Health Club is relatively straightforward and normal. Yi Yang nodded in confusion. Forehead. Su Zian shook Yi Yang's arm and said with a wicked smile, "Brother, do you want to go in and recuperate?" Ahem, forget it. Yi Yang waved his hand. The girls inside who were keeping him healthy were not as beautiful as the beauties around him. Walking to the end of the alley, a dazzling name caught Yi Yang's attention. Ferryman? A bar with this name, is it really good? Hey. I heard this is the most unique bar street. Well, I've also heard of the name here, so let's come here and play. Su Zian and Mo Jingjing both said in succession. So famous? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, nodded slightly, and walked into the ferryman with a few pretty girls. Super handsome guys and super beauties with different styles are enough to become the absolute focus wherever they go. Especially in a bar, where the purpose is to have fun. As for any single person, no matter male or female, who doesn't come here just to find an eye-catching member of the opposite sex to communicate with? The moment Yi Yang and the others appeared, there was a burst of cheers in the bar. The girls in the atmosphere group swayed harder, trying to attract Yi Yang's attention. There were even a few bold black-clad pole dancers who directly glared at Yi Yang and licked their tongues, making Yi Yang very angry. Oh my sweetheart, when I see you, I find the meaning of life. A few Neptune scumbags, who often hung out in bars, wanted to get in touch with Yi Yang. With an extremely greasy tone, his expression looked disgusting to Yi Yang. But there was no need for him to speak. Shou Qingxian gave each of them a slap, and then these idiots fell to the ground and were dragged out by the security guards. With this kind of physique, do you think you are a scumbag from Neptune? Yi Yang shook his head in confusion. Some other guys who were ready to make a move were too frightened to show their heads when they saw this scene. They could only huddle in the distance, drooling at the sight of several beautiful beauties out of reach. Sitting at the bar, the bartender is mixing drinks in a fancy way, which is pleasing to the eye. Anything you want. I'll treat you tonight. Yi Yang smiled lightly and raised his hand. I'm going to drive in a while. I'll drive instead of drinking. Su Jiaojiao kept saying. So, are there any non-alcoholic cocktails here? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said to the bartender. If it were an ordinary bar, asking this question would be no different from finding trouble, but for the senior bartender stationed at a famous bar in the capital, he regarded this as a challenge. It's a trivial matter. He smiled slightly, the cup fluttered, and with skillful techniques, he quickly prepared a cup of star ice milk. Please use it slowly. Miss Su Jiaojiao took the Xingbing milk, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. It tastes good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The technique is good. Seeing how good the bartender was, he was in a good mood and prepared to order some expensive cocktails. Then I want a glass of billionaire. Mo Jingjing smiled. On the list, the ferryman has 3 signature world-class cocktails: Billionaire, Margarita, and the Birth of an Icon. These 3 cocktails can be said to be world-famous cocktails and have been rated as 3 of the top 10 international cocktails. On-site cocktails, each one costs thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. A small cocktail costs tens of thousands of Chinese currency. Then I want a cup of the Birth of an Icon. So, sir? The bartender smiled and looked at Yi Yang. Me? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This is the Tispiel. Above the 3 famous wines, there is a cocktail called Tispiel, which is listed in a row alone, which caught Yi Yang's attention. This cocktail should be unique to the ferryman bar, and it is not famous, but it sells for 100,000 Chinese currency per cup, which makes Yi Yang a little strange. What makes it so expensive? As soon as this sentence came out, the bartender's face was instantly moved. Sir, do you really want to order this Tispiel? The bartender's words made the warm atmosphere of the whole bar stagnate slightly. Many customers who knew about this cocktail looked over in surprise. The whispering sound soon spread throughout the hall. This handsome guy wants to drink Tispiel. Oh my God, is this true? Since Tispiel became famous, no one has dared to challenge this wine for at least a year, right? First, sir, have you read the introduction next to this wine carefully? The bartender asked with a wink. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked over. Fine wine is charming, but you must choose carefully. Those who drink a glass of Tispiel without getting drunk can taste this wine for free. In the 20 years since this wine was launched, no one has ever successfully challenged it. Anyone who drinks this wine will fall down after 1 glass, sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and forget all worries and sorrows when they wake up. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. This is it. First update. If he didn't say it so mysteriously, Yi Yang wouldn't be interested yet, but since he said it was so awesome, wouldn't it be a shame to come here if he didn't give it a try? But sir, only our boss can make this wine. I'll ask her to come out first. The bartender turned around and walked inside. The surrounding atmosphere was gradually attracted by Yi Yang at this time. I am a regular visitor to this bar. This drink is exactly as described. Anyone who dares to try it will end up drunk and unconscious, and will fall down after just one glass. Can this young man do it? Well, it's purely because I have no money and can't afford it. Many customers are curious. Soon, a graceful figure walked out of the door. Hiss. This boss lady is so beautiful. This devilish figure is simply amazing. Hey, I feel like I'm going to have a nosebleed now. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the proprietress who walked out in a black gauze skirt, but could not hide her extremely beautiful figure. This boss lady can only be described in one word, beautiful. Even if he didn't like this type of Yi Yang, he couldn't help but look at him 1,000,000 more times. Gee, it's been a long time since any customer dared to challenge this Tispel. This guy is quite courageous. The proprietress, Musi gently covered her mouth and smiled. Between his frown and his smile, he is captivating. But after all, Yi Yang is no longer a virgin who just entered the society. Now he has experienced hundreds of battles and has seen countless beauties. He can face this battle without changing his expression. Oh? Musi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that he had such determination at such a young age. He was either impotent, or he was probably in old Neptune, who had experienced many battles. However, no matter how you look at it, Yi Yang's temperament is not compatible with these two types of people. Confirmation for the last time, do you really want to drink Tispel? Musi smiled lightly. Drink, one drink is free if you don't get drunk, so what if I drink 3 drinks? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Many old drunkards who thought they would never get drunk after 1,000 drinks once confidently said this, but after one drink, without exception, they all fell down. Musi raised his eyebrows and smiled charmingly. Oh? Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Ever since he gained proficiency in Chinese martial arts, his body seemed to have been transformed by some mysterious power. This kind of energy is invisible and qualityless, but it can be sensed by Yi Yang. It is most likely the internal energy that has always been described in martial arts and martial arts novels. As long as he uses his inner strength to suppress it, he will not get drunk no matter how much he drinks. Now is the time to see where his limit is. If I can really drink the 3 glasses of wine I mixed, then I can do whatever I like. Musi put his hands on the counter and said seductively. Anything can be done? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Anything is fine. Musi laughed and started to mix the wine. Brother, do you know why it's called Tispel? Why? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Because this is the homophonic transliteration of English despair. Musi smiled again and continued to mix drinks. Despair, despair? But your pronunciation is too irregular. Shouldn't it be called despair, or something? Yi Yang shrugged. This unexpected complaint made Musi's hands tremble, and he almost dropped his wine glass to the ground. Soon, Tispel was ready. Yi Yang took a sniff and felt that every cell in his body was stimulated. Interesting. He did feel that this Tispel was extraordinary, but he didn't waste any time and drank the whole glass without hesitation. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of strong alcohol exploded from his belly and spread throughout his body. The strong aroma was pungent, and even the pungency and drunkenness went straight to his brain. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be drunk all of a sudden. I had to be rushed to the point of fainting. However, as soon as the internal force in Yi Yang's body changed, most of this feeling disappeared, and the drunkenness was completely gone, leaving only the wonderful aroma of wine, which left an endless aftertaste. Mo Xingxing and Shou Qingxian both looked at Yi Yang worriedly. Many customers around him were also staring. A minute passed, and Yi Yang slowly opened his eyes. It tastes great, let's have a few more drinks. He Musi was stunned. How could he be drunk? It's just like not drinking at all. I bet you are addicted to drinking. Huh. As expected of Master. He is indeed the most powerful man in the world. Mo Xingxing cheered. The audience next to them all looked at each other in confusion. Aren't you very impressive? They seem to have no feeling at all. I don't know either. He Musi blinked. Don't you feel so drunk? No. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but it does taste good. Hiss. He Musi mixed another cup without believing it. Refill. After Yi Yang finished drinking, he directly handed the empty cup back. I'm going to pretend you're drinking Coke. And you're still asking for a refill. He Musi felt a little doubtful about life. The third cup secretly added some dosage. Although the handsome guy was very handsome, she, a 30-year-old spinster, didn't want her firm belief in guarding her body to be ruined in Yi Yang's hands. This cup seems to be more fragrant. After Yi Yang finished drinking, he clicked his tongue and praised, it's just that the amount of each cup is too small. Just make more to feel comfortable. He Musi suspected that he had remembered the recipe wrong. But no matter what I said just now is out, and I am afraid that I will be doomed tonight. I'll go, it's that easy? If you drink 3 drinks, you can pick up a beautiful boss? Yes, boss, does what you just said still count? In an instant, many people who considered themselves to be good drinkers were eager to try. He Musi was doubting his life, so he mixed a glass of wine and handed it to the next challenger. Harmful, isn't it just the chicken tail? Plop. Before he finished speaking, the next challenger, who was extremely confident, leaned back, fell directly to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. I'll go, no. Seeing what happened to this challenger, everyone felt the horror of Yi Yang. It seems the formula is correct. He Musi scratched his head and looked at Yi Yang suspiciously. Could it be possible that he is really the one I am destined for? After drinking 10 drinks in a row, Yi Yang Kai stood up with satisfaction. It's really good. He Musi bit his lower lip and looked at Yi Yang with complicated eyes. I am willing to admit defeat. Musi will do whatever you want. Well, then you can be my professional bartender from now on. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Ah? He Musi blinked. That's it? Yi Yang nodded seriously. What? Could it be that you have other ideas? He Musi's face suddenly turned red. He was actually being teased by a boy in his 20s. Second update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. So, agree or refuse? Yi Yang smiled slightly and tilted his head. I'm willing to admit defeat and make a deal. He Musi nodded happily. Your current workplace is at the Capital Hotel. Yi Yang snapped his fingers. Report tomorrow. Morning, Nehai sweet, don't make a mistake. Good. He Musie's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Charming Tiancheng. Inland Sea Suite. I'll go. It's quite familiar. Isn't that the very popular internet celebrity a few days ago, who stayed in the super-large suite of the Royal Capital Hotel for 200,000 yuan a night? There is an aquarium in the house. I was so confused on the spot. So luxurious. Let me go, he is staying in the Inland Sea Suite of the Royal Capital Hotel. Or just recently. I bet this is such a great person. Why don't people dare to order a cup of tispel that costs 100,000 yuan? If they fall to the ground, it will cost 100,000 yuan. That's right. I was careless. All the bargoers only thought that Yi Yang was a simple handsome guy. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a powerful and handsome guy. It is simply a super character that dazzles girls. Especially the super green tea and scumbag who often hang out in the bar. Their eyes turned green, they kicked away the male companion they just hooked up with, and walked towards Yi Yang unconsciously. Hey! Shou, why are you going? Aren't you going to watch a movie later? The honest men who were kicked or the stupid men who thought they could meet true love in the bar were all confused at this time. Yeah. We're just having fun? Are you serious? By the way, my dear, cash machine, don't forget to pay for the drinks when you go out soon. I love you. The green tea girls ran away with smiles on their faces. For a woman who has no sense of shame, it is not natural to play with men, so how can she feel guilty? Hiss, it doesn't look easy. To start. Lu Xiaolu looked at Yi Yang. There were so many beauties around her. Each one of them was so beautiful and charming that she couldn't help but feel a headache. However, her job is to deceive men and treat her like green tea. If it is not difficult, she would find it boring. Just like those stupid men who were so dazzled by just flirting with each other, they deserved to be drained of all their money. Come to the bar to find love? Even elementary school students don't believe it, right? Brother, you have a good drinking capacity. Lu Xiaolu held a cup of ace of spades and walked up to Yi Yang. Who are you? Yi Yang frowned and looked at Lu Xiaolu. Her makeup was very nightclub style, with heavy makeup, and she looked inferior. When he smelled the rich perfume that was sprayed to stimulate hormones, Yi Yang wanted to turn around and leave. Oh, it's lonely at night, and Xiaolu is inexplicably sad. Brother, are you interested in having a drink together? To soothe my sister's fragile soul? Lu Xiaolu raised the ace of spades in his hand, fearing that Yi Yang could not see the mark on it clearly. In the bar, the most expensive one is the ace of spades, which costs 180,000 a bottle, which Lu Xiaolu just picked up casually. Anyway, after capturing Yi Yang in a while, Yi Yang will also pay for it. She is now using this bottle of wine to create her own white, rich and beautiful persona. Yi Yang frowned, not interested. Lu Xiaolu was stunned. Handsome man, why don't you follow the routine? But considering that Yi Yang is a true master after all, it is naturally impossible to succeed so easily. It is still difficult for Yi Yang to be fooled by her. Xiaolu. Who is he? I asked. Why you suddenly don't want me? Did this pretty boy deceive you with his sweet words? The honest man who had been deceived just now chased after him, and when he saw Yi Yang, he was very angry. What are you talking about? I don't know you at all. If you want to extort money, get away. Shou rolled his eyes and rubbed against Yi Yang. Brother, look. He must be a crazy man. He wants to do evil to my little sister. You have to protect me. As he spoke, his hands began to touch dishonestly. But how could Yi Yang let her succeed? Shou stepped back and almost sprained his foot. Brother, you are so heartless. Shou's eyes turned red when she felt aggrieved. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With his acting skills, if he doesn't make money in the entertainment industry, he is really blind. He is not an honest person who just came out of the society. He knows all the bar routines without talking about them, and he knows about them to a certain extent. This Shou is the kind of person who hunts for good guys in bars. He specializes in picking fools to make fools think they have found love. Plus, in a bar, he gets excited and gives women a meal. As a result, the girl patted her butt and walked away with the good things, while the guy struggled to pay the bill. Even after returning home, he was still reluctant to leave, imagining that he had met true love, and waiting to ask someone out again. As a result, when I looked at WeChat, I saw that someone had already said that we were not suitable, and then blocked him and kicked him. You are still defaulting on your debt. I testify that you were sitting on someone else's lap just now. And calling this cuckold man a good husband in a soft voice. Among the crowd, a girl wearing a black silk flame skirt walked out, pulling up her hair and saying with a hidden smile, Li Hong, what do you mean? When Shou saw what had happened, he became furious and explained to Yi Yang repeatedly, that's not the case. My good brother, please listen to my explanation. Yi Yang looked left and right and almost laughed out loud. Is this competition among peers starting to get involved? TSK, don't believe her, I'm your good sister. Li Hong came up again and again, looking at Shou with disdain. This woman is all pretending, in fact, she is a bitch in secret. I don't know how many men she has hooked up with to spend money on her. What a scumbag. Li Hong. I treated you as my best friend and shared my experience with you. You ungrateful wolf. Shou was so angry that her face turned green. Hey! Aren't you the girl who told me a few days ago that you would be with me forever? The honest cuckold blinked, and after seeing Li Hong clearly, he said in surprise, why did you delete me when you went home that night? I'm still waiting to ask. You out someday? Huh? Li Hong also recognized the honest cuckold at this time and was stunned. It was over. This time she encountered an old ATM. It was going to be exposed. What the hell is going on? How come you all fell in love with this pretty boy at the same time? The honest cuckold man was extremely angry. My two true loves were actually taken away by you. You and I are irreconcilable. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud. Holy shit, absolutely amazing. He really suspected that everything in this man's head was filled by Ollie. I still haven't realized what happened. It's really unfair to be deceived. You sell it to someone and you still have to count the money? At this time, Musi also packed up, walked out again, and sneered. What exactly is going on? The green-haired man asked in disbelief. Musi shook her head. She was familiar with these two green teas and often came to fish for Kaizi. At this time, she directly revealed the truth. The green-haired man couldn't believe the truth of the matter. He raised his hands and wanted to hit someone, but he had no courage at all. Then he could only run out crying like a little girl, shouting, "I am a fool." First update. Damn. Why did you run away? This cash machine hasn't even paid me any damn money. Shou was so angry that he cursed angrily. Deserve it. Li Hong sneered. It's all your fault, you wide-eyed wolf. Originally, this powerful young man was going to fall into my trap today. How much I have lost, because of you. Destroying someone's wealth is like killing one's parents. Shou's eyes turned green, and she instantly fell out with her best friend. Li Hong. Muzi shook her head. These green tea sisters had been hanging out in the bar street for a long time, and she turned a blind eye to cheating others. But if you want to trick your new boss, that's absolutely not possible. Why? It's not right. I've obviously just been teased by this kid. How could you protect him like this? Muzi pouted, feeling a little depressed in his heart. Humph. I regret it. I just realized it now. I should have let the boss, this little kid, be deceived and taste the bitterness of green tea. Seeing the cold and charming Muzi suddenly making such a cute little expression like a goldfish face, Yang almost couldn't resist the urge to pinch her. Thanks for the reminder. Although he had long seen through the tricks of the green tea sisters, Yang still thanked her in a decent manner. Humph, you still have some conscience. Muzi put the hat on his head. I will go to the Royal Capital Hotel in a moment. The Nehai suite should have complete bartending tools. If I see what is missing, I will bring it with me later. What a dedicated and good employee. Yang gave Muzi a thumbs up. I just want to do my duty. Don't think too much about it. Muzi said repeatedly. Huh? How much do I want it? Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Muzi's face suddenly turned red. Damn it. I am an old maid who has been molested by a young man continuously. She stamped her foot, gave Yang a charming roll of her eyes, and ran away quickly. Let her go first and let's continue playing. Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Long live master. Mo Jingjing waved her fist and jumped up. Lights, music, dance. Yang and a few girls had fun in the venue for a while. It wasn't until Mo Jingjing, Su Zian, and Su Jiaojia were exhausted that they stopped. Brother, you must have great physical strength. We have taken turns to fight, but we can't survive alone. Coming out of the bar, Su Zian complained breathlessly. Haha, what is this? This little time is not enough for me. Yang smiled nonchalantly, but it was a pity that Yumomo was not around, otherwise she should have felt deeply about this sentence. Huh? Su Zian blinked in confusion. What time? Ahem. Kids shouldn't understand, don't ask. Yang waved his hand and took a few girls to eat some late-night snacks from street stalls in Hohai. The beautiful night breeze accompanied the lake breeze. Yang and several beauties sat in a row by the Hohai stone bridge, enjoying the breeze and eating the snacks in their hands. It was extremely comfortable. Hiccup. Yang burped melodiously. It's almost time, it's time to send you back. I want my brother to stay with me for a while longer. Su Zian leaned on Yang's arm and said coquettishly. I also want master to stay with me for a while. Mo Jingjing didn't show any weakness, hugged the other arm and shook it. Su Jiaojia was a little envious, but she knew that she was currently a driver, so she could only make up for it in her heart and feel happy. Shou Qingxian looked at the two girls beside Yi Yang with an indescribable feeling in her heart. She punched the willow tree nearby, directly punching a hole in the trunk and causing cracks to spread. Because he held back his energy, he did not interrupt. The tree shook with this punch. The other three girls were shocked. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Yang asked dumbfounded. "Ah? It's okay, do some exercise after dinner." Shou Qingxian spread her hands and said duplicity. "Only a ghost would believe you." Yi Yang cursed in his heart and stood up. "Okay, if you want to play, I will take you to the capital later." After that, he directly threw the little beauty into the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, and then got into the car. Woo-woo. Silver Soul traveled through the late-night capital, first sending Su Zian back to Yenqing University. Afterwards, we also stopped at the Tahoe Jingyuan Villa area, your home. Yi Yang smiled lightly and patted Mo Jingjing on the head. "Master, give it to me." Mo Jingjing held Yi Yang's hand. "It's no fun to face that old antique again. When I go home." Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded, and then accompanied Mo Jingjing out of the car. Tahoe Jingyuan Villa area is the second largest super villa area in Beijing. Apart from the most mysterious central villa area, which involves all parties' power, this is the most luxurious place in the capital. A small villa costs around 100 million. Normally, it would cost more than 200 to 300 million at least. It can be said to be the utmost honor of a merchant. The layout of Taihe Jingyuan is all antique, as if you have walked into a courtyard house of the Ming and Qing dynasties. It is not surprising that such an environment would cultivate an ancient girl like Mo Jingjing. However, the most advanced technology is installed in it. It is somewhat similar to the Xinhuang mansion, but if you have to compare, it is still a lot worse. Yi Yang rubbed his chin and unconsciously compared the villa area in front of him with his Xinhuang mansion. "Master, I have a question that I have been holding back all night, and I want to ask you." Mo Jingjing rubbed her fingers, looking a little nervous. "Ah?" Yi Yang raised her eyebrows. "Are there any questions about the Guzheng again?" "No, not the Guzheng." Mo Jingjing bit her lower lip, and after mustering up the courage, she finally asked, "In the recording, Master said that he truly loves me, is it true or not?" Yi Yang was stunned. While thinking about the words, a top of the line extended Bentley Mulsanne stopped in front of them. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "He also has this car, which is now parked in the garage of Yending Mountain and gathering dust. It seems that the full price was nearly 60 million. At that time?" The car window rolled down, and a majestic man's sharp eyes peeked out. "Old Dad. Why are you here?" Mo Jingjing blinked, obviously not expecting her father to suddenly appear in front of her. Second update. The driver very wisely got out of the car and opened the door for Mo Dongshan, protecting his head. Why did you come back?" Mo Dongshan glanced at the surrounding environment. When he saw the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, his heart moved slightly, and he kept it in his heart calmly. "Who is this?" "This is my master. I told you. The best Guzheng player I have ever seen is an unprecedented master of the era." Mo Jingjing said repeatedly. "Tonight I went to learn Guzheng with Master, right?" "Master?" Mo Dongshan nodded slightly and looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang shrugged and said noncommittally, actually, I went to Hohai to play for a night. Master. Mo, Jiangjing made a face at Yi Yang, but when she saw Yi Yang actually telling the truth, her face turned bitter and she pouted. Dad, I was wrong, it was all my idea, it has nothing to do with Master, Mo. Dongshan's face was not as angry as Mo Jiangjing expected. Instead, he showed a smile. Young man, it's understandable that you have some fun. Eh? Mo Jiangjing blinked, unable to believe that this was said by her father. She even doubted whether the man in front of her was her father. Yi Yang spread his hands. She was fine, but after all, Mo Jiangjing rarely drank. She drank a few cocktails tonight and the smell of alcohol was not gone. It was obviously unwise to deceive a shrewd business tycoon on the pretext of learning piano. Moreover, he didn't bother to lie. However, in Mo Dongshan's eyes, this behavior represented pragmatism, but of course, if someone else had taken his daughter to the bar, even if he was honest, he would have broken that bastard's legs long ago. But who asked Yi Yang to drive a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? There is no place to rent this kind of 80 million limited edition top-end luxury car. Even if this car belongs to his father, it is best not to turn against him as soon as they meet. This is not in line with his principles of doing things. Judging from the voice. You are the other person in the recording who exposed the lies of the Zhuge family tonight? Mo Dongshan asked. With interest. That's right. Yi Yang nodded slightly and did not deny it. Thanks to Master Yi Yang, otherwise you would have pushed your precious daughter into the fire pit. Mo Jiangjing whispered quietly from the side. Mo Dongshan had an embarrassment on his face. Ahem, what happened this time was indeed an oversight on my part. You go in first. Ah. Mo Jiangjing glanced at Yi Yang worriedly. Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently. Go back first, and I will teach you the piano another day. Good. Mo Jiangjing's eyes lit up and she jumped into the villa area. Mo Dongshan shook his head. Why does this kid seem to be able to talk better than his father? The more he thinks about it, the more something is wrong. He must ask after he gets home. He looked at Yi Yang again, and the smile on his face faded a bit. I have never seen you in the capital. Can you tell me your father's name? My father's name is Yi Shanting. Yi Yang shrugged. There's nothing he can't say, just tell him if you ask. Mo Dongshan was even more confused. This name was too unfamiliar. It seemed that he had never seen it in the billionaire club. However, China is such a big country, so it is normal for some powerful people to have names that they have never heard of before. He didn't pursue it any further. After all, it was the first time we met. Asking too much details would make him feel unconfident. Whether what you said in the recording was just for show or sincere. I have only one bottom line, don't hurt my daughter. Otherwise. A cold light flashed across Mo Dongshan's eyes. Uncle, you think too much. I'm not interested in your family's property, and I still don't know what you do. There is no conspiracy about what happened tonight. It was just a whim. Since she recognizes me as her master, we can't just watch him be harmed by a scumbag. Yi Yang spread his hands. If uncle is fine, I will withdraw first. There are still hundreds of billions of orders to deal with. Alas, with that said, he got directly into the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost and drove away. Mo Dongshan was left alone with a confused look on his face. This guy didn't play by the rules anymore. Boss. This guy is too arrogant. The driver couldn't stand it anymore. Mo Dongshan waved his hand. But he was in a surprisingly good mood. After all, I still want to thank him. I originally wanted to send a thank you gift, but now it seems that there is no need to do so. The driver blinked. Would you like to investigate his background? Check it out, be secretive, I don't want him to misunderstand me. Mo Dongshan smiled. Such a frank and interesting junior is really rare. There are many rules in the circle of rich people. This is indeed the first time I have seen someone as maverick as Yi Yang. Unique, as if he was not born into a wealthy family at all. But he knew that was impossible. Unless he was born with a silver spoon, he would never be able to drive that kind of car in his 20s. This father Mo Jiangjing looks quite kind, he's not as old-fashioned as she said. Su Jiaojiao asked doubtfully. Kind-ass. Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. If I open a Wuling Blu-ray today, I'm afraid it would be nice if the boss doesn't get scolded, don't you think? She squeezed Yi Yang with her breasts. Ahem, maybe. Yi Yang closed his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Qingxian, who seemed to be acting strangely tonight as if his aunt was here. Snort. Xiao Qingxian shrugged the tip of her nose and sat back again. Laugh. Su Jiaojiao looked at everything through the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth raised crazily, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was so hard to hold back her laughter. The car quickly drove back to the Imperial Hotel. Inland C-suite. He Musi was playing with his bartending tools. Don't you just report to work tomorrow? Yi Yang asked a little strangely when he saw that He Musi was still there. I have never stayed in such a nice suite. He Musi raised a charming smile. At the corner of his mouth, stood up gracefully, and slid his fingers along the counter. Also, I am now your boss's personal bartender. Yi Yang's throat was dry from being teased. After coughing a few times, he had no choice but to say in a dumbfounded voice, then you should have a good rest first. Okay, He Musi raised his chin, feeling extremely happy that he finally flirted with her. Do you want to stay? Yi Yang asked, casually. It's not convenient for me to go out and find a driver. Eh? Can I do that too? Su Jiaojiao blinked. Of course, there are plenty of rooms. Yi Yang shrugged and said indifferently. First update, check out the reminder video. And free gifts. Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Su Jiaojiao clumsily performed a European noblewoman's salute. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. Where's Bai Shaojing? Yi Yang turned his head left and right and asked. She went to look after her mommy during the day. When I just sent the tools over, she had already returned, but she seemed a little too tired and had just fallen asleep. He Musi smiled. Girls really get familiar with each other very quickly. Yi Yang complained inwardly. By the way, she said that someone from Yida came over this afternoon and left an invitation for you. He Musi took the invitation from her proud chest and handed it to Yi Yang. Feeling the residual warmth on it, Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. This was not a virgin for thousands of years, but a little goblin for thousands of years. Wang Silan? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and was also stunned when he looked at the person who sent the invitation. After opening the invitation and taking a glance, he understood Wang Silan's intention. I see. Wang Silan had an important meeting these 2 days and just flew back to Beijing. Beijing is the headquarters of Yida. As the top leader, Wang Silan, as the second in command, has time, so of course he immediately thought about inviting Yi Yang to dinner to keep in touch. As for the invitation, it's just a formality. This location is interesting. Yi Yang looked at the signature location, which was the Centurion Club's Huaxia Beijing branch. Reply to him and tell him I'll go. Yi Yang told Shou Qingxian. Okay. Shou Qingxian followed Yi Yang back to the room while sending a message. Yi Yang looked at Shou Qingxian, who was skillfully closing the door. Do you want to sleep in the same room with me? There is only one bed in this room. I am now taking over the full power of Sister Momo. Naturally, I have to do the work at night. Shou Qingxian seemed calm, but she was already panicking inside. She was adopted by Hurricane since she was a child, so how could she fall in love? Her understanding of this aspect is not as good as that of a junior high school student, so she has been hiding her thoughts all along. She was resolute and decisive in other matters, but she dared not say this matter out loud again and again. She had been thinking about finding an opportunity to say this sentence since she knew that she would replace Yu Momo as a temporary secretary during this trip to Beijing. Are you serious? Yi Yang blinked his eyes. It turned out that the beautiful bodyguard he had always trusted was also greedy for his body. He didn't feel it at all. Was Shou Qingxian hiding it too well, or was he too slow? Of course I'm serious. I was obviously in line first. Why can't I get on your car until now? When Shou Qingxian was holding back her words, she was like a little rabbit. Now that the bow was shot, there was no turning back. She simply returned to her nature and walked up directly. Without saying a word, she pressed the confused Yi Yang on the bed. Her feelings have been hidden for too long. During this period of time, one after another outstanding and beautiful girls appeared beside Yi Yang. And tonight they appeared in a group. The inexplicable feeling of jealousy in her heart was infinitely magnified. She was not a fool. She knew that a person like Yi Yang could not be obsessed with only one person. What made her feel unbalanced was that she had met the boss earlier than most of the girls around the boss. But now these girls have got what they wanted, and she has not yet fulfilled her wish. Boom. She could hear her heartbeat. It had never been so rapid when she was performing the most critical mission. Yi Yang wanted to explain something. Shut up. Shou Qingxian didn't want to listen, and kissed him without saying anything. Yi Yang, well. He wanted to struggle a few more times, but he suddenly felt that his body did not listen to his brain. Just like that, he gave up resistance. A big battle began. Both of them are masters of Chinese martial arts, with amazing physical strength. The noise caused by the battle could not even be blocked by the well-soundproof Neihai suite. Su Jiaojiao, next door, almost thought that Yi Yang and Shou Qingxian really fought. Crackle. From time to time, the sound of something being knocked over could be heard in the room. When the sky turned white, the battle ended and the noise subsided. The next morning, several beauties all had dark circles under their eyes and started to make facial masks. You don't look very good. Is the food a bit bad recently? As soon as Yi Yang opened the door, he saw several beautiful girls queuing up in front of him, tiredly walking past him and preparing to go to the bathroom to make facial masks, and asked in confusion. Boss? You ask even though you know the answer. Bai Xiaojing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, it was so noisy last night. Who can sleep? What's going on? Shou Qingxian poked her head out from behind Yi Yang and asked in confusion. No. I can only say, I admire you so much. Bai Xiaojing sighed. She stayed with the boss for a whole night, and was so tired that she didn't get out of bed until noon the next day. They are indeed martial artists. This couple is a perfect match. It's just that being their neighbor is a bit too miserable. After Bai Xiaojing left, he musically licked his lips and patted Yi Yang on the shoulder. The boss is amazing. Let's get together if we have a chance. After that, he ran away with a smirk on his face. Hey! Yi Yang glared. This little goblin was clearly an old maid, but she drove faster than him. Puff. Su Jiaojiao held back her laughter, lowered her head and trotted to follow. What a bunch of treasures. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. They are all going to make facial masks. Then I will ring the bell for breakfast at the hotel. Shou. Qingxian spread her hands, obviously in a good mood, and walked out of the way as if she didn't recognize her relatives. What's going on? Yi Yang shook his head and spread his hands in confusion. But looking back, Shou Qingxian is indeed a top bodyguard and proficient in Chinese martial arts. It is a completely different experience. This is the first girl to completely keep up with her own rhythm. Breakfast is as luxurious as ever, with fresh caviar, golden sura, pine mushroom shrimp, black pine bread. After eating and drinking, I took a few girls to visit interesting places in the capital. Bird's Nest, Water Cube, various museums, amusement parks, VR experience stores. At the end of the day, I was very happy. We have a treat tonight, so we can save some room for a big meal. Yi Yang reminded and smiled. Hello, boss. Shou Qingxian and Bai Xiaojing nodded repeatedly. Since Wang Silan has even sent out invitations, this meal must be very sumptuous. Since it's a private dinner, there's no need to drive a fancy car. After thinking for a while, Yi Yang chose a Bentley worth more than 20 million yuan. That's it. Su Jiaojiao is most familiar with the capital, so naturally she drives. The journey was uneventful, and soon we arrived at the Centurion Club branch in Beijing. Second update. Is this the Centurion China Capital branch? After Yi Yang got out of the car, he looked at the club in front of him and nodded slightly. As a leisure and entertainment club for the top wealthy, it is better to say it is a club than a resort. There are many areas inside, including fitness areas, sunbathing areas, steam rooms with Chinese characteristics, billiard halls, and many private places for wealthy people. Naturally, there is also a dining area. Moreover, every area is extremely luxurious, full of feasting and extravagance. Real ladies and ladies shuttle here, and rich people and top celebrities can also be seen casually. That's David Beckham. I'll go. I thought he was so handsome playing football when I was a kid. Su Jiaojiao looked at everything around her in disbelief. From being a driver overnight, he followed Yi Yang directly to the top circle of rich people. This impact was really big enough. At least, this kind of superstar who has felt so far away since he was a child actually appears in front of his eyes and greets him with a smile. It feels very strange. It's really good. It's really good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. After all, this is his own industry. He is very happy to see the prosperous development of his industry. Hello, handsome, would you add my WeChat? WeChat? Hi. Handsome guy, add a Q. Because we were attending a dinner tonight, Yi Yang and his party also took care of themselves. Yi Yang was wearing a crisp suit and was very handsome. As soon as he came in, he was stared at by celebrities and beauties from all over the world. They all came up and offered to add Yi Yang's WeChat or Penguin. Facing these foreign girls, who were either cute or gorgeous, Yi Yang was too embarrassed to refuse, so he picked some beautiful ones and added their contact information. As for those foreign ladies who were greedy for his beauty, Yi Yang directly rejected them all. He didn't want any stories to happen between him and his aunt, just thinking about it was scary enough. The boss is also very popular. Bai Xiaojing said with a smile. The peach blossoms are blooming. Xiao Qingxian also smiled and teased, even the beautiful foreign girls can't help but like the boss. Ahem. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. While a few people were chatting and laughing, a familiar figure appeared behind Yi Yang. After seeing clearly that it was Yi Yang, he couldn't help but chuckled in a sinister voice. Hey, this pretty boy is hugging the girls' thigh. Into this exclusive place for high-end people? Yi Yang frowned. This voice was really familiar. He couldn't help but turn around and raised his eyebrows. It's you, a big fool. Zhuge Zhu's face instantly darkened, and he chuckled. I admit that I was indeed in trouble yesterday, but you were just a Guzheng teacher, just a pretty boy. Why should you compare yourself to a rich second generation like me? Are you the only one who deserves to judge me? Huh? Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. What kind of weird brain circuit was this? I really didn't think about it last night, but after all the planning when I went home, I finally figured out your sinister intentions. Zhuge Zhu sneered with great confidence. Pfft. Let me hear what other perfect and clever plan you, stupid pig, have come up with? Yi Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. This Zhuge Zhu was definitely the funniest and stupidest villain he had ever seen. With such a stupid pig head, he still compares himself to Zhuge Kongming. I really don't know where the confidence and courage come from. Oh, it's very simple. You obviously had a bigger plan when you confiscated my money last night. You wanted to deceive Xingjing by being a pretty boy, and finally defraud her family of her huge wealth. Zhuge Zhu crossed his arms and sneered with great confidence. It's a pity that your stupid plan was seen through by me, who is extremely smart, after just a little thought. Yi Yang was embarrassed. For Zhuge Zhu, this was so stupid that it made people feel numb. You ruined my plan, and you can't even try to succeed. Haha, I told Uncle Mo about your treacherous plan last night. He has seen through you long ago. Now, don't even think about making up your mind again. It's impossible. Zhuge Zhu sneered. How about it? I exposed the conspiracy. Doesn't it feel like a failure? Fuck, I can't hold it in anymore, this idiot. Yi Yang and several girls were all teased by Zhuge Zhu. Why are you laughing? Haha, I understand, you must have exposed the conspiracy by me and covered up your embarrassment with a smile. Zhuge Zhu suddenly realized, all your psychological activities cannot escape my clever reasoning. Okay, just go and stay where you are. Yi Yang waved his hand. He had seen too many such self-righteous clowns. He always felt that he knew everything. He sprayed shit when he opened his mouth. After spraying, he still felt that he was quite qualified. However, in the eyes of smart people, he simply stupider than a pig. Creak, creak, creak. Zhuge Zhu gritted his teeth. You are so angry. Yi Yang didn't bother to pay attention to the clown anymore, and went directly to the food area with a few girls. Hee. Zhuge Zhu's eyes turned. He was planning something. He sneered, directly made a call, and then walked towards the fitness area. On the treadmill, the man in an undershirt looked at Zhuge and raised his eyebrows. Isn't this Zhuge? Brother? Don't you go straight to the Victoria's Secret area every time you come? It's rare to have time to come to the fitness area. Ahem, ahem. Zhu blushed and smirked. This time I'm looking for Brother Song. For something. Oh? Song Quan stopped the treadmill and walked down. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, the girls in charge of special services in the Victoria's Secret area are all very beautiful, skilled, and coquettish. Can't they satisfy you, Brother Zhuge? Oh. That's not it. Zhuge coughed dryly and explained repeatedly. Except for a special partner, you haven't come to me for other things. Song Quan was in a good mood and sat on the leisure sofa next to him, handing Zhuge a high-end drink. Zhuge's family is still very powerful, otherwise Mo Dongshan would not have chosen his family as the target of marriage. If this really happened, Zhuge would become the link between the two supergroups of the Zhuge and Mo families, and the power behind him would be too great. Song Quan is one of the senior executives of the club branch, and each senior executive has his own performance. Zhuge's Zhuge Group is his big client, and he and Zhuge share similar interests. Whenever they have time, they discuss which girl is more sexy in the Victoria's Secret area. As time goes by, they become good friends. Every time a new person comes to Victoria's Secret, Song Quan contacts Zhuge to experience it first. This is what happened. Zhuge explained the cause and effect of the matter. Is there such a thing? Song Quan was surprised. A little Guzheng teacher dares to humiliate and play with you, the great master Zhuge. First update. Not only that. Today I actually saw him sneaking into the Centurion Club. There, he was bewitching ladies and socialites. Haha, seeing the smug look on his pretty face makes my teeth itch with anger. Zhuge said coldly. Haha. Don't worry, brother will help you vent your anger. Song Quan laughed and waved his hand nonchalantly. If he were a big boss, he would still be afraid to take action. However, for a pretty boy who relied on a rich woman to get his position and had no power or influence behind him, giving him a lesson would also improve his relationship with Zhuge. It was simply too much. What a deal. What if Zhuge and Mo Jiangjing really come together? Basically, among the rich second generation in Beijing's business district, Zhuge is at the top. Together, Zhuge Group and Mo Group have a market value approaching 1 trillion. Together, the two companies can compete with the Yida Group of Wang Xilin, the former richest man in China. What a terrifying concept. And he might be able to get a higher status in the Centurion Club because of this, and he might even be promoted by the headquarters to be the general manager of the branch. Thinking this way, he felt so beautiful that he tapped the armrest of the stool with his fingers happily. With your words, Brother Song, I feel relieved. Zhuge gritted his teeth and snorted, damn, this kid made me lose face yesterday. I will let him know today that he's just a pretty boy and can never offend a real boss. Haha. Okay, I will definitely help you. Humiliate him. Song Quan waved his hand nonchalantly, just leave, let's just go and drive him out. He couldn't wait to say that it was strange that he was not in a hurry to do this kind of good thing. That cost him nothing but brought huge benefits. Okay. Thank you so much, Brother Song. Zhuge also quickly stood up and walked out aggressively. Yi Yang and his party stopped and walked along the way, especially a few girls. They lingered for a long time in the aristocratic clothing area and tried on a few clothes. With Yi Yang's style, of course he helped the girls buy all the upper body parts. Boss, no. This. Su Jiaojiao's face turned red. She didn't expect Yi Yang to be so angry. Originally, a day's salary of 10,000 was astonishing. Enough. The clothes here, with their price tags, were all ridiculously long. One look at them made her feel breathless. But the boss bought them right away? Yes, boss, this is too expensive. We girls just see beautiful clothes and subconsciously try them on. No. Bai Xiaojing also explained repeatedly. Here you go, just keep it. Money is not important, happiness is the most important. Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Seeing Yi Yang's insistence, the two girls accepted the clothes shyly. Xiao Xian was already used to Yi Yang's inhuman arrogance, so she thanked him sweetly. And accepted it. He Musi chose a very mature and sexy dress, which made Yi Yang's nose feel hot. If it weren't for the internal qi flowing and suppressing the qi in blood, he would probably have a nosebleed. This can be clearly seen from the mesmerized eyes of the well-informed super-international stars beside him. Is it nice? Musi puffed up his chest, which kept fluctuating. So white, oh no, it looks good. Yi Yang changed his words again. And again, nodded and praised sincerely. Pfft. Musi covered her mouth and smiled, the boss can be very cute. Sometimes. Just as several girls were looking at their new clothes with joy. Zhuge Zhu and Song Quan have already arrived here. That's him. What I said is right. He's just a pure pretty boy. Haha. Zhuge Zhu sneered. Song Quan nodded slightly. He basically knew everyone who frequented the club. In my memory, there is no such person. Moreover, Yi Yang is so handsome. As long as you have seen him, you can basically remember him. It seems that the truth is almost as Zhuge Zhu said, this is a pretty boy. After thinking about it, I became more determined and walked up directly. This gentleman. Song Quan walked up. Huh? What's the matter? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuge Zhu and Song Quan, who were walking up, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. These two people were walking sloppily and had two big black circles under their eyes. That kind of thing. I am an executive of Centurion Club, Beijing branch. We received a complaint from this guest. You just cursed him in public in our club and humiliated our senior VIP. Song Quan said coldly, do you know who Mr. Zhuge is? Someone like you can humiliate him. Who is he? Isn't it clear in his name? He's a pig. Shou Qingshan sneered. Haha, protecting high-level VIPs has always been the purpose of our club. If you break this rule, we will have no choice but to kick you out. Song Quan shrugged. What did you say? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, unable to believe what he heard. Kick me out? What? You have a special status. Song Quan sneered. A rude person like you is worthy of staying in a club that only our high-end nobles are eligible to enter. Haha, call me some bodyguards. Yi Yang looked at Zhuge Zhu on the side and acted like he was arrogant, in control of everything, and strategizing, and he understood instantly. This is probably another ingenious plan that the other parties, smart as a pig brain, came up with. These two people are obviously working together and just want to humiliate themselves. I guess this executive also listened to Zhuge Zhu's deception and really thought he was a Guzheng teacher. Shou. Qingxian sneered, my boss has a really special status. She recently took over the position of secretary and naturally knew about Yi Yang's acquisition of Centurion Club Company. Haha. Special? No matter how special his status is, it's not his turn to run wild in the Centurion Club. Not to mention, he doesn't even have a Centurion membership card and sneaks in to cheat on food and drink. Song Quan frowned, and when Shou Qingxian scolded him, he immediately retorted angrily, this is the rule of our Centurion Club. If you don't want to abide by it, get out. Huh, what? A rule of the Centurion Club, I want to see it today. Yi Yang laughed angrily and raised his chin. Directly, call the general manager of the Beijing branch and tell him to come here quickly. Yes. Shou Qingxian went to do it again and again. At this time, the head of the branch was experiencing paradise on earth in the Victoria's Secret District. When the call came in and he heard it was from the headquarters, the president, he was immediately frightened and got up again and again to accept the instructions. Second update. I'll go, what's going on? The person in charge, Ren Buguan, lifted up his pants in a panic, waved his hand to the Victoria's Secret model below him, and quickly ran towards the clothing area. Boss. As the head of the Huaxia Capital Branch, he was naturally the first to receive news of the Centurion Club boss change. I just didn't expect that the new boss's first stop would be at the club he is responsible for. Moreover, judging from the tone on the other end of the phone, it was obvious that he was very angry. Damn it. What is going on? At this time, Ren Buguan was in a panic. Boss. Song Quan was a little confused when he looked at Ren Buguan, who was disheveled and running over in a panic. As my boss, I have always regarded myself as an aristocrat, and I was very particular about my clothes when traveling. At this glance, I was in a hurry and rushed over after dressing for a while. Instantly, he had a bad premonition welling up in his heart. At this time, Zhuge Zhu was still mocking desperately, you are the only one who still calls to find someone? Who are you trying to scare? Can the person you are looking for get in here? Do you know where this place is? If you don't have a net worth of hundreds of billions, how can you get in? Come on. It makes me laugh. Many ladies and nobles nearby were attracted and looked over, and many wealthy businessmen were talking to each other, wondering what was going on. What happened? I don't know, maybe it's a personal conflict? Sigh. If it's like what they said, then this is really not the place this young man should come. The bearded old man shook his head. Why does an ordinary person have to squeeze into the circle of nobles? I don't think it's like this, with this temperament and this outfit. That's right. There will definitely be a reversal later. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. A beautiful woman immediately retorted on behalf of Yi Yang. Song Quan criticized Zhuge and had him executed. Brother Song, why are you blaming me? I haven't said I'm happy yet. Zhuge Zhu didn't respond, so he couldn't help but ask. Song Quan was too lazy to pay attention to Zhuge Zhu, and ran up to greet Ren Buguan. Boss, why are you here? Is there anything you need me to do? Unexpectedly, Ren Buguan ignored him at all, pushed him away, and hurriedly walked to Yi Yang. What's the situation? Song Quan was stunned, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Boss, I'm late. What happened here? If you have any requests, just ask me. Ren Buguan bowed directly to Yi Yang with a 90-degree bow and said with great respect, "Let him tell you himself." Yi Yang pointed at Song Quan lightly. This? Song Quan felt like his mind was blank. What the hell? My boss actually calls this guy boss. This identity was completely turned upside down in an instant. What the hell? Didn't you say he was just a Guzheng teacher? He looked at Zhuge Zhu coldly. I don't know either. I just know that he teaches Emojing the Guzheng. Zhuge Zhu was also dumbfounded at this time. Ren Buguan was considered a big shot in the capital, so he naturally recognized him. You killed me. Song Quan was in a state of confusion at this time and, when he saw Ren Buguan looking over, he couldn't help feeling a little palpitated. The rich and famous people watching around were extremely surprised at this time. This was indeed a reversal. Tell me clearly. If there is any concealment, I will deny you any good fruits. Ren Buguan roared angrily. Song Quan was trembling in his heart. Ren Buguan's attitude was too clear. He was clearly on Yi Yang's side. Even if he lied, it would be useless. He might as well tell the truth. Boss, please listen to my explanation. This matter really has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhuge Zhu's fault. Song Quan didn't dare to say a word about Yi Yang, so he put the blame on Zhuge Zhu and told what happened. Brother Song, you can't say that. Shut up. Seeing that Zhuge Zhu still wanted to quibble, how could Song Quan give him this opportunity? He shouted directly. After all, Zhuge Zhu was his fair-weather friend. It was possible to talk about the Queen's Heart Sutra, but it was impossible to say that there was any true feelings. Of course, if something goes wrong, Zhuge Zhu must bear the thunder as much as possible. What? How dare you teach Mr. Yi what rules are? I'm so fucking embarrassed for you, Song Quan. Ren Buguan covered his face with his hands. Do you know who Mr. Yi is? Song Quan complained in his heart, of course I don't fucking know. If I had known who he was, would I have dared to do this? He is the boss of our Centurion Club company. The controlling director. What are the rules you teach him? You show him what a big shot is? How dare you? Ren Buguan was so angry that he almost suffered from cerebral thrombosis. He clutched his chest and found it difficult to breathe. The controlling director of Centurion Club Corporation. Song Quan was so frightened that his voice changed shape. I'll go, this. The rich and famous people surrounding him also expressed surprise and looked at Yi Yang in shock. The mysterious Centurion Group Holdings director, the largest boss, the super boss with the most connections in the world and a network of abilities all over the world, was actually standing in front of him. Moreover, he is still so young. This is too dreamy. This kind of status is far beyond what money can compare with. It represents too many things. He belongs to the level of the international super boss hidden in the dark. Many ordinary members of Centurion are worth hundreds of billions, but they all want to meet the club director, but can't. Unexpectedly, this ultimate boss actually appeared in front of them like this. Damn. This reversal is too gorgeous. Yeah. Oh my. He is actually the boss of his boss. It's ridiculous that this executive just wanted to teach me what the rules of the Centurion Club are. Aren't these rules set by him? Haha. I just laughed at it. I feel embarrassed for that guy named Song Quan. This guy is probably going to be in bad luck. No one can save you if you provoke this super boss. The audience was enthusiastic, and this kind of thing was not common to them. What happened? A figure walked over from the food area. The onlookers avoided him when they saw him. It's actually Boss Silan, he's here today too. Wang Silan smiled and greeted the person next to him. As the former richest man in China, his status is still very high. At least among the many members of the Centurion Club branch in Beijing, his status is enough to rank at the top. Boss? Wang Silan was stunned when he saw that the person surrounded by people watching the fun was actually Yi Yang. He also received a report from his secretary that Yi Yang was coming, so he rushed out to greet him. First update. After listening to the person next to him briefly describing what happened, Wang Silan's eyes widened. My boss is actually the controlling director of Centurion Club Group. No wonder, he has so many magical powers, countless funds, and seems to have strong connections. The last time I had dinner with Mark King was in awe of him. It turns out that he still has this identity. This time, his original intention to be Yi Yang's subordinate with peace of mind changed slightly. It was not enough to be someone else's subordinate with peace of mind. Then if you have nothing to do, you should take the initiative to show your courtesy. This kind of super boss is simply too powerful. You must firmly believe it in your heart and hold Yi Yang's thigh tightly. Director Yi, I was wrong. At this time, Song Quan felt more uncomfortable than eating shit. He was trembling with fear. Without saying a word, he knelt down in front of Yi Yang and said, I really don't know your identity. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Bar. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. So, if the guests are not respectful of their status, you can ignore the club's rules and frame, slander, and insult other members at will? No. I didn't mean that, I meant. Song Quan was stunned. Just as he was about to explain, he realized that this was indeed what he meant. Haha, you don't deserve to be an employee of Centurion at all, you don't deserve it. Yi Yang shook his head, with your ability and attitude, there is no need to come tomorrow. Song relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. If he offended such a big boss, he would just be fired. Before he could relax, Yi Yang sneered, firing you is a punishment for your disregard of company discipline. You will have to deal with your slanderous remarks on me. This. Song Quan was completely confused. He thought it was over, but it turned out that it had just begun. But now he can only accept his fate, he has offended a big shot, that's it, what else can he do? Even if I resisted at the time, it would be a long time in the future. How could such an awesome boss still not get the ending he wanted? If you meet a perverted boss with a weird temper, it would be extremely easy to forge evidence of leaving the country and make yourself permanently disappear abroad. Thinking of this, he became even more frightened. Say what you say. Song Quan will accept your punishment. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. After all, Song Quan was also bewitched by Zhuge. He was not so perverted that he ruined other people's families just because of such a trivial matter. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slap this kid a few times first, and then talk. When Song Quan saw that Yi Yang was referring to Zhuge, his eyes instantly turned red. It's all because of him that he has fallen to this point. Now that he was fired, knowing that he had offended a company with Yi Yang's level, who would dare to hire him? What's the difference between this and cutting off his financial path? He had long wanted to beat Zhuge to death, and now that it was Yang's request, he was naturally willing to do so. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. I'm a pig. Before he finished speaking, Song Quan slapped him in the face. He was blinded directly and fell to the ground. Song Quan rode up directly, opened his bow left and right, and slapped Zhuge's mouth wildly until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Woo-woo. Zhuge was beaten so hard that he couldn't speak clearly, so he could only sob and didn't know what to say. By the end of the beating, there were no more whimpering sounds, and it was obvious that he was knocked unconscious directly from the beating. Okay. Yi Yang waved his hand, and it could be seen that Song Quan was really driven crazy with anger. He didn't hit him lightly or hard. If he continued to hit him, the living pig would really be beaten into a dead pig. Hoo-hoo. Song Quan gasped tiredly. I won't embarrass you. All the profits you have received from the Centurion Club over the years will be returned to the club, and we will be settled. Yi Yang said calmly, including your connections, resources, and money. Your future life must not have anything to do with the Centurion Club. Although Song Quan knew that things would not go away easily in the end, he did not expect that it would cost him such a heavy price. This means that his aristocratic life is completely over from this moment on. He has reached middle age and has to start from scratch. What can he do? Thinking about the miserable life in the future, he couldn't help but want to cry. I can no longer spend a night with a big-breasted model. He staggered and prepared to leave here, quickly, like a defeated dog. By the way, this is Zhuge. Who knocked you unconscious? Send him back yourself. Yi Yang waved his hand and said calmly. This? Song Quan's heart trembled. And he suddenly woke up. The Zhuge family was a powerful force after all, and now he had become an ordinary person. If the head of the Zhuge family knew that his son was made like this by him. Yi Yang is a super boss, and the Zhuge group does not dare to provoke him, but he is different. When the time comes when the anger is involved on him, he won't be able to bear it. Only then did he fully understand Yi Yang's terrifying plan to plot against him in just a few words. He was full of bitterness, but he didn't dare to disobey Yi Yang. If he did something wrong, he would be beaten, especially if it was a super boss like this, who he couldn't resist at all. Carrying Zhuge on his back, Song Quan prayed in his heart, hoping that the head of the Zhuge family would be able to breathe for a while. Looking at Zhuge and Song Quan, who left in a panic. Everyone was talking about it. As expected. Of someone who became the controlling director of Centurion Group at such a young age, he is really cruel. And he is cruel in a reasonable way. With just a few words, he completely destroyed all his escape routes, and he didn't have any handle in the hands of others. Anyway, I don't want to provoke such people in the future. But I think Zhuge is the one who deserves the most punishment, right? Is he just going to be beaten up? Haha, Zhuge was beaten like this, can the head of the Zhuge family not ask about it? What do you mean? People who didn't understand Yi Yang's thoughts asked one after another. With the connections of the Zhuge family, it is not difficult to find out what happened today. If he chooses to retaliate against Boss Yi, then Boss Yi will have a legitimate reason to completely destroy the Zhuge family. On the contrary, the Zhuge family will take the initiative to apologize and seek peace. In any case, he is the absolute winner. Moreover, it will not give people a chance to talk about it. Even people who hear about this matter in the future will probably praise Mr. Yi for his generosity. Oh my. Awesome. There was constant discussion around, and Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders. He didn't think so much, but he had been in this circle for a long time and he learned it by himself. How to deal with things has become instinct. Wang Silin, who saw the whole process, seemed to have made up his mind and walked up again and again. Second update. Why is Wang Silin walking up there? Is it possible that he also had a problem with Yi Yang? No. Judging from the expression, it should look like we know each other. The VIPs around were a little confused. After all, Wang Silin was once the richest man in China, and his status in their hearts was still very high. Yi Yang was so young yet so mysterious. These two people's style of painting is not in the same channel. So they can't understand why Wang Silin would take the initiative to run over and approach Yi Yang. Could it be that the big guys want to make friends? There was constant speculation and discussion among each other. I saw Wang Silin walking up to Yi Yang, with a flattering smile on his face, and bowed. Boss, you only asked me before you came, and I went to the door to greet you. This caused such a big misunderstanding. I didn't think carefully. Wang Silin's words stunned everyone present. Why do you call him boss? Ren Buguan didn't react for a while. Is there anyone else rushing to call this boss? He's my boss too. Wang Silin puffed up his chest as a matter of course. If he had been asked to say such words when Yida was first acquired, it would have been an insult, but now, he feels that it is an honor. These are the top group of super bosses in the world. Following Yi Yang, maybe his business and status, which have been somewhat stagnant recently, can break through the shackles and reach a higher level. What? So, the real boss of Yida is this Mr. Yi. There are no fools among the distinguished guests present. If they can get to this point, they naturally have something. In a few words, they can make a general guess, but this conclusion is really terrifying. At such a young age, he is not only a director of Centurion Club Group Holdings, but also the real boss of Yida today. These two identities are blessed on one person, one represents unspeakable relationships and connections, and the other represents huge wealth and glory. In an instant, Yi Yang's halo became extremely dazzling in their eyes. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yang is our real big boss at Yida. Wang Silin puffed up his chest, he had nothing to be ashamed of. Just like Ali, Chinese people think that Ma Yun is the real boss, but he is only the executive director, and 70% of the shares are held by a Japanese, so he is the real big boss. But those who hold large shares know how to keep a low profile and show up much less often than Ma Yun. Even most Chinese people don't know about it at all. Many things are there, but no one tells you, and you won't check such things out of the blue. When you suddenly know the truth one day, you will even find it incredible. Wang Silin thought of Ali and felt at ease. Now, it's just that the hidden boss behind him has been exposed, but this still cannot erase his glory of being the richest man in China. Especially when this hidden big boss was still the controlling director of Centurion. Telling this fact made him feel flattered. Hiss. Ren Buguan looked at Yi Yang with even more awe. This young man is amazing. Amidst the shocked eyes and heated discussion of the audience, Wang Silin respectfully invited Yi Yang and his party into the food area and reserved a small garden near the lake. The decoration of the small garden is very luxurious, and all kinds of precious antiques are fully displayed. At first glance, it is not a place that ordinary members are qualified to use. The semi-open-air structure can connect the inside and outside of the room. You can not only enjoy the warmth and comfort inside, but also have an unobstructed blend with the beautiful blue lake and sky next to it. It is the perfect place to dine with great enjoyment. The place was chosen carefully. Yi Yang nodded slightly and praised. As long as the boss is satisfied. Wang Silin was also extremely happy. Someone had already taken a seat at the round table on the terrace. Seeing Wang Silin enter, everyone stood up. "Brother Mo, this is the distinguished guest I told you, the controlling director of Yida, my veritable big boss, Yi Yang, Mr. Yi." Wang Silin introduced it solemnly, giving Yi Yang enough face. "Brother Mo?" Seeing Mo Dongshan froze on the spot, Wang Silin also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. What's going on? Even if they have known each other for a long time, they shouldn't just react dumbly, right? Could it be that he was shocked that his boss, so young, was the controlling director of Yida? Or are you surprised that the real boss of Yida is not you? It's actually you, you. Mo Dongshan changed his title in the middle of his words. When he saw the Rolls-Royce silver ghost that night, he knew Yi Yang's identity. He was definitely rich. However, he had no idea that Yi Yang was the real boss of Yida. This is simply outrageous. It's funny that night, he even suspected that he was approaching his daughter because he wanted to take advantage of his family's property. Hound's $1 trillion company, what a fool. Although the market value of Mo Group is hundreds of billions, his own direct holding is only 100 billion. 4. A big shot like Yi Yang, a mere 100 billion is not worth a lifetime of marriage. Mr. Yi. Last night, Mo Dongshan knew that he was wrong, and he wanted to explain himself with a guilty conscience. Mr. Mo, you don't have to be like this. As a father, it's understandable to say that. But because of this, I feel that you are a person with passable character. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Is that so? Mo Dongshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to relax his nerves. Why, you? Wang Silin was confused and a little dumbfounded. Ahem. Mo Dongshan also smiled bitterly and recounted what happened last night. What? The boss is your daughter's gouging master? You don't know? He also helped your daughter identify the scumbag? You also threatened the boss because the boss went home with your daughter. Wang Silin felt that his head was about to explode. What's the connection? You look familiar too? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Wang Silin nodded slightly. Brother Mo is my right-hand man in Beijing. Among the local enterprises in Beijing, the Zhuge family and the Mo family are the strongest among the individual groups. Except for my Yida, they are basically the second and third. But Yida later became a large enterprise across the country. The Zhuge family and the Mo family have been fighting openly and secretly in Beijing, but with the support of Yida, the Mo family has always been slightly better. Brother Mo and I are also friends of life and death. We used to be from the same company, and we have a comradeship. Wang Silin pondered for a moment, and said with a stiff upper lip, so, if Brother Mo was disrespectful to the boss last night, Silin apologized on his behalf. First update. I have already said that I admire him very much. Yi Yang nodded slightly. If I am really dissatisfied with I won't hide it at all. It's okay, but it's not necessary. Wang Silan suddenly realized, yes, the boss is a crazy super boss. Ever since he met him, his behavior has never been consistent with common sense. If you have any dissatisfaction with this character and status, you don't need to hide it at all, it will be dealt with directly on the spot. Just like Song Quan and Zhuge Zhu today. Yes, the boss is also the executive director of the Centurion Club, so there is no need to avoid this. Mo Dongshan was confused. Why did he keep talking more and more awesome? What kind of super big shot did my daughter become her teacher? Outside? He wants to slap himself to death now, because Mo Jingjing insists on learning Guzheng. He also blames her for not doing her job properly and wants her to go home and take over the business of Mo Group. But now I think about it, if I really strangled my daughter to death about learning the Guzheng, where would she be able to meet Mr. Yi? They were even lucky enough to have him as their disciple, giving the Mo family the opportunity to get involved with such a big shot. Thinking of Mo Jingjing, Mo Dongshan slapped his forehead. Brother Wang, Jingjing and Xiaozong. Holy shit. Wang Silan also suddenly remembered something, and slapped his forehead, extremely annoyed. I was so excited just now that I forgot about it. I came to Yiyang today with the intention of introducing Mo Dongshan to Yiyang. Let Yiyang know that Wang Silan is not the only one who can mobilize forces in the capital, and the Mo family is also in their group. And he and Mo Dongshan also brought their sons and daughters over. By the way, let's arrange this marriage. Wang Silan has been very busy recently and did not know that the Zhuge family wanted to seek peace, so he arranged for Zhuge Zhu and Mo Jingjing to discuss marriage. When he approached Mo Dongshan about this, Mo Dongshan already knew Zhuge Zhu's sinister intentions, so he didn't refuse. Now that we know that there is such a relationship between Mo Jingjing and Yiyang, it's a waste of time to bring them together. Who knows what the boss thinks? If the boss really cares about Mo Jingjing, wouldn't his son be looking for death? It's all my fault that I placed my boss's position too high in my mind. When I was thinking about things, I subconsciously put Yiyang on the same level as an old man. After all, anyone who can become a big shot is at least not a middle-aged person. Wang Silan has never encountered someone like Yiyang who has reached this level at such a young age. But if you think about it carefully, Yiyang and Mo Jingjing are the same age. Wang Silan broke into a cold sweat at the thought of this possibility, and quickly ordered his secretary to find Wang Xiaozong and Mo Jingjing, who were playing in the nearby area. The secretary seemed to know the urgency of the matter and ran out quickly. What's wrong? Yiyang looked at the two thieves, Mo Dongshan and Wang Silan, and frowned. Ahem, it's okay. We just suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, Jingjing is here today too. Wang Silan kept saying. Oh? Yiyang raised his eyebrows, smiled and sat down. You're welcome, everyone can sit down. Good. Wang Silan and Mo Dongshan both sat down one after another. Shou Qingxian directly found a seat and sat down. He was very relaxed along the way and did not feel any discomfort. After all, he was the top bodyguard of Hurricane and had never seen anything like this before. When I was on mission in Africa, I had dinner with the top leaders of many countries. Su Jiaojiao, Bai Shaojing and He Muzi couldn't calm down at all. Although they knew that the boss was very powerful, he still joked with them every day and still had the image of a handsome guy. In the end, it didn't give them much sense of majesty. But today, the impact is really quite big. Whether it is the legendary Centurion Club or the director of International Centurion Holdings, the most impactful thing is Wang Silin directly bowing his head and calling the boss. Yi Yang is actually the largest director of Yida Group. Yida can be said to be famous to every Chinese people. For such a legendary company, the real boss is the man next to him. It is so surprising that it makes people feel numb. Master. Not long after, the secretary found Mo Xingxing. Hearing that Yi Yang was also here, Mo Xingxing was extremely happy and jumped over directly. Wang Xiaozong looked unhappy. Dad, if you want to talk about business, just talk about business. Why did you call me back? Come back as soon as I ask you to come back, there is so much nonsense. Wang Silin shouted deeply. Huh? It's rare to see a young face? Wang Xiaozong's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Yang. Those who had dinner with his father were usually old guys, which he didn't like very much. Unless necessary, they would find a reason to sneak out to hang out with internet celebrities. Be respectful, this is what I'm telling you, the real big boss of Yida now, my immediate boss, Yi Yang, Mr. Yi. Wang Silin gave a deep drink and said, What? Wang Xiaozong looked at Yi Yang in disbelief and blinked. Isn't it true that he looks younger than me? Dad, are you confused about me? Ahem, my son came back from studying abroad. He is outspoken and outspoken. He is not polite to me. Don't blame Mr. Yi. Wang Silin felt embarrassed and said respectfully again and again. It doesn't matter, I like straightforward people. Yi Yang waved his hand. These old foxes who do business are very cunning. It is better to have a straightforward conversation. You didn't do anything to her just now, did you? Wang Silin looked at Mo Xingxing and asked worriedly. His son's private life is not decent. He is famous throughout China. He changes to an internet celebrity every other day. He lives up to the name of a playboy in terms of love. You know, I like internet celebrity faces. I don't like her looks. She is too beautiful. She doesn't look like an internet celebrity face at all. Wang Xiaozong shrugged and said, What's wrong? It's okay. I didn't do anything. Wang Silin breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his son didn't like Mo Xingxing before. Now he saw that his son really had no interest in Mo Xingxing, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Brother Xiaozong is very good. He also took me to meet a few friends. After leaving me to those friends, he ran away by himself. I don't know what he did. Mo Xingxing added. You? Wang Silin sighed inwardly, probably because he had abandoned Mo Xingxing and was thinking about running out to flirt with internet celebrities again. You are not allowed to go anywhere today. If you dare to run away, I will break your legs when I get home. Wang Xiaozong saw that Wang Silin was so decisive and did not dare to disobey. He was still a little afraid of his father in his heart, so he nodded and sat down obediently. Serve the food. Wang Silin waved to the waiter and said proudly. Second update. Young people all like to play and understand. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Wang Xiaozong smiled at Yi Yang sincerely. Dong Yi is much more reasonable than my father. If you don't mind, I will ask you to go with me next time I visit internet celebrities. Now that he knew Yi Yang's identity, he naturally spoke with a bit of awe, but he still wanted to go wild. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hand. Forget it, I don't like internet celebrity faces. That's a shame. Wang Xiaozong shook his head, feeling a little regretful. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt lucky. If Yi Yang also liked internet celebrities, then what would he have to do with dating internet celebrities? Ahem, okay, do you think Mr. Ye's taste is as low as yours? Let me tell you, even if it's just for fun, you might as well find a star. At least you can lose some status and face. Wang Xilin himself doesn't like celebrities at all. They are just playthings and cannot be called a suitable partner. Even if they are just for fun, it is a bit embarrassing. You're wrong about that, Dad. Wang Xiaozong shrugged. Compared to the celebrity circle, these internet celebrities are so clean. I'm still a bit of a misophobia. Humph. Wang Xilin didn't say much after hearing this. Those celebrities in the entertainment industry who rely on traffic and making troubles are basically incompatible with their moral character, and their quality and outlook are not worthy of their own achievements. Their lives will be out of control, causing most of the people in them to be in a mess. Today it is revealed that someone suddenly had multiple unwanted children in a foreign country, tomorrow it is revealed that someone cheated on her, and the day after tomorrow it is revealed that someone slept with 7 or 8 directors when they were young in order to gain a position. That's so normal. But the more this happens, the more popular it becomes. On the contrary, Wang, who diligently posts songs and sings, has never been on the hot search. Thinking of this, Wang Xilin also sighed. Indeed, it is better to let Shou Song get in touch with internet celebrities. It is just for fun anyway. Wang Xiaozong laughed. To tell you the truth, Director Yi, I basically have 90% of the dirty information about today's stars. If I write it down, I can write a novel thicker than the Xinhua dictionary. If you want to read it, I'll give it a try. In a while. Add me on WeChat tonight and send it to you, huh? Yi Yang waved his hands dumbfounded. I'm not interested in gossip at all, but if you insist on sending it, I wouldn't mind reading it. Understand? Wang Xiaozong chuckled and made an okay gesture. Xiao Qingxian suppressed her laughter. Looking at Bai Xiaojing and others who were also suppressing their laughter, she couldn't help but want to laugh even more. She drank water repeatedly to suppress her laughter. Serve. A top-hatted chef walked in and respectfully introduced each dish that was served. Today's theme is the scenery of the lake and the mountains. This first crystal crab palace uses Yangqing Lake hairy crabs in their most fertile season. Every time in a fishery, this king crab will not weigh more than 10 kilograms. Every hairy crab like this is obtained through auction. After obtaining the crab king, we used special techniques to perfectly peel off the shell, retaining the perfect shape of the crab meat and crab roe inside, and topped it with special fresh sauce. This dish, just for the raw materials, is worth 100,000 above. The normal price of Crystal Crab Palace is 28W 88.88 per plate. Today, because the main course ordered by Mr. Wang is too rich, this Crystal Crab Palace will be given to you as a bonus. As soon as the chef's last words came out, Su Jiaojiao and Bai Xiaojing opened their mouths in complete disbelief. A super dish costing 300,000 yuan. If an ordinary person can only eat one plate in his lifetime, it is very powerful. As a result, it was actually served as a gift for this meal. They exclaimed that poverty limited their imagination. Even He Musi, a well-known bar owner with a lot of money, was surprised. Only Xiao Qingxian has seen big storms himself, and has been with Yi Yang for a long time, so he has long been used to it. Next is the main course of this banquet. The chef clapped his hands proudly, and then, one after another, delicious food with full color and fragrance was served. Every dish, just the presentation alone, can be called a work of art. The other side dishes were about as precious as the Crystal Crab Palace, so the chef just introduced them casually. It wasn't until the real main course of the lake and mountains was served that he became interested again. Yi Yang looked at the big plate in front of him, and for a moment he couldn't figure out whether it was a bonsai or a dish. The chef also had a proud look on his face. It was obvious that this dish was his pride. Amidst the scenery of lakes and mountains, there are a total of 99 and 81 kinds of ingredients, all of which are of the highest quality. Each ingredient is carved by a master of micro-carving and finally plated. For example, the micro-carved green bamboos on this mountain are carved from the cores of young dragon-scale bamboo shoots. This lake at the foot of the mountain is made from the broth of boiled cabbage. It has a white air, just like Dongting in August. The lake and mountains are so beautiful. Meng Haoren, the great poet of the Tang dynasty, once wrote a poem, "The colors of the lakes and mountains are harmonious, and there is no mirror on the lake surface." Based on this poem, the latter painter made a picture of lakes and mountains. I also created this painting based on this painting. Dish. Several girls were dumbfounded when they heard this. This is not cooking, it is simply a super work of art. It can be put up for auction. Well, it's worth the price of 810,000 yuan. Wang Silin nodded with a smile. He had put a lot of thought into welcoming Yi Yang. Not bad. Yi Yang also nodded slightly. After eating so many high-end dishes, this dish is very novel and unique. It depends on the taste. He didn't forget that he was here to eat. If he wanted to conquer foodies, he had to rely on its own taste. Yi Yang picked up a panda, carved from black crystal rice and white corn, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. His eyes lit up. The taste was also very fragrant and glutinous, which made people's taste buds open. As for the wine, I brought a century-old wine passed down from our ancestors today. It's priceless. The chef smiled and brought out a pot of unopened yellow wine jar. Haha. Wang Silin smiled and shook his head, thinking in his heart, what's the point of priceless? I said 5 million to buy this jar of wine, and you clearly agreed immediately. No matter how I think about it, I am the one who lost. This meal cost him nearly 8 million. Even a super boss of his level rarely spends so much. After all, although the money is a lot, every penny is a penny less. If every meal costs millions, he will feel very distressed. If Yi Yang knew Wang Silin's painful thoughts at this time, he would definitely laugh and cry. His family basically prepares state banquets worth millions every day. First update. Peng Song Quan, who was beaten like a dead dog, was thrown out of the gate and staggered away. In the hall of Zhuge Group, Zhuge Yuanmo frowned, feeling very blocked as he looked at his son, who was beaten into a pig's head and was being put on an intravenous drip while whimpering to him. What's going on? Have you figured it out? Zhuge Yuanmo asked in a deep voice. I've asked everything clearly. This is a report of what happened. Please take a look at it. On the sidelines, Liu Bei, the chief steward of the Zhuge Group, handed over the report. Zhuge Yuanmo took the report. I was having a good meeting today when I heard the butler running over to say that something had happened to his son. When I got home, I saw Song Quan and his son, who had been beaten into a pig's head. After asking carefully, Song Quan did not dare to lie in front of him and told him what happened. Go through. However, what happened was so outrageous that Zhuge Yuanmo certainly didn't believe it and asked someone to verify it. But one thing is certain, that is, it was Song Quan who beat his son like this, so he also beat Song Quan violently and threw him out. He looked at the report with sinister eyes. He had an angry look at first, but as he looked at it, his eyebrows began to tremble unconsciously. The corners of his eyes were twitching wildly, and he was sweating profusely. It's really like that. Zhuge Yuanmo put the report on the table beside him with trembling hands, feeling a little weird. Song Quan's description is really ridiculous. His son actually provoked the director of Centurion Group Holdings, without knowing it. And then became jealous of the little girl from the Mo family? As a result, by coincidence, I went to the Centurion Club to play today, and I'm going to risk my life to find fault with the controlling director. He was humiliated and punished in public, and then kicked out. Where are all this? Zhuge Yuanmo covered his face. This is not how a fucking movie is made. This report says that the controlling director of Centurion Group is the young man who exposed you last night? Zhuge Yuanmo couldn't overlap these two images. The director of Centurion Group Holdings, shouldn't he be a bad old man? Oh. Zhuge Zhu was lying on the bed, unable to speak clearly. He could only nod his head wildly, and the nod involved his wound again, causing the pig to squeal. Zhuge Yuanmo finally accepted his fate and sat down dejectedly. Chairman, this is a big problem. Liu Bei kept saying nonsense. Zhuge Yuanmo rubbed his eyebrows. The Zhuge Group is now at its peak in the capital. Apart from Yida and those terrifying state-owned enterprises, only the Mo family can compete with them. It was well planned that the Mo family is a daughter. When the time comes for the marriage, the Zhuge family will gain the most. If the two families marry Qin and Jin, no one in the capital will be his opponent in the future. In the future, all business circles in the capital will be with the Zhuge family under the control. But everything collapsed because of the appearance of this young man, Yi Yang. But when he learned that this young man's true identity was actually the director of Centurion Group Holdings, he no longer dared to blame him. What's more, it was later revealed that Mr. Yi was even the real boss behind Yida. With his 20 or 30 years of experience in the business world, it was impossible to offend such a big shot who overwhelmed him in both status and financial resources. Sigh. I think I, Zhuge Yuanmo, lived a wise life. The business district in the capital city was originally a three-pronged one. The Mo family and I teamed up to bring down the Yu family. I originally thought of marrying the Mo family again and directly taking over the entire business district in the capital city. It's just sad that my son, it's not disappointing. Zhuge Yuanmo sighed, what a helpless man. He ruined my plan. Now it's not just a matter of failed marriage with the Mo family. Our group is now in danger after offending such a big shot and such a young and energetic young man. Liu Bei kept saying. Liu Bei has been his military advisor for many years, and has always given him advice. The Zhuge Group has developed so well, which is inseparable from Liu Bei's hard work and dedication. In your opinion, what is the best thing to do now? Zhuge Yuanmo asked. The plan now is to bear the pain and give up your love, pursue your son, and make your ambition clear. Make amends, and cut off your money, and turn your enemies into friends. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and then said. Zhuge Yuanmo glanced at Zhuge Zhu, who was lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were sinister for a moment, and then he seemed to have made some kind of determination. Let's talk about it carefully. Now, whether it is the Mo family or Mr. Yi, all the dissatisfaction with the Zhuge family is caused by Zhuge Zhuge. As long as he is expelled from the Zhuge family, this dissatisfaction can be eliminated. At this time, as long as you show sincerity, Mr. Yi will not only not blame you, but will also be quite satisfied. At this time, the Zhuge family leader can show goodwill and turn enemies into friends. Why not? Liu Bei smiled faintly. Giving up one's son and taking care of the entire foundation can even open up a new situation. Of course, I am only the one who makes plans. You still need to decide for yourself what to do. Zhuge Yuanmo nodded slightly. This move was indeed very good. For a super boss like him, although he only has one son on the surface, he has many illegitimate children outside, and there is nothing distressing about losing an ado. To put it bluntly, Zhuge Zhu himself was just a pawn in his eyes. Liu Bei also knew Zhuge Yuanmo's intention, so he dared to offer this strategy. We were previously compressed near the Beijing Circle. Once we can really climb up the big tree of Yida, and with Mr. Ye's connections, we may not be able to grow and develop like the Mo family. The difficulties that Zhuge Group has been facing for so many years will be solved. Liu Bei said again. Well said. Zhuge Yuanmo made up his mind and stopped procrastinating. He patted Liu Bei on the shoulder and laughed. The military advisor is worthy of being a military advisor. After a while, Zhuge Zhu, who had not finished the drip, was thrown out of the house along with his luggage. The situation was exactly the same as Song Quan just now. After a while, a long convoy drove out of the Zhuge Group's mansion, all black Maybachs, and drove towards the Centurion Beijing Club branch. This move instantly aroused the vigilance of many reporters. Many entertainment gossip reporters who are related to the matter have already known what happened at the Centurion Club. Now that the incident happened not long ago, Zhuge Group has made such a big move. Even a fool can know that it is related to this incident. This huge convoy has a big purpose at first glance. Could it be that they are going to seek revenge? After all, the one who was beaten is Director Zhuge's own son. I don't know, let's follow and see. I have a feeling that my article will be on the front page of tomorrow's headlines. Haha. Second update. In the semi-open-air garden, Yi Yang and others and Wang Xilin were also eating and drinking, very happy. Boss Yi is really versatile. Not only can he achieve such success in business at such a young age, he is also very accomplished in Guzheng. I admire him. Mo Dongshan said with a smile. He no longer dared to have any prejudice against Yi Yang. Dad, didn't you say before that playing the Guzheng was not doing your job properly? Mo Jiangjing teased with a smile. This. Mo Dongshan shook his head dumbfounded. Didn't you understand this before? From now on, I will fully support you in playing the Guzheng. You can play as long as you want. Really? Mo Jiangjing's eyes lit up and she shook Yi Yang's arm excitedly. Thank you, master. Black lines appeared on Mo Dongshan's head, and he was sweating again and again. Something seemed wrong with this daughter. Ha ha. Yi Yang shook his head. This father and daughter were quite interesting. Can Dongyi still play the guzheng? Wang Xiaozong raised his eyebrows. He's much better than my boring dad. Wang Xilin originally had a smile on his face as he watched Mo. Dongshan and his daughter pinch each other, but now his expression turned dark. Qigua somehow ended up eating it. On himself. Ahem. Bai Shaojing and the other girls were so embarrassed that they had internal injuries from suppressing their laughter. The relationship between parents and children of wealthy families must be so funny. Dongyi, why don't you play a song to open my eyes? Wang Xiaozong is very interested in tinkering with these different things. Xiaozong. You. Wang Xilin shouted deeply, feeling that this was a bit troublesome to Yi Yang. It doesn't matter, this is good. Yi Yang nodded slightly, not coyly. Today's party is very happy. When the atmosphere is high, what's wrong with playing the piano to help the fun? Is there a guzheng here? Centurion Club, what not? Seeing that Yi Yang was also very elegant, Wang Xilin felt relieved and asked his personal secretary to contact someone to ask for the guzheng. 2 of them. Mo Jingjing added. Good. The personal secretary also agreed repeatedly. After a while, 2 fine gushings were carried up. Master, I want to play a chorus with you. Mo Jingjing kept saying. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although I know there is a big gap between me and you, this is called growing up in difficulties. Mo Jingjing waved her fist and said with a smile. Yi Yang shook his head, okay, what to play? Just mountains and flowing water. Mo Jingjing chuckled. High Mountains and Flowing Waters is a famous guzheng song, and behind it is the classical story of Boyaziki, which has been circulated among the people for many years. It is considered a classic among classics and is divided into 2 versions, an 8th-level version and a 4th-level version. In any version, the difficulty is prohibitive for ordinary guzheng players. Which one do you want to play? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Challenge yourself, play the hardest. Mo Jingjing waved her fist and cheered herself up. Good. Yi Yang didn't refuse. And just started playing the piano. The melodious and beautiful sound of the guzheng soon echoed throughout the entire cabin. Outside the house is blue sky and clear water, and the guzheng stretches. Inside the house, there are beautiful lakes and mountains, delicious food and wine. If it were made into a movie, it would be a beautiful scene. The whole song is very leisurely and plain, but in the plainness, it can create a sense of beauty. Especially when handsome men and beautiful women are bombarded in succession. Wang Xilin and Mo Dongshan looked at me and I looked at you. The uncle's smile on their lips could no longer be hidden. What a perfect match. Mo Dongshan, secretly, thought that if his daughter could really find this Mr. Yi as her future husband, then the entire Mo family would be in great glory. Just thinking about it makes me extremely proud. Thinking about the future, the uncle's smile on Mo Dongshan's lips became even stronger. Well, okay. Great. Although Wang Xiaozong doesn't know much about music, Yi Yang plays really beautifully. As long as you concentrate a little, you can feel the picture painted in the sound. Pictures appeared in my mind, mountains and rivers, extremely beautiful. Just like that, when the song ended, Mo Jingjing also stood up. Master is indeed a master. Just playing a song with Master and being led by Master, I felt that I naturally understood a lot of things and made a lot of progress. My daughter actually knows how to flirt with men. Mo Dongshan nodded with great relief. But if Mo Jingjing knew that her father thought of her this way, she would be dumbfounded on the spot. She really did think so. Dad is such a crooked old man. In the small garden by the lake, there were bursts of laughter and joy. The entrance to the Centurion Club was bustling with activity at this time. Many reporters followed the Zhuge group all the way to the Centurion Capital Club branch. Are you sure Mr. Yi has not left the Centurion Club? Zhuge Yuanmo asked. Make sure, we have been waiting here. The car Mr. Yi drives is a super luxury car. We will not admit it. Several guys arranged by the Zhuge family to keep an eye on him also agreed. Zhuge Yuanmo nodded slightly, then glanced at the reporters behind him. Now that you have made up your mind, face is nothing more than a bargaining chip. The members of the Centurion Club who were playing had already received the news, and many came out to see what was going on. Zhuge Yuanmo is a very important figure in the capital. His son was so violently beaten that he mobilized troops to come so soon. He must have a big agenda. Who in the world doesn't like to eat melons? Today, such a big melon is displayed here, and anyone has to come and take a good look at it. Mr. Zhuge, we have just received relevant news. May I ask what your purpose is in coming to the Centurion Club? Yeah. We also want to know what happened. All the reporters had their own agenda and put the microphone in Zhuge Yuanmo's face, asking eagerly. I, a descendant of the Zhuge family, are not sensible, but I, the Zhuge family, have always valued harmony and are very qualified. Zhuge Yuanmo smiled lightly and said in a loud voice, as if he had made some determination, today, I am here to apologize to Mr. Yi. First update, I just posted the chapters of the old book. I have infinite evolution points. Now I have contacted the editor to delete them. Xiaojiu sincerely apologizes for causing reading problems to everyone. But, it's really embarrassing. The author himself doesn't even have the most basic right to delete chapters. Alas, it's really difficult to be an author. The original chapter 354 was just posted as a chapter in my old book Online Games. I have countless evolution points, and now it has been changed back. Hey, if you saw the wrong chapter just now, you can refresh and look at it again. It should be fine. Xiaojiu is very sorry for this mistake. Sorry. What? Zhuge Yuanmo is here to apologize. I'll go. Is it real or fake? What kind of identity is Zhuge Yuanmo? He actually showed up in person to apologize, and he did so in such a big way. Obviously he didn't want to hide it at all, but wanted everyone to know. I'm becoming more and more curious about the identity of the one who beat his son. What is his identity? Isn't the person who beat his son a senior executive of the Centurion Club named Song Quan? What? Who is Song Quan? I know the people in this club, and I got first-hand information because of her. So awesome. Let me go, you still know the people in this club. It doesn't matter, please protect me more from now on. Actually, I only know one sweeper in this club. That's awesome. It has something to do with a big shot. Even a sweeper ant is not better than us? We have been treated unfairly. Even the big shots can't hear us when we scream. We are not as good as the sweeper ant next to us. That's right. Alas. Almost all the ordinary people who came to eat melon were frightened by Zhuge Yuanmo's words, and they all broke out into heated discussions. Especially the reporters were extremely enthusiastic. This is a shocking thing. I really admire that a super big man like Zhuge Yuanmo can show up and apologize. And he doesn't shy away from saying his apology in public. That's awesome. Zhuge Yuanmo seems to be making a statement. He took the initiative to apologize, but he still had to save face. This person's identity is probably high in the sky. Hey, your relative is the sweeper at the club. Tell me what's going on. I'm telling you, this is what happened just now. It wasn't until the relative of the sweeping lady finished telling what she had just seen. The melon-eating people present suddenly realized. This is too outrageous. Director of Centurion Group Holdings. No wonder the Zhuge family came to apologize. What's the name of that director? I didn't know that. My aunt just caught up with the last craze and only heard that the director's surname was Yi. Hiss, the surname is Yi. Isn't that Chinese? What a long face. Yes. In the past, directors of international supergroup holdings were basically foreigners. Now, there is finally a super international group controlled by Chinese people. Yes, this Mr. Yi is really awesome. A group of reporters wanted to follow the ghost into the Centurion Club venue for interviews, but were stopped by the staff. Although the words are very polite, but every reporter can hear the subtext behind it. You don't even have a Centurion Black card. You're a bunch of poor people, and you're just interviewing me. Get out of here, or we'll drive you out by force. Under such a threat, these reporters did not dare to make any mistakes again and could only wait outside the club and wait for the news to come out. Or directly interview Zhuge Yuanmo to obtain first-hand information. Just when there was a lot of discussion outside the court, Zhuge Yuanmo also led a group of members of the Zhuge family into the Centurion Club. Many business tycoons in the Beijing circle greeted him and made fun of him. Regardless of whether they came to apologize or not, there is no doubt about the Zhuge family's status in the Beijing business community. At first, the three families were in a powerful position, but now the two families are fighting against each other. Many relatively small merchants will more or less join these two companies in exchange for better business channels and benefits. Everyone outside the court knew Zhuge Yuanmo's purpose. But many of the VIPs in the club didn't know anything about it. They saw Zhuge Yuanmo leading a group of people aggressively and furiously walking inside. And they all felt that something was wrong. He's not here for revenge, is he? No way? That Mr. Yi just now not only exposed his identity as the director of the Centurion Club, but also the dual identity of the big boss behind Yida. He is a Zhuge Yuanmo. I'm afraid he doesn't have the courage. Okay, stop guessing. I'm here to apologize. Hey, this reaction speed is really fast, but why did you bring so many people here? To apologize? To kowtow to Mr. Yi collectively? Wang Xilan has a lot of manpower, and this is Yi Yang's own territory. The news of Zhuge Yuanmo's arrival had already reached Xiaoyuan. At this time, the guzheng had just been put away. When Yi Yang heard the news, he also raised his eyebrows. The Zhuge group's response is quite fast. But are you sure he is here to apologize? That's what he told reporters. Ren Buguan said repeatedly. Oh. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He brought so many people with him, I don't know why. Ren Buguan rubbed his hands. Don't worry, boss, if he has any bad intentions, Buguan will be the first to stop the knife for you. I am loyal to you, and this heart can be learned by the sun and the moon, and the heaven. And the earth. Okay. Yi Yang waved his hands impatiently, dumbfounded. Is this old man fooling himself? There are so many bodyguards in the Centurion Club, why are they just showing off? If there is danger, the bodyguards will definitely come first. It would be strange for this old man to meet him. He would most likely be hiding behind him and trembling. Soon, Zhuge Yuanmo walked into the small garden. As soon as he met Yi Yang, he made a 90-degree bow and said with great sincerity, Mr. Yi. I'm Zhuge Yuanmo of the Zhuge Group. I have heard about what happened before. At this time it is purely due to my lack of discipline. Yan, you have a traitor in the Zhuge family. Now, I come here to solemnly apologize to you. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The response of the Zhuge Group was indeed fast enough. But seeing that he was really sincere in apologizing, he didn't want to be so cold-hearted and so hot-tempered. He waved his hand and asked the Centurion Club's bodyguards to leave first. I want to stay and protect the boss. Ren Buguan looked upright and solemn. It works, get out of here. Yi Yang said in a dumbfounded voice. Well. Ren Buguan scratched his head, then I'll stay outside. If anything happens, the boss will call me. The Beijing branch had left a very bad first impression on Yi Yang. He had to find a way to make up for it, otherwise he, as the head of the branch, might not be able to continue. However, as everyone knows, his over-the-top acting skills made his image even more negative in Yi Yang's heart. It's just flattering the horse's hooves. Mr. Zhuge, please take a seat first. Yi Yang smiled lightly, not showing any signs of calming down. Mr. Xiaoyi. Zhuge Yuanmo nodded slightly and sat down. Second update. I come today with sincerity. Zhuge Yuanmo smiled lightly, the traitor Zhuge Zhu has offended you. I have now expelled him from my house. From now on, he will have nothing to do with the Zhuge Group. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. This first news made such a big splash. Zhuge Yuanmo really spent a lot of money. Wang Silan and Emo Dongshan, standing next to him, stood up in surprise. Zhuge Yuanmo was really willing to give up. If my own son says he is kicked out of the house, he will be kicked out of the house. In the final analysis, the relationship between Yi Yang and Zhuge is all personal grudges. Now that the Zhuge Group has eliminated Zhuge, there is no relationship between Yi Yang and the Zhuge Group. Even if I think about blaming him, there is no reason. Expelling the traitor is my personal statement towards Mr. Yi. In addition, I am going to give 20% of the shares of Zhuge Group to Mr. Yi to express the group's apology. Zhuge Yuanmo once again dropped a bombshell. Wang Silan and Emo Dongshan were both extremely surprised. The market value of Zhuge Group is close to 600 billion, and 20% of the shares is worth more than 100 billion. This is a huge investment. Well, Mr. Zhuge has thought about it very carefully. Yi Yang didn't mean to refuse. After all, more than 100 billion was not much to him. There was nothing wrong with using it to apologize. Moreover, it seems that what Zhuge Yuanmo wants today is not a simple apology. Why not just accept this gift and see what tricks he will use next? I heard that Mr. Yi is now the real controlling director of Yida Group? Zhuge Yuanmo asked with a faint smile. Good. Yi Yang did not deny it. Wang Silan had just said this outside. Now all the Centurion Black Card members in the conference hall should already know it. At least he could get this information by asking a little bit, so he was not surprised that Zhuge Yuanmo said this. Mr. Yi, alas, I won't hide anything from you. Over the years, Zhuge Group, Mo Group and Yu Group have competed for position in the capital's business district. Now that the Yu Group has declined, and the Mo family is relying on the superpower of Yida, we, the Zhuge Group, also know that the struggle is hopeless, so we have long wanted to cling to the big tree of Yida. Originally, I wanted to promote a marriage between the young people of both parties, and it was also because of this, but in the end, I didn't want to offend Mr. Yi. Haha. Zhuge Yuanmo once again cupped his hands and expressed his apology. Yi Yang suddenly realized that giving such a heavy gift was not only to apologize, but also to seek refuge. My motorcade has brought many treasures accumulated by the Zhuge family over the years. If you agree, Mr. Yi, I will immediately send these treasures to your house. I guarantee that any one of them will be priceless. The main reason is that it is extremely precious and difficult to get it. Zhuge Yuanmo smiled and said sincerely. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was really a waste of money. Zhuge Group's ambitions are obviously more than just a business community in the Beijing area. The reason why they are willing to spend such a large amount of money is mainly because they want to use Yida's influence to expand their business nationwide. There was nothing Yi Yang could do to stop this. Zhuge Yuanmo focused his attention on the whole country and thought he was very big. But now his industries are spread all over the world. The next step may be to look at the universe and the stars. The pattern and realm are already beyond Zhuge Yuanmo's understanding. Since he sincerely seeks development, it doesn't hurt to give him a chance. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Zhuge Yuanmo asked cautiously. He has done all this to the extreme. This is the best way out for Zhuge Group, but whether there is this opportunity depends on Yi Yang's attitude. His words can determine the rise or fall of the Zhuge Group, a giant company with a market value of 600 billion. There's nothing wrong with that. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Now he holds 20% of the shares of Zhuge Group. After all, if Zhuge Group does well, he can also get more money. Thank you so much. Zhuge Yuanmo breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. He stood up directly and drank 3 glasses of wine. This was the first time in his life that he was so happy to give a gift. I'm not afraid that Yi Yang wants it, but I'm afraid that others won't bother to want it. Even Yi Yang nodded, so Wang Silin naturally had no room to speak and could only clap and applaud. From this moment on, the 4 top people in the Beijing business community present were standing on a united front. With Yi Yang as the core of connection, they are also happy with each other. The previous unhappiness quickly disintegrated. After all, there are no eternal enemies in the business world, only eternal interests. Now that we are all partners and making money together, we immediately become as close as brothers. Bai Shaojing and Su Jiaojiao on the side looked at each other in shock. Didn't I say that the relationship between the Zhuge family and the Mo family was not very good before? In these few words, they started to call each other brothers. Oh, I don't understand the world of bosses. Anyway, the truth behind it is very profound. We don't need to understand it. Just eat and drink well, and that's it. He musically smiled, picked up a piece of crystal crab meat, and hummed with satisfaction. That's right, hee hee. Several girls began to feast again. Although everyone wants to stay in shape, who can resist the temptation when encountering such a wonderful thing in the world? Wang Xiaozong, who pretended to be cynical, looked at the four people drinking next to him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he gave people the impression of being an encyclopedia of internet celebrities and a playboy. But it doesn't mean that he really knows nothing. On the contrary, being born in such a wealthy family, he knows everything better than anyone else. The combination of the three strongest forces in the Beijing business circle means that there will be a great change in the future. The confluence of trillions of assets will expand its influence to all walks of life and affect countless people. And the beginning of all this is just because of Yi Yang's words, nothing is impossible. This meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After eating, they were ready to go home. Mr. Yi, where do you think I should send you this fleet of good things? Zhuge Yuanmo asked. Yi Yang touched his chin. If there is a place to put a lot of things, the domestic suite is really not enough. Alas, I miscalculated. I've been in Beijing for so many days, but I haven't even bought a villa yet. I live in a hotel every night. It's too shabby. When Yi Yang thought of this, he sighed for himself and turned to ask Wang Silin, does our group have any good villas in Beijing? Yida Group itself is in the real estate business, so it naturally has high-end villas. First update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Huh? Wang Silin was stunned when asked. After hearing Yi Yang's explanation, he suddenly realized and couldn't help but said angrily, the team I sent out is so incompetent. You are here, and you are asked to condescend to stay in a hotel. How outrageous. Then the hotel is actually pretty good, so there's no need to blame it too much. Yi Yang waved his hand, if there are too many gifts, you have to find a place with a warehouse to put them. Bai Shaojing and Su Jiaojiao on the side were trembling as they listened to the big boss's conversation. That hotel is okay. The house they live in their dreams is not as luxurious and gorgeous as that hotel, right? That's the Royal Capital Hotel, where a night's stay costs 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, a domestic suite. It's even more awesome than the presidential suite on the Bund in Shanghai. Director Yi, it's all my fault for not doing things well. I've made you suffer. Wang Silin blamed himself very much, and repeatedly said to his personal secretary, check immediately Yida's best villa property in Beijing, buy it immediately for our director Yi, and use my account. When Yi Yang heard that Wang Silin was rushing to spend money for him, he waved his hand. How could he not let him spend money? How can you make money without spending money? He still has to work hard to earn money to achieve his goal of getting rich. Dong Yi is so generous. Wang Silin thought Yi Yang was afraid that he would spend money, and was extremely moved. How could such a good boss not work wholeheartedly for him? Yi Yang didn't think much about it at all. If he knew what Wang Silin was thinking at this time, he would probably be labeled as an imaginary monster again. Director Wang, we have found out that Yida's most luxurious property in the capital is Galaxy No. 1 in the Central Villa area. The subscription price is 1.5 billion. The secretary was very efficient and found it quickly. 1.5 billion? It's not much. Well, just go to my account. You can handle the other chores. I'll check in tonight. Yi Yang said lightly. The 1.5 billion villa is considered to be the best in China. The Star Emperor's mansion that was auctioned in my hometown was actually sold at a premium because of the auction. Otherwise, it would have been almost the same price, or even lower than this. Good. The personal secretary took the Centurion black gold card with great care and deducted 1.5 billion from it. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 150,000,000 Chinese coins to purchase a medium-sized property, triggering a critical hit reward and giving away a high-end property with an estimated value of 9990,000,000 Chinese coins. The ownership of Prince Gong's mansion in Beijing. Yi Yang was stunned. What's going on? Buy a villa and send it to the palace? Good guy. He had also heard of the name of Prince Gong's mansion. The land alone was valued at 67 billion, not to mention the priceless decorations and artistic antiques inside. It is said that just one big golden Nama pillar inside is valued at more than 3 billion. It can be regarded as a mansion among mansions, a palace among palaces. Even in ancient times, apart from the Forbidden City where the emperor lived, this one was the most majestic and largest in existence. If compared with the dozen or so other existing royal palaces, they are really not on the same level as this Prince Gong's palace. This system is so awesome, it can even obtain the property rights of the prince's palace. Yi Yang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The secret system was so terrifying. No one can afford this kind of palace. The property rights once belonged to a public school, so tickets are open for sale on weekdays. But in theory, he can buy it. The reason why it has not been sold has nothing to do with what most voices predict, that it requires a very good relationship. After all, most people who can afford more than 100 billion to buy a real estate at once have great connections. The fundamental reason for not being able to sell is very simple and simple. It's just purely expensive. No one can afford it. Based on Yi Yang's observation of the system for so long, the valuation of the system itself is basically the lowest price. In reality, if you want to buy Prince Gong's mansion, it will cost more than 99.9 billion. I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it with more than 100 billion. Come down. Who can afford this money? Those top Chinese businessmen with a net worth of trillions may be able to afford it, but they will almost go bankrupt after buying it. The company has a market value of trillions, and if it directly spends 100 billion to purchase real estate without commercial returns, the company will be finished in a few days due to a broken capital chain. As for the super financial giants who control international capital, the super international rich with trillions of dollars in assets may really be able to afford it. But how could the royal palace of China allow an outsider to live there? Therefore, Prince Gong's mansion has been idle as a tourist attraction for many years. The purchase is completed. Just send the gift after today. The secretary smiled and said, the world of rich people is so simple and efficient. Ordinary people have to run around to buy a commercial house, but the procedure for subscribing to this kind of super villa is extremely simple. At least if you buy it here, you can move in the next day. Well, it seems that Brother Zhuge's gift will have to be delivered tomorrow. Wang Silan said with a smile. Ahem, no need to go to such trouble, I seem to have suddenly remembered something. Yi Yang waved his hand. Does Mr. Yi have anything else you want to give? The personal secretary asked with a wink. No, 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 I just suddenly remembered that I actually have a property in Beijing. Just send it to my place directly. Yi Yang told Zhuge Yuanmo the address. The system was beyond comprehension. It informed him that there was a Prince Gong mansion and he could move in immediately. When he got there, he would find that everything had been handled properly. Just waiting for him to move in with his bag. This address is very rare. Zhuge Yuanmo scratched his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, isn't this the address at the foot of the Forbidden City? There are no villas there. Not a villa. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to admit, actually, it's a palace. This address at the foot of the Forbidden City. Wang Silin pondered for a moment and immediately exclaimed, Prince Gong Mansion. The reason why he reacted so quickly was because he had thought about it before, but after learning about the price, he gave up. For a businessman like him, it would cost 150 billion to buy it, and he would have to pay an additional 100 billion in property taxes to the country. Only then can the higher authorities approve his right to live there, and he only has the right to live there for 50 years. All in all, it would cost 250 billion to buy it. It wasn't until that day that he understood that the so-called former richest man in China was just a poor guy who couldn't afford a house. Yes, that's right. Yi Yang nodded and admitted. Damn. My dear father. Did you forget about Prince Gong's mansion? Wang Silin almost fainted on the spot. Wang Xiaozong's face turned black, and he complained in his heart, You are surprised, but why did you directly demote me to the grandson of Mr. Yi? Second update. Ahem, I bought it too long ago, so I have no impression. Yi Yang spread his hands and pretended to be confused. Prince Gong's mansion. Zhuge Yuanmo and Mo Dongshan on the side also reacted at this time. As a super boss in the Beijing circle, he naturally knows about Prince Gong's mansion. That super royal palace with a price tag of more than 100 billion? Holy crap, that palace is actually your asset. Zhuge Yuanmo and Mo Dongshan both felt it was outrageous, but with Yi Yang's status, it was impossible to deceive people, and there was no need to do so. If Prince Gong's mansion really belongs to Yi Yang, then it can only be said that Yi Yang's identity and financial resources are simply unbelievable. Perhaps Yida is not the only super-large company under his name. After all, they know very well that even a super company like Yida cannot afford more than 100 billion to buy a house. Now, no one mentioned the matter of Galaxy number 1 at all. Apparently they were all shocked by the news about Prince Gong's mansion. Ahem, don't worry about it, just send the gift over first. Yi Yang waved his hand. To be honest, the system gave him a palace, which shocked him. Ahem, boss, I have a heartfelt request. Wang Silin kept saying. Say it. Yi Yang nodded slightly. I want to go visit with the boss. Wang Silin kept saying, after all, he had also made plans for Prince Gong's mansion, but in the end he had to give up. Now that he knew that Prince Gong's mansion was bought by Yi Yang, of course he wanted to experience it. Can. Yi Yang looked at the fiery eyes of the people around him and laughed loudly. There's no need to be polite. Since everyone is here and want to see it, let's go see it together. Really? Dong Yi is so grand. Mo Dongshan was also very excited. Although Prince Gong's mansion was open before, only a small part was opened as a tourist area. Now that Yi Yang has bought it, he can visit any area inside, which is also very attractive to big guys like them. After all, their curiosity about Prince Gong's mansion is just like ordinary people's curiosity about top-notch mansions and villas. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He wouldn't lose anything by taking a look. He could also satisfy these country bumpkins and consolidate their relationship. Why not? Okay, no need to say more, let's just leave. Yi Yang took a few girls and went out first. Outside the door, many VIPs with black cards saw Yi Yang and his party coming out talking and laughing, and they quickly moved out of their way. These four are the top business figures in Beijing and even China. Even Yi Yang, in their hearts, their influence can now spread all over the world. When such super bosses stand together, a sense of awe will arise in their hearts unconsciously. It was fun and laughing. It seems that the conflicts between us have been resolved. Definitely. Who is Mr. Yi? As long as the head of the Zhuge family is not stupid, he must be here to resolve the misunderstanding, but I don't know what the Zhuge group has paid. It's probably no less. After all, I'm apologizing to a super boss of this level. All the black card members looked at Yi Yang and his group with envy in their eyes. They are both important people, but their status is very different, so they will naturally be extremely envious of each other. Out of the Centurion Club. Mr. Zhuge, we heard that you came to apologize. In this situation, can we consider that you have shaken hands with Mr. Yi and made peace? Excuse me. What is the identity of Mr. Yi? What conditions did Mr. Zhuge offer? A group of reporters gathered around him. However, before they could really get closer, the Centurion Club's security guards and the men brought over by Zhuge Yuanmo directly stopped them and prevented them from getting closer. These entertainment and financial reporters are like lunatics. If they are not blocked, they may not be able to get out for several hours. It's just like holding an entertainment conference. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry and said, "We are not big stars. There has been some kind of scandal. Like abandoning children. How can we be so crazy? After all, this is how people make a living." Wang Silin shook his head and got into his out-of-print Maybach 57s. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Wang Silin would also enjoy it. Although Maybach looks low-key in the top wealthy circles, this 57's model has long been out of print. People in the circle call it an out-of-print luxury car. Owning it not only represents money, but also represents taste and status. The estimated transaction price of this bulletproof modified top-end version is close to 30 million, which is more expensive than the cheapest sports car I own. Seeing that the interview was probably impossible, the reporters around them focused their cameras on Yi Yang and the others, capturing precious pictures of these super bosses in the same frame. Then there was the continuous shooting of super luxury cars. The picture of the top rich man with the top luxury car is a hot-listed picture at first glance. Wang Xiaozong is much more high-profile, with a dazzling open-top Lamborghini Sian, ultramodern blue paint, comparable to the super power of Bugatti Veyron, and beautiful lines full of power and smoothness. There are only 19 top-level limited models like this in the world. If you want to get it in mainland China, it will definitely cost no less than 40 million. Yi Yang remembered that he also had such a car in his garage in Yandingshan, but after buying it, it was left to collect dust in the garage and has never been driven. Because he doesn't really like convertibles. Let me go, it's a Lamborghini Sian. It is said that there are only 2 in mainland China, but I didn't expect that one of them is in the hands of Mr. Xiaozong. This is big news, haha. This son is awesome. The car he drives is so much more expensive than his father. Zhuge Yuanmo and Emo Dongshan were much more low-key. Each of them drove an ordinary SUV worth more than 10 million yuan. They looked unremarkable next to Wang Xiaowang's car. These two big guys are so low-key. Just keep a low profile. I won't be able to earn $10 million in a lifetime, Day. That's right, I just don't know what kind of car Mr. Yi, who is said to be able to make even the directors of Zhuge Group come to apologize in person, drives. I guess it won't be too bad, right? At least it should be. Similar to what Mr. Mo and Mr. Zhuge drive. The Bentley that she drove when she came here was sent to refuel, and Su Jiaojiao started the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost that had just been delivered. As soon as the Gintama lit up, the reporters nearby lost their mood to take pictures of the Lamborghini Sion. Instead, they focused their crazy cameras on the Gintama and started the crazy photo mode. Holy crap! This is the recently popular Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The price has been raised to 80 million. 80 million? Let me go, this Mr. Yi is a bit too strong, other cars are not at the same level as this one. All the reporters were excited. It is extremely rare to have an opportunity to show up for this kind of super luxury car, costing 80 million renminbi. Even if the key information is not interviewed this time, taking this kind of photos and coming back with 2 shocking headlines will be enough to make them popular for a while. First update, Douyin search, Yi Jiuyang is the author's operating account. The first information about the works will be released there, as well as new book previews and so on. You can pay attention firsthand. Thousands of fans are broadcast. Wow, as a bystander, I can only say that I'm jealous. Yeah, 80 million for a car, damn, when will I ever get one in this life? Forget it, I don't deserve it, I'd better be reborn in a good life next time. As expected, he is a super figure who can make the boss of Zhuge Group bow down. He looks different at first glance. But he is too young. Wang Xilin, Wang Xiaozong, Emo Dongshan, Zhuge Yuanmo, and others present knew each other, and the only one who was a little unfamiliar walking side by side with them was Yi Yang. The others followed behind and served honestly. Oh my god, isn't this Yi Shenhao? What Yi Shenhao? The super rich man who became popular on Douyin. He was the super rich man who promoted Chinese martial arts a few days ago and won Genie by betting 100 billion. Oh my god. I remember it, it's really him. It's just that he's too far away and can't see clearly, but he's the only one who's so handsome. He looks even more handsome in real life than in live broadcast. I really didn't follow the wrong person. What are you talking about? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect to meet a few of his wild fans on the street. It seems that he is really popular. You know, there are more than 1 billion people in China. If you want to go anywhere, there will be 2 people who know you. At least, there must be 100 million people who have heard your name and know what you look like, and remember your deeds. With only more than 30 million fans, he can achieve this step, which is enough to prove how deeply Yi Yang's things that have become popular on the internet have been deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, Yi Yang doesn't think so. He thinks that fans remember him so clearly, purely because he is so handsome. Drive. Yi Yang waved his hand. Just like that, several super luxury cars led the way. The Zhuge family's convoy followed behind. Come and see. Don't stop me from chasing stars. Yes, Yi Shenhao, I like his money. No. His person. Finally I met my idol, I must catch up and take a good look. What are you talking about? But it sounds very powerful, follow up and see. The spectators were all very enthusiastic, and some fanatical. Fans took a taxi to follow. As for the reporters, they were even more fanatical. For the spectators, it was just chasing stars at most. For them, if they could dig out something worth exposing along the way, it would be enough for them to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they would be so happy that they couldn't sleep for a few days. The opportunity to get rich overnight is right in front of them. How could they give up? Go. Taxi, I'll pay 1,000 to catch up with the car in front. Get lost, I stopped. At first, fuck, I'll pay 2,000, take me, don't take him. Do you want to fight? Fight me if you want. Am I afraid of you? Hey, you man, are you so fierce? There are only so many taxis, and not many DD taxis that can be called at once. All the reporters were fighting for who could get on the car, and those with bad tempers had already fought and meleeed together. In this way, the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul led the way, and 3 super luxury cars followed behind to support the team, and the Zhuge group formed the middle. Hundreds of taxis and DD taxis followed the team, forming a fierce tide. The traffic police who were directing traffic around were stunned. What's going on? The taxi drivers who were driving normally around were also confused. They thought they were just overtaken by one car, but they didn't expect that there was a long convoy of 1 or 200 cars passing by one. What happened tonight? A car marathon? Why didn't I know about it? The taxi driver complained depressedly. Many curious car owners also joined the tail of the convoy to see what was going on. The convoy became longer and more spectacular. Just like that, they drove all the way. When they drove to the vicinity of Prince Gong's mansion, the convoy stretched for 1 or 2 kilometers. Oh my God, there are no houses ahead? The low German map navigation shows that the Forbidden City is just ahead. Are we going to the Forbidden City? But at this time, the Forbidden City is closed. No, in this direction, at the foot of the Forbidden City, there is a building complex. Let me see. Damn, it's Prince Gong's mansion. Isn't that also a tourist attraction? And it's closed at this time? There's no place to live there. It's late now, and it's weird that so many big guys are driving to the Forbidden City together. I was just chasing stars in a moment of excitement, but it seems that there is a big melon to eat. Some fans already have a hunch. Could it be that the big guys have some secret gathering? Actually, what special organization are they? The meeting place of the organization is in the Forbidden City or Prince Gong's mansion. They gathered together tonight to perform some mysterious ceremony? Maybe they gathered together to discuss cultivation. They are all descendants of ancient cultivation families. That's why they have a lot of resources in modern times and can be so rich. This is what is written in novels. Yours is a novel. It's unrealistic. I guess they are actually lizard people or aliens. Otherwise, how can they make so much money? Damn it, yours is not a novel? Mine is science fiction, yours is fantasy. I am more real than you. Get out of here. These imaginative reporters become more and more outrageous as their speculations get more outrageous. It would be a pity not to write novels. Finally, the leading Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost stopped. It finally stopped. I want to take a closer look at why these big guys got together and drove towards the Forbidden City at night. Is this the entrance to Prince Gong's mansion? It seems that their goal is not the Forbidden City. Then why are they here? They can't get in. Everyone present was puzzled, and many reporters secretly took out their cameras, preparing to capture the wonderful moment. Just when everyone was watching, the door to Prince Gong's mansion suddenly opened. My day, what's going on? From Prince Gong's residence, several guys who looked like housekeepers and servants came out. As soon as they went out, they bowed to Yi Shenhao, who was leading the way. This posture, looks like the master is returning home. What a resemblance, it looks so real. A group of people and reporters were dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Second update, Lyco/Jinyang, 1054/117/329, interact with the author and get the most comprehensive information about the novel. Welcome home, master. Originally, there were managers and housekeepers in the Prince Gong mansion. Now that the Prince Gong mansion belongs to Yi Yang, they naturally belong to Yi Yang as well. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly, smiled faintly, and was a little surprised. This system is really awesome. Everything has been arranged properly. I thought it would be strange. For the first time. I am Zhu, the housekeeper here. Master, please follow me. Zhu smiled sweetly and performed a standard court etiquette to several people. With her ancient clothes and sweet appearance, she was directly fascinated. What? A great housekeeper. Wang Xilin and others were all amazed. Such a well-behaved and decent female housekeeper was what they dreamed of. Let's go. Yi Yang laughed. After all, he was a human being. When he was envied by others, he would still feel a little happy. Especially when he was envied by wealthy people like Wang Xilin and Zhuge Yuanmo, whose net worth was at least hundreds of billions, he would be even happier. Surrounded by a group of palace maids, Yi Yang and his party also walked into the Prince Gong's mansion. And this process was also secretly photographed by a group of reporters and onlookers present. Oh my God, what's going on? Shouldn't the Prince Gong mansion be closed at this time? These big guys are of high status, so they should have special ways to get in. Right? It's understandable that they use their connections. Bullshit. I know the woman who came out to greet us. She was the female supervisor who was in charge of the Prince Gong mansion before. Looking at her attitude towards Yi Shenhao and his group just now, does she treat them like tourists? It seems to be true. Oh my God. It's terrifying to think about it. Could it be? At this time, an absurd and somewhat terrifying guess came to the minds of most people. Could it be that this Prince Gong mansion belongs to Yi Shenhao or one of these big guys? How is this possible? Isn't it said that a golden Namu pillar in the Prince Gong mansion is valued at more than 3 billion? How much would it cost if all of them were bought? Wouldn't it be enough to buy 100 billion or 200 billion? This is too outrageous. Maybe it's outrageous. I'm used to what Yi Shenhao does. One thing after another is more outrageous than another. Hiss. If that's true, it's too scary, right? It's unbelievable. Forget it, stop spreading rumors. Maybe the reality is not like this? It's you who spread rumors that caused marketing accounts to write so many outrageous news. That's right. The fans were all shocked and discussed enthusiastically. And these reporters' eyes were full of light. They, the entertainment gossip reporters, don't care whether it's a rumor or not, it's the truth, it's none of their business. They only need to extract a hot spot from the photos they took and the information they learned, and then write a shocking title to stir up the topic, so that everyone can discuss this matter enthusiastically. That's enough. As for whether this is the truth, what does it have to do with them? Of course, they make headlines based on how popular it is. This impetuous era of the entertainment industry has made these paparazzi reporters forget their original duties, which are to defend the truth. This type of reporter is no longer worthy of being called a reporter. However, they don't care how others call them, they are just excitedly conceiving their own popular news headlines. Shocking. Prince Gong's mansion has become a private plaything of the rich. Is this a distortion of morality or a loss of humanity? The latest revelation. The Prince Gong's mansion, worth 300 billion, is actually the personal property of China's hidden rich. Shocking my mother for 30 years. The rich are no longer satisfied with the sky-high villas of 10 billion, and have begun to live in the palace of 100 billion. Our reporters will continue to pay attention to this matter. Please click on the details. Soon, these reporters drafted all the titles and contents, contacted the web editor directly, and started to post articles. The relevant articles soon became popular on the internet. In this era, all information related to the rich will become popular quickly as if they were cast by magic. And living in Prince Gong's mansion is countless times more arrogant than Wang Xilin's original statement that 100 million is a small goal. The comments below quickly gathered various people. Damn, it's fake. Has it been verified? Or is it a marketing account? It's a marketing account at first glance. No one knows Prince Gong's mansion better than me. I have checked it out. If you want to buy Prince Gong's mansion, you need at least 100 billion or 200 billion. There is no such a powerful person in China. There may be such a big man in the world, but it is impossible for him to be allowed to buy Prince Gong's mansion. I have a conflict of interest, so I'm hiding it. I'm an insider. Let me tell you that the ownership of Prince Gong's mansion has indeed changed. This revelation is very likely to be true. Oh my God, Yi Shenhao. I've been following him for a long time. He hasn't done a live broadcast for a long time. I miss him. Do you miss him or the 300 million red envelopes he sent? Both, hee hee. The palace can still be bought and sold? Is it fake? Haha, it's obvious that they found some pictures online and are bragging. If this is true, I'll stand upside down and eat cow dung, okay? Upstairs, I saw you cheating on food and drink in several comment areas. The popularity of various revelations and the speed of becoming popular are unimaginable. Soon, it was on the hot list of various operating platforms again. The popularity lasted for a long time, and many of Yi Yang's fans excitedly sent private messages to Yi Yang, or frantically at Yi Shenhao under related topics and videos. However, Yi Yang was obviously unaware of the online craze. He just followed the butler, with a calm face, and walked in a panic. Although I pretended that this was just my usual residence, it was his first time here after all. Only when I actually walked in did I know how ridiculously large this famous Chinese Prince Gong's mansion was. Even the small part open to tourists is enough for tourists to visit for half a day without repeating themselves. The toilet farthest from the main residential area to the palace, riding a bicycle and walking through the streets of the palace, I am afraid. It will take more than 10 minutes to get there. If you don't have a map and are not familiar with the road conditions, you will easily get lost in your own home. This is the main living room. It has been renovated according to the owner's requirements. It is very modern. There are many high-tech features with Chinese characteristics. Living in it, you can enjoy the generosity of ancient princes and the convenience brought by modern technology. After a tour, Yi Yang finally understood why most of the palaces are not displayed to the public. Too luxurious. This is because they are afraid that ordinary people will lose confidence in life and feel completely disappointed when they see this. Extremely luxurious furnishings. First update. People like Wang Xilin, Zhuge Yuanmo, and Mo Dongshan, who are used to luxury and enjoy mansions, are like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden when they walk here. They blink their eyes and don't know what to say. This is the storage room. Zhu Zhu smiled and pointed to the small courtyard next to her. This treasure house is a place in Prince Gong's mansion where important treasures are specially displayed. There are many important treasures on display. The treasures brought by Mr. Zhuge can also be placed in it. Zhuge Yuanmo didn't know for a moment whether the treasure he gave to Yi Yang was qualified to be placed here. After all, the things he saw along the way were too incredible. The stairs paved with white marble, the benches inlaid with gold in the courtyard, and even a bunch of calligraphy and antiques that could not be named, all looked very old and valuable. Of course, he also saw the extremely famous golden Nanmu pillar, with an estimated value of more than 3 billion yuan. This is more precious than gold. Fuck you. I'm jealous. Is this a rich person? Mo Dongshan and Zhuge Yuanmo looked at each other and saw the feelings in each other's eyes. Compared with the rich, we are so poor. Wow. Mo Jiangjing also looked around and was surprised. Today, his master brought him too many surprises. This Prince Gong's mansion is not a place for people to live. It is simply a place where gods live. Wang Xiaozong scratched his head. He felt that he had no pursuit for other things except for internet celebrities. At this time, his eyes suddenly had a light. It turned out that he was just a poor frog in the well. He suddenly had the motivation to work hard. After putting all the gifts from Zhuge Group in it, Yi Yang, who was in a good mood, also set a table of delicious food. Under the moonlight, he sat at a table inlaid with gems, tasted wine, ate snacks, and talked for a long time. Until the moon rose above the willows. Wang Xilin and others left with reluctance. Seeing Wang Xilin's reluctant eyes, Yi Yang shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you like, come and visit more often. Anyway, such a large palace will attract more people if more people come to visit. Really? Wang Xilin's eyes were also filled with surprise, and he was very grateful. Thank you so much, boss. Such a large Gongwang mansion, in just a few hours, plus the time for wine tasting and moon watching, it is impossible to visit it all. After seeing off Wang Xilin and others, Yi Yang also asked someone to drive all the luxury cars parked in the Imperial Capital Hotel over, and brought the luggage over. By the way, Master, since you are here, will the daily open area tour of the palace continue? Zhu Zhu asked with a smile. If you choose to close these areas and classify them as private use, you can also renovate those areas. Forget it. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. This palace is too big. Without more people, it feels a bit empty to live in. He also lives in so many courtyards and rooms. No, let alone living there, even if he wants to stroll around, he can't even walk around. It's better to give an area to these tourists who are interested in ancient cultural buildings to visit, and praise himself as the owner of Prince Gong's mansion while expressing his feelings, haha. Okay, Master. Zhu bowed again. Yi Yang looked at Zhu, a typical classical beauty, who was polite and courteous, and had the style of a housekeeper in the inner room. In the future, Yu Momo will manage the trivial matters of his own company outside, and the family affairs may be left to her. Master, why do you look at Zhu like this? Zhu asked in confusion. It's okay. Yi Yang laughed and waved his hand. I'm tired after a day of hard work, and I'm going to bed. Okay, I'll live in the side room. If the master has something to do, just shake the bell at the head of the bed, and Zhu will be there at any time. Zhu bowed again politely and turned away. Yi Yang scratched his head. Ring the bell, ready at any time? Why does this sound a bit wrong? Hey, sister, explain it clearly before you leave. As soon as he lay down on the expensive and comfortable silkworm bed, WeChat rang. Yi Yang opened it and saw the compressed file package sent by Wang Xiaozong. Huh? Seeing the title, Yi Yang sat up again unconsciously. Document name, Things in the Entertainment Industry. Document size, after decompression, 1T. Fuck. Yi Yang still remembered that during the day, Wang Xiaozong said that he would reveal the inside story of the entertainment industry over the years to him, and he would send it to him at night. At that time, I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect that this was really true. Moreover, it was illustrated with pictures and texts, and some of them were even equipped with related videos. Fuck, bullshit. Yi Yang was not interested in the trivial things of celebrities in the entertainment industry, but this was illustrated with pictures and texts, and there were short videos to watch, so he was interested. Hiss, sting, exciting. Yi Yang didn't know until he saw it. After watching it, he realized that the entertainment industry is not only chaotic, but it is simply too chaotic. In front of people, they are super powerful people who are sought after by fans. They have cold faces and seem to be such noble people. Behind the scenes, they act like this. They are just a group of playthings. Not only female stars. There are also many videos of male stars being sexually exploited, but this is a bit too eye-catching. After watching for a while, Yi Yang quit directly. It's amazing. Yi Yang enjoyed it with great interest. If any piece of news here is leaked out, it will be on Weibo Hot Search, which is too easy. It seems that everyone has gossip, just see who is exposed first. However, there are still some well-known actors with both virtue and art who have no black material, but these people generally don't go on hot searches. They act or sing well in front of the stage, and live a stable life behind the stage. Boss, what are you looking at? You are laughing so happily. He Musi walked in pushing a bartender cart. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What is this? Musi's special nightcap cocktail, very good for sleep. He Musi skillfully mixed the wine. Yi Yang looked at her graceful figure, perfect bartending skills, and the surging waves in front of her as she mixed the wine. Thinking of the video just now, my lips couldn't help but dry. After he Musi mixed the wine, he sat directly at the head of Yi Yang's bed and fed Yi Yang. If it were in ancient times, with your figure and appearance, you would at least be Sudaji. Yi Yang teased. Musi dare not confuse the boss. Musi tilted his head. On the contrary, Musi is fascinated by the boss. Really? Yi Yang stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. At that moment, the feeling brought by the perfect figure made him feel a wonderful feeling that he had never experienced before. Second update, search for Yi Jiang on Douyin, follow the author's personal account, and learn about the latest information about the work.